Chapter 401. Yi Tianjing heard the threat of Lin Julong and shook his head. How many times have you asked me? I don't know anything. Since you asked about my father, you should know that he and my mother died suddenly. How can he have time to tell me something or give me something? I advise you not to spend your energy on me. His attitude is extremely resolute. You don't want to cooperate, do you? Lin Juelong stood up, his eyes extremely cold-blooded. Powerful breath let Yi Tianjing feel suffocated. This is the difference between practitioners and ordinary people. Yi Tianjing's face turned pale in an instant, even gradually turned to iron green, and the sound of severe cough sounded. Yi Tianjing, since you like to keep secrets so much, I might as well let you feel the taste of death. Only the dead can keep a secret. The words fall, a gust of wind surging in the house. Lin Juelong appeared in front of Yi Tianjing, 5 fingers a grasp. Yi Tianjing seems to be an invisible force pull. Click. After the clear and crisp voice, Lin Juelong's 5 fingers full of blood have buckled Yi Tianjing's neck. Then his arm went straight up. Yi Tianjing's body instantly left the ground. At this moment, Yi Tian is hard to suffer the extreme. Blue veins on the neck. Eyes are full of blood. He tried to struggle, but found it impossible. I asked again if your father had left you anything. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I will let you understand what torture is. Threat. A naked threat. But Yi Tianjing still did not speak. The picture in his mind flashed back and forth. The only thing he thought about was the black stone. The black stone was given to him by his father, and he was asked to give it to Yi Chen. Although I do not know the origin, but his father told me that this secret cannot be told. And this stone can only be given to Yi Chen. In other words, Yi Chen was born for the black stone. This is his destiny. At that time, Yi Tianjing was very confused. He knew that his parents had always been weird. On the surface, there is no difference with ordinary people, but there is an indescribable feeling on the body. It was as if he was hiding something, and sometimes he felt that all the things made by the Yi family in Jiangqing were false. When Pei Rong was pregnant, they knew that Pei Rong would give birth to a boy, even named Yi Chen for a long time. Even the date of birth is extremely accurate. He always thought it was a coincidence, but when he was in the ghost prison, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. Now Lin Juelong is bound to him, as if to make him open. But he still did not say what, because once he said it, what happened was Yi Chen. He is more than 40 years old and has enough to live, but his son's great life has just begun. At the moment, Yi Tianjing is suffering to the extreme. He tried to bear it. At this time, a dark shadow rushed out from the outside. Julong, stop it for me. Lin Juelong was stunned and still did not let go. Julong, if you don't let go, if Yi Tianjing has an accident, you don't want to live. The sound of zhongqi resounds through the room, which makes Lin Juelong completely change color. However, he can only snort coldly and throw Yi Tianjing on the sofa. Yi Tianjing coughed a few times, moved his neck and breathed a few times. His eyes were staring at Lin Juelong. At the moment, his eyes are ferocious to the extreme, not like the eyes of an ordinary person. Lin Juelong ignored Yi Tianjing's killing intention, but said to the old man who came in, "Dad, what are you doing here? I can get what you want from his mouth, and give me some time." The old man ignored Lin Juelong, but said respectfully to the outside, "Master Qiu, come in." After a while, an old man with white hair and a misty breath appeared. The old dog held his back, held a dragon cane and stroked his sleeves, bringing a breeze. The appearance of the old man in green robe makes Lin Juelong's eyes shrink. He even feels a trace of fear from the other side. Is it Kunlun virtual out of the strong? Dad, this is. Lin Fu snorted. Master Qiu is a strong man in the depth of Kunlun Mountain. His skill can read the memory of martial artists and ordinary people. Instead of forcing Yi Tianjing to death, it's better to ask a master of this kind of technique to communicate with God. Lin Juelong's son shrinks, surprise way, still father has foresight. Lin's father did not pay attention, but made a gesture of invitation to Master Qiu, respectfully saying, "Master Qiu, please. Master Cho nodded his head, but he didn't talk nonsense. He came to Yi Tianjing's face one step at a time, and he stretched out his finger on Yi Tianjing's eyebrows. Yi Tian wanted to hide, but found a strong pressure bound him. He could not move. Master Cho's fingers twinkled with a purple light and penetrated into Yi Tianjing's mind. There is a trace of arrogance in his mouth. The Lin family paid a huge price to ask him out of the mountain. He thought he wanted to get some strong people's memory, but he didn't expect to be an ordinary person. Yi Tian is no different from mole ant in his eyes. It's too easy to get memory. Lin father and Lin Ju Longmao's son revealed the meaning of joy, looking forward to it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds to the 5th second, Master Cho's smile suddenly solidified. His power was blocked at the moment when he entered the deep mind of Yi Tianjing. A strong pressure even shot from the other side's mind. It made his face change. He just wanted to withdraw his hand, but found a force bound him. How could it be? His eyes turned to panic and exclaimed. Lin Fu and Lin Juelong saw the situation and felt something was wrong. They just wanted to talk. Poof! Master Cho spat out a mouthful of red blood. His hand burst out. Blood splashing everywhere. What's more strange is that the blood of the explosion didn't gradually reach Yi Tianjing. Ah! Master Cho's body flew upside down, like a broken kite, and then hit the wall heavily. A wall collapsed. The whole world was silent. Lin Juelong and his father looked at Yi Tianjing again, and their eyes were widened to the extreme, even with a trace of fear. There is a force to protect Yi Tianjing. The key is that even Master Cho can't shake such a strong man. How could it be? Two people look at each other, see each other's eyes panic. Sure enough, there is definitely something wrong with the Yi family in Jiangqing. Just like the message left by our ancestors. Lin father cold voice Wei, his voice with a trace of fear. Dad, what about Yi Tianjing? Lin Juelong frowned. The moment when the power burst out just now made him have a trace of fear. Let him stay here for the time being. Let's try to find a way. As far as I know, Jiang Peirong and his son are not dead. Yi Tianjing attaches great importance to love and justice. It is estimated that only these two people can let him speak. As for now, you can take Master Cho down to heal his wounds. He can't do anything, otherwise I can't explain. Okay. Soon, only Yi Tianjing is left in the whole room. Yi Tianjing looks at his hands and is puzzled. Chapter 402. Beijing Normal University, Teacher's Apartment. Yi Chen of course does not know what happened to the Lin family. At the moment, he is running 9 days Shenyang Ju. The weak feeling of breaking the sky sword just disappeared. He thought that after stepping into the separation and separation realm, the breaking sky sword should be able to be used without injury. Now he found that the breaking sky sword is much more terrible than he imagined. It can be seen that the meaning of killing Dao Jun's 3 moves of sword is so terrible. Without the intention of breaking the sky sword, he could not have left the Jiang family so easily today. Mr. Jiang's strength and foresight will inevitably find his sword technique powerful. In the other side's view, his potential is not worth mentioning compared with the intention of breaking the sky sword. It's ridiculous. Yi Chen's room is entangled with a blood dragon's virtual shadow, but because of the huge blood dragon's virtual shadow, this room seems to be unable to accommodate it. 1 hour later, Yi Chen takes the blood dragon back into the body. If it goes on like this, the whole room will burst. Just in time, the people of the Dark Hall sent some villa or manor site selection in the capital. Because the place where you live this time may be the real birthplace of Ye's family in the capital city, the site selection is particularly important. The people of the Dark Hall even called, Jian Lord, this is the place where the Dark Palace is currently investigating the capital city, which meets your requirements, and the specific pictures and information are sent to the mailbox of the main hall. Yi Chen nodded, took out the tablet and roughly glanced at the information. He was not very familiar with the capital, so he could only take a look at it from the perspective of feng shui. These places have excellent geomantic omen and should be of great value. Suddenly, he thought of what, the capital, his mother is obviously more familiar than him. Mother is the apple of the eye of the top families in the capital. In terms of site selection, Mother is obviously the best choice. Yichen no longer hesitated, came to the living room. Jiang Perong was cleaning, saw Yichen came out and said, "Chinner, you don't practice? Mom, come here. I have something to ask for your opinion." Yichen sat on the sofa. With a frown on her eyebrows, Jiang Perong put down her mop and came to Yichen's side. "What's the matter? Is it about my daughter-in-law?" Yichen shook his head with a smile and handed the tablet to Jiang Perong. "Mom, which of these places is the best?" Jiang Perong glanced at the contents of the tablet and instantly understood. "Chinner, do you really want to build Ye's family in Beijing? Now we're all on site. I think the teacher's apartment is very good. The environment is quiet and no one bothers me. Mom, since you left the Jiang family, you know that everyone in the Jiang family despises our family. They say that father is a waste, I am a villain, and even insult you. I can't swallow it. Sometimes, rather than erase these people, it's better to block their mouths with action. They think that they are high above, then I will let them understand, how can the firefly light contend with the bright moon? And our family is the bright moon of China." Jiang Perong's eyes turned red when she heard Yichen's determination. In the past, Zhang Fanchen was shamed by countless faces of Zhang Huachen. The indifference of her father and the Jiang family made her feel cold. She is under great pressure, guarding Yichen. Let him grow up like an ordinary person. She just wants Yichen to be safe and secure in her life. She doesn't expect Yichen to have any great achievements. But did not expect, these days just like a dream, Yichen gave her too much shock, cannot add. For a long time, Jiang Perong nodded. "Chinner, no matter what you do, Mom will support you." Mom also hopes that one day, when everyone hears that Jiang Perong thinks of not the Jiangs in Beijing, but Yes in Beijing. With that, Jiang Perong carefully analyzed the contents of the tablet, sometimes frowning and sometimes sighing. A minute later, Jiang Perong put the tablet on the table and said, "Chinner, if you really want to choose a place where Ye's family starts in Beijing, these are not suitable." Yichen Zheng, he saw these places, no matter whether it is Qi Yun or position is excellent existence, but in the eyes of his mother is not appropriate. Chinner, a top family, has too many things to consider, so it needs to be extremely careful in site selection. Feng Shui Qi Yun is one of them, the pattern of protecting the array is the second, and the third is the Qi of clan movement, which is also the most important existence. Yichen's face due doubts, the gas of family fortune. Jiang Perong nodded and explained, "I can't tell you exactly what the family's luck is. But when I was a child, I heard the elders of the family and many people mentioned it. The top families in China are generally built on another top family. The Jiang family is no exception. The place where the Jiang family is now is actually the site of a declining top family in the Tang dynasty." Yichen suddenly realized that, in fact, he had heard similar statements in Kunlun Su. Almost all the clans of Kunlun Su were built on other sects. "Mom, do you mean that to build a top family, I have to destroy a top family and occupy his place? If that's the case, he's going to have to think about which family is the best to kill." However, Jiang Perong shook her head and flipped on the tablet, instantly showing a vast area to the east of the capital. "But I don't know why. There's no satellite map. Chinner, if I really want to choose, this is the best place to exist. It's just that this place is controversial. For more than 30 years, no family dares to take this land." "Why?" "The owner of this place is called Beilixiang. Beilixiang plays an important role in the Chinese military region. He also controls a team called Iron Blood Camp. The Iron Blood Camp has been circulating in the rivers and lakes. I don't know whether it is true or not. It is said that when there is a major crisis and battle in China, the Iron and Blood Camp will take action. A move, whether ordinary people or ancient warriors, is bound to be a strong suppression. Some of China's top families should also be afraid. After all, the national strength cannot be underestimated. In fact, many families have watched over this land, but because of Beilixiang's toughness, they all gave up. As for the reason, the disappearance of Beilixiang's wife has a lot to do with this place. Beilixiang has sent heavy troops to guard here. No one is allowed to step in. Yi Chen heard the 3 words of Bai Li Xiong, and his eyes twinkled with light. He has never met Bai Li Xiong, but he has dealt with Bai Li Xiong's daughter Bai Li Bing. The relationship between Ying Qing and Bai Lixiang should be different. Mom, since you look after this place, I will try my best to take this place. Yi Chen said earnestly. Jiang Peirong's face became a little strange. Chinner, you misunderstood me. I said that this place is the best place, not for you to choose this place. The mother of this place is not extravagant. I have several ideal choices here. Chapter 403. No, Mom. I know Bai Li Xiong's daughter in this place. I should be able to try a little bit. Jiang Peirong said that when she saw Yi Chen, she said nothing more. Some things, only Chinner did, will know the difficulty. Bai Li Xiong's temper is not worse than Jiang Laozi. Chinner wants to eat from the tiger's mouth, which is more difficult than climbing to the sky. The next morning, Beijing Normal University. Yi Chen received a call from Lei Shuwei and went to the school gate. Before leaving, he gave his mother a lot of pills and martial arts skills. He knew that her mother was determined to step into the path of cultivation. In this case, he naturally wanted to give her the best thing, which could be regarded as supporting her mother's dream. To the school gate, a special modified red flag L7 car parked outside the door, looks extremely low-key, but also let many people notice. The door of the red flag car opened, and Lei Shuwei was also in it. He waved to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, here you are. Yi Chen nodded and got on the car. The car went to the south directly. Mr. Yi, there is a sentence in front of me, which is very important. That is, if you see that person later, please ask Mr. Yi to control himself. Lei Shuwei warned. He is afraid of Yi Chen. Although the strength of this guy is strong, he has a headache. Yi Chen nodded, I know, naturally will converge, just don't know that will give me the answer. Lei Shuwei sighed, I'm relieved that Mr. Yi said so. What did Yi Chen think of and said, Lei Shuwei, how much do you know about Bai Lixiang? When Lei Shuwei heard the name, his eyes flashed a little surprised. Was there any contradiction between Mr. Yi and Bai Li Xiong? If this is the case, it will be really troublesome. After all, the other party is not a good one. Mr. Yi, this is. Yi Chen knew Lei Shuwei had misunderstood him and said, I'll just ask him casually. There's no contradiction. I just heard that this person is a little fierce. Lei Shuwei's stone fell from his heart. He took a look at the man in the driver's seat and said softly, in terms of strength, 100 Li Xiong is much higher than me. Bai Li family is a famous martial arts family. No one can shake it. But I didn't expect that 100 Li Xiong appeared against the sky decades ago. His strength is very strong, to what extent? A few decades ago, he was the #1 master in a short time. Short time. First. Yi Chen frowned. Lei Shuwei continued to explain in a low voice, it's definitely not Bai Lixiang now. He was cancelled by the official in just 10 minutes after he was on the first place. Because of his special status, he can't be on the master list. Yi Chen is slightly shocked, but he did not expect Bai Lixiang to have such a big origin. He finally understood that his mother said these 3 words at that time, with a look of fear. It seems that the place is guarded by 100 Li Xiong. It is reasonable that the general family dare not spy on it. If I want to see Bai Li Xiong, can you introduce me? Yi Chen thought for a few seconds, and his words were startling. I have a call to his office, but it's not likely to get through. I heard that last month, Bai Lixiang seems to have stepped into the Qinling Mountains and should deal with some things. I don't know if he has come back. It's no use asking me if you want to see him. It's better to talk with her daughter. Although Bai Li Bing has been in the state of stalking, Bai Li Xiong hardly interferes in her affairs, just to temper Bai Li ice. This is the rule of Bai Li family. If you have to, you can't use the power of the family. However, Bai Li Xiong still cares about her daughter. If you want to see Bai Li Xiong, this is a starting point. Yi Chen nods, also does not speak, directly closes the eye rest. After a while, the car stopped and the appointed place arrived. Yi Chen and Lei Shuwei got out of the car, led by a man, entered the side hall. After a long corridor, they passed through several gates and came to an indoor garden. Stepping into the garden, Yi Chen felt more than a dozen cold opportunities to shoot into. This killing machine has a strong breath. It seems that as long as he starts, he will surely die. Mr. Yi, I won't go in. Remember what I said on the bus just now. Lei Shuwei stood at the gate. He was still a little worried, but he couldn't go in and listen. It was really worrying. Yi Chen did not answer, directly stepped in. There was an old man in the central garden. The old man was upright and was watering the flowers with a kettle in his hand. From a distance, it is no different from ordinary people. The old man noticed something and said, "To tell the truth, it's hard to see you." He put down the kettle, his hands behind him, looking at Yi Chen, his turbid eyes flashed a light. "During this period of time, I have been hearing your feats from my subordinates, such as Wudaotai, Yinhu Villa, Huiyan Province, Yinhe Lake, not to mention, in recent decades, apart from that 100 Li Xiong, no one can do such a thing. You are younger and more energetic than he is. You represent infinite possibilities. Sit down." The old man sat on the stone chair and poured 2 cups of tea. One cup was pushed gently, and a faint air current covered it. Yi Chen was stunned and quickly grasped the teacup. A very strong air wave is coming. Yi Chen steps on it, and the blood evil spirit comes out, and the air wave blows away in an instant. This time, Yi Chen was surprised. Who could have thought that the old man was a warrior? The key strength is very strong. Chapter 404. This tea is new from Mui Mountain. It tastes good. Try it. The old man took a sip of tea and looked at the time. Yi Chen drinks the tea, and then puts the cup on the stone table. When he releases his hand, the cup turns into powder. It can be seen how terrible the power of the blow just now is. The old man took a look at the powder, and his eyes shrank. "Yi Chen, it seems that I still underestimate you. I am not talking nonsense. Today I come to you to investigate your responsibility. Beijing Normal University is a university of China 985 and 211. Countless students are studying in it. You can think about the consequences of such a big stir. To drain the clouds and lakes for one's own selfish desire, it is even more appealing to the capital city. The Huaxia Earthquake Bureau and the Huaxia Wudao Bureau have sued you 100 times. Do you think about the consequences? The ghost prison was destroyed by you with some kind of power. 7 people died and 100 people were seriously injured. Do you think about the consequences? If those criminals in the ghost prison run out, destroy the society and disturb the order of China, you can think about the consequences." As a result, the old man's momentum kept rising, and he was obviously a little annoyed. After all, Yi Chen's rank of Major General and Chief Instructor of Dragon Spirit were all approved by him under pressure. Now some people in Huaxia have already known what Yi Chen has done and have directly participated in this matter with him. How can he not be angry? "Yi Chen, some people have listed you as one of the most dangerous people in China, and even asked me to order you to be killed. Now there are 15 top players out there. If I make a gesture, you will be taken down. What do you think I should do? My position does not allow any selfishness." Looking at Yi Chen's reaction, the old man thought that the other party would be afraid of him, but he found that Yi Chen had been indifferent from beginning to end, as if he didn't care about anything. This boy is too big. Yi Chen's mouth suddenly showed a smile. He was not weak in the old man's aura. In those days, Lin Juelong destroyed our Yi family in Yinhu Villa. Did Huaxia Wudao Bureau investigate it? Our family is just ordinary people. Those who are superior must feel that the lives of the 3 of us are like ants. It's not worth dying. I broke the ghost prison, so what? I don't regret it. My parents are ordinary people without any accomplishments. I dare to ask what qualifications the ghost prison has to imprison my parents. Don't say it's ghost prison. Even if you are the old man who imprisons my parents, I won't be polite at all. Yi Chen's tone suddenly pan-cold. This is the truth. Since no one gave him fair treatment, he broke all the shackles. The old man sighed and his momentum was restrained. Yi Chen, the interests behind the ghost prison are complicated. If you don't stop, I can't protect you. Your strength is very strong, but the martial arts circle in China is not as simple as you think. I've stopped both the Wudao Bureau and the Seismological Bureau of Huaxia, but the force behind the ghost prison can only be dealt with by yourself. I can't manage there. There are too many things involved. Now, that force already knows your existence. I urge you to come forward, apologize to them, and show some sincerity. This is the best way to deal with it. Yi Chen knows that the old man is looking for him for the ghost prison, but he didn't expect to make him apologize. That group of people imprisoned his parents and even wanted to kill his parents and ask him to apologize. It's impossible. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny am I, lightweight, since want me to apologize, that total should tell me this force is called what? Xuemeng, a mysterious place between China and Kunlun Mountains, has been encroaching on China bit by bit. Some top Chinese forces are also closely related to this force. The old man explained. What did Yi Chen think of? He took out a pair of patterns and pointed to a red gate sign on the pattern. This is what you said. The old man glanced at the pattern and nodded. Yi Chen, are you really going to apologize? Yi Chen sneered and stood up. I didn't say I wanted to apologize. Even if I had to apologize, they apologized to me. As soon as the old man's face changed and he was about to speak, Yi Chen continued, I'm here today. I just want to ask you one thing. Lin Zhuolong took my father away. I want to know the exact location of the Lin family. As long as you tell me, I'm willing to give everything in exchange. The old man never thought that Yi Chen not only did not listen to his own words, but also tried to find the trouble of the Lin family. He is very clear, if Yi Chen once gets the position of Lin family, the death is not Lin family, but Yi Chen. No way. The old man said decisively. No hesitation. Yi Chen already knew it would be this reply. Next second, a brocade box appeared in his hand. Paw! The brocade box is photographed on the stone table. Then open it. A strong smell of pills spilled from it. The old man's plain eyes turned into a trace of panic, because he saw a golden pill lying quietly inside. The grade and pattern of this pill have never been seen in his life. At this moment, his heart set off a storm. This pill is called Jinlingdan, also known as Taishu Jinlingdan. After you take it, most of the injuries on your body will disappear. At the same time, your cultivation will greatly improve, greatly increasing the probability of breaking through the bottleneck. If you take one before soaking in the spirit washing pool and taking Jingling Lotus, you will have a half chance to break through a big realm. The faint voice of Yi Chen falls. This is his medicine King Valley countless precious herbal medicine refining day and night. This pill does not have a great effect on him, but it has a very strong effect on ancient martial arts and practitioners. He doesn't believe it. The other party doesn't feel excited. The old man tried to suppress the inner vibration, but found that he could not. How could Yi Chen have such a rare thing? Is it made by him? He knows what happened to Yi Chen in the Chinese Medicine League. Is this boy not only a martial artist, but also a very strong alchemist? This pill is too expensive. I can't take it. Take it back. I won't tell you the location of the Lin family. It's also to save you. A few seconds later, the old man spoke. Pa! Before he finished speaking, Yi Chen clapped on the stone table again. This time, it was a very valuable martial art. There are 4 big characters written on it. This martial arts skill is far higher than any martial arts skill in Chinese martial arts circle, and more precious than this golden elixir. Change the position of 2 things. How about it? Yi Chen is strong to the extreme. Gollum. The old man swallows and salivas, which is higher than any martial arts skill in Chinese martial arts circle. These words show the value of this thing. He is not only a leader, but also a warrior. Can he not be moved? He knows Yi Chen. What he did in Jiangqing Wudoutai was not the martial arts skills of the Chinese martial arts circle. Obviously, he had great opportunities and secrets. What's wrong with what he takes out? And the other party this time is Ironheart want the position of Lin family. Chapter 405. Finally, the old man pushed the thing back. You give me more things, my answer is the same. You go. Xiao Guang, see off the guests. Not long, a strong breath, wearing a military uniform man came in, looked at Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, please. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Mai, stand up, brush off. Since number one doesn't say it, it's a big deal for him to find his own way. When Yi Chen walked a few steps, the phone in the old man's pocket rang. The old man looked at the caller ID and pressed the answer button. Suddenly, the old man's face changed greatly, his eyes were full of panic and anger. He hung up the phone directly, looked at the cold and proud figure who left, and said, Yi Chen, stop. But if you want to know my position, you must do it. Yi Chen Wenzheng, the footstep stops, Mao's son Pan a silk dignified, what matter? The old man looked at the light and said, you go out first. Yes. Chief. After Xiaoguang goes out, only the old man and Yi Chen are left in the whole indoor garden. The old man pressed a button, his figure vibrated, and the glass and windows on his head were all closed. The sky garden becomes a confined space. No one can see everything inside. Yi Chen Mao's son Wen congeals, felt the situation some is not right. At this time, the old man came to Yi Chen's side with a black face and opened the door to see the mountain road. Yi Chen, I don't talk nonsense. I just received a phone call and Qinling changed. A month ago, Beilixiang and 20 strong men of Iron Blood Camp entered the depth of Qinling Mountains. In order to complete the national mission, Beilixiang brought his own team. But just 2 hours ago, all the life information on 21 people was interrupted. It's very likely that everything has gone wrong. I'm not sure what happened in the Qinling Mountains, or whether they were alive. Now Huaxia has sent strong men and troops in death, but it is not enough. If you can find Bai Li Xiong, no matter what the result is, I will tell you the position of the Lin family. The old man's tone was serious and nervous. He had no choice. The Qinling Mountains thing is too big. If something happens to Beilixiang, Huaxia will lose a great general, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Although Huaxia has taken emergency measures to find people, he suspects that the problem lies in Huaxia. And Yi Chen's identity, and the interests of all parties have no contact. Coupled with the character and force of the other side, it is definitely the best candidate. Why me? Yi Chen Dao. No reason. If you agree, this deal will be concluded. You will fly to Qinling immediately. In the front, you will not have any reinforcements, and the state will not give you any help. Qinling Mountains breed a dragon vein of China. You should also know the danger in the depth. Choose yourself. The old man looked at the time, and it was obviously urgent. Then, he broadcast a phone call and said in a cold voice, 2 things. First, arrange immediately. An emergency meeting will be held. Within half an hour, everyone will arrive. Second, 5 minutes later, prepare a private plane. Hang up the phone, the old man glared at Yi Chen, what is your choice? Yi Chen can't refuse. Beilixiang is very important to him. Even if it's not for the land, he will do it for the Lin family. I promise. Yi Chen Dao. Good. When the old man came to a wall, his fingerprint was pressed on a position. The next second, the wall opened, and a hidden cabinet appeared in his sight. He input the iris to unlock, and the cabinet opened. He took out a mobile phone without a logo from inside and handed it to Yi Chen. Don't ask Beilixiang what to do in Qinling. This mobile phone has information about these people, and once the mobile phone is close to the chips implanted in these people's bodies, it will vibrate, and there is a code of Iron Blood Camp on it. Remember, you can't tell anyone about this matter. Lei Shuwei is the same. You can't contact the dragon spirit. Even if you go there, you can't contact the Chinese military force. If anyone asks, you can say you can go on a tour. Yi Chen felt the fear and seriousness of the old man's eyes for the first time. He nodded and said again, I leave the capital these days, you must ensure the safety of my parents. The old man hung up and promised, "Your mother, I will send strong people around to protect him. As for your father, I will put pressure on the Lin family. They will not move him for the time being. It's too late. Someone will take you to the plane." Not long, Yi Chen was a stranger on a private plane. The plane is not a Chinese military aircraft. It is extremely ordinary. Maybe it is to hide people's eyes. He looked at the information in the mobile phone, and felt more and more strange. What happened in Qinling Mountains in China? Did he need the presence of Bai Lixiong to lead people in death? It's not easy. I don't know how long after that, the plane finally landed at an airport near the Qinling Mountains in western Shaanxi province. Qinling Mountains.it starts from Kunlun in the west, passes through Longnan in the middle, and reaches Dabi Mountain and Zangbaling near Bengbu in the east. In Fangcheng and Nanyang, the mountains are faulted and subsided, forming Nanxiang Pass Road. Tongbai Mountain is at the junction of Hunan and Hubei, Dabi Mountain is at the junction of Hunan, Hubei and Anhui, and the trend changes to northwest-southeast. To Huishan and Jiashan in southern Anhui, it is hilly, and its trend is northeast-southwest. Qinling Mountains are the watershed of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Yi Chen got off the plane and felt himself surrounded by huge peaks. It's hard to find people here. Maybe it's because there is no development for tourists here. Yi Chen looks around and finds no one else. On the contrary, there are helicopters and airplanes crossing the sky, which is obviously the rescue of Huaxia. Yi Chen found that the mobile phone sent a coordinate point. The above remark is by Li Xiong and others disappeared. It's a long way from his position. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly, and quickly plundered to the depth of Qinling Mountains. Along the way, Yi Chen is found around the traces of fighting, but also very fierce. The strength is not even lower than ourselves. More than a dozen giant trees were smashed directly, showing their power. When Yi Chen is ready to continue to go deep, a bullet cuts through the air and shoots directly at him. Yi Chen Mao's sun shrinks, knee erupts, jumped to a giant tree directly. Climbing up the branches, he came to the highest place, and instantly noticed that a dozen foreigners in camouflage combat uniforms were searching under the tree. They should be mercenaries. Obviously looking for him. Yi Chen brows a frown. Oneself did not offend this group of people, why to start suddenly? At the extreme of his doubt, a small UAV suddenly appeared in the sky. Then a gust of gunfire swept through. Looking for death. Yi Chen Mao's sun pan cold, in the hand shoots out a wind blade, accurate hits above the UAV. The UAV turns into a flame in an instant. Chapter 406. Yi Chen's eyes are directed at the group of foreigners. He snorts coldly and jumps up and down from the giant trees of dozens of meters. Hit the man hard. Those people naturally found a dark shadow above the sky, their faces slightly changed. Who could have thought that a Chinese boy would dare to jump down and die? Do it. A bald head. Yi Chen roared. The next second, the true qi of the Dantian gushed out, pinched by his fingers, rolled up a golden barrier all over his body. Crisis, all stagnation. Those foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes were completely frightened when they saw that they couldn't hurt the Chinese. The next second, someone reacted and said in a cold voice, "The ancient Chinese warrior." But it was too late. Yi Chen arm a shock, that dense killing machine all turn over, toward the dozen people shoot. All of a sudden, blood splashed all over the place, except for a bald head. Blood splashes. The bald head felt something wrong and quickly retreated behind him. The whole body curls up a little vigor. Faster and faster. Well? There is still a trace of cultivation. Yi Chen sneered, the old illusory god will surge, blink of an eye will appear in front of the bald head. Who are you, why do you want to me? Bareheaded eyes shrink to the extreme, waste out of a dagger, with bursts of strong wind toward Yi Chen tear away. I don't know how to live or die. Yi Chen's 5 fingers directly grasped the dagger, click. Direct fragmentation. Not only that, the bareheaded arm can't bear the power of Yi Chen's true qi. It's completely broken and the bones are exposed. At the same time, Yi Chen's 5 fingers are hard toward the bald neck button. strong pressure, so that even bald head may not breathe. You should be able to understand me. I'll ask you for the last time, who are you, why you're here and why you're doing it. The bald head, neck and cheek are full of blue veins, pupil congestion, ferocious to the extreme. He pointed to his neck hard, obviously want to speak. Say it. Yichen directly smashed his bald head on the ground, and the other side couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. After a few seconds, he said in fluent Chinese, the dragon's veins have been destroyed. We're only here for minutes. The words have not finished, a strong breath rushed over. Yi Chen's face slightly changed, quickly retreated, a loud noise, the bald head and flesh exploded into a blood mist. Now his eyes are shining cold. He finally understood why Hua Xia was so nervous, and why he used Bai Li Xiong to deal with this matter. Once the dragon vein is destroyed, or taken away by someone with some kind of technique, the consequences are unimaginable. It is estimated that Bai Lixiang had not brought back the news before he had an accident. On the occasion of Yi Chen's deep thought, several rustling voices sounded, and the key to each other was filled with a good breath. Ancient warrior. Yi Chen jumped up and instantly disappeared in place. Not long ago, 7 old people appeared nearby. Yi Chen's eyes, which were hiding the breath on the tree, suddenly suffused with a trace of anger. Some of the 7 old people he knew were actually Zheng Renjue's. One of them was the old man who seriously injured him in Huiyan province. He even remembered the ugly face of the other party that day. Is Zheng Renjue also looking for Bai Li Xiong? Under the tree. The old man in the robe glanced around, and his eyebrows twisted into a Sichuan character. There are strong people around here. These people should have died in the hands of the strong, and even have no ability to fight back. Next, please pay attention to it. We are not sure about the origin of this man. This time, not only the strong in Kunlun Mountain will fight for it, but Master Zheng is also determined to win it. A middle-aged man looked around, looked at the robed old man in surprise, and asked, Mu Lao, isn't the dragon vein guarded by strong men all the time, and it's hidden underground? Why is it destroyed? Is Master Zheng going to attack the dragon vein? Hearing this stupid question, Mr. Mu waved it out. The middle-aged man had a big hole in his chest. He couldn't react at all. He didn't think he would have an accident. Looking at the body of the middle-aged man, Mu said in a cold voice, some people died of talking too much. You should understand what this incident means. If you talk nonsense again, it will be the same end. Go and meet Master Zheng quickly. Yes, Mu Lao. Just as the 6 people were ready to leave, the leaf chin which covered the breath on the tree directly fell down. He finally understood why the old man told him not to touch anyone. Zheng Renjue is in the wrong position in the dragon vein, let alone other people. 6 people looked at the sudden figure, body a meal, when they see the youth in front of them, is Chi Chi exclaimed, Yi Chen. Who can think of Chen Yi here? Mu Old Mao's son is suffused with a faint light, cold voice way, just now, did you hear? Yi Chen stretched his back and said, Zheng Renjue had such great ambition. It seems that I underestimated him. Hearing this, Mr. Mu's expression suddenly changed. If this secret is leaked, it will be really troublesome. Last time in Huiyan province, someone helped you. This time, I want to know who else will save you here. Then, he looked at all the people and said angrily, let's fight together and kill this son. In Mu Lao's opinion, their strength is enough to kill Yi Chen. 6 figures quickly swept away, showing the cold sword one after another. The sword meaning twinkles, takes the cold killing opportunity to the leaf chin thorn. Yi Chen does not move like a mountain, coldly looking at people. The strength of Huiyan province at the beginning and now is not the same. Kill him. It's impossible. At the moment when the 6 swords were about to fall, Yi Chen held out a finger. Kill you, 1 finger is enough. Arrogant boy, look for death. Old Mu roared, and his sword idea stopped. And Yi Chen also points out. The terrible waves, like a tsunami, swept in all directions. All to me. Looking at the collision between 1 finger and 6 long swords, Yi Chen shows a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The powerful meaning directly breaks through the bodies of 3 of them. dead on the spot. The remaining 3 people were shaken out. Mu Lao spits out a mouthful of blood and smashes it on a giant tree. Face fright. Chapter 407. After a few seconds, Mu wants to support himself, but found that his whole body bones almost scattered. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood, pale. His eyes fixed on Yi Chen, exclaimed, "How possible, your strength has grown to this point." Who can understand the shock in Mu's heart at the moment? From Huiyan province to now, only how many days? The strength of the other side is several times stronger. One finger can defeat them, and only Master Zheng can do it. But in front of me, the boy in his 20s has already reached this strength. Who the hell can explain that? His heart set off a storm, want to say something, but can't say it again. He wanted to glare his eyes out. Yi Chen stepped out and came to Mu Lao's face. "It's hard to feel right now. I was so in Huiyan province. Do you remember?" Mu Lao spits out a mouthful of blood again. At the moment, he is suffering to the extreme. The fracture of his rib went straight into the most vulnerable part of his body. He spat out blood and took out a dagger from his waist to end his life. But when he just wanted to move the dagger, an invisible pressure came over him. He can't move. Yi Chen stood at the top of the mountain and said, "I just want to know one thing. How much do you know about the Qinling Mountains?" Old Mu sneered, "I am a dying man, I will always keep the secret, haha. You don't want to know." Yi Chen shakes his head, a dozen silver needles appear in his hand, and all the silver needles shoot out. "Keep shaking." The next second, Mu Lao's face was frightened, and the pain of bone erosion was all over his body. This feeling is extremely hard. It's like dying. "You treat me what has been done to me." Mu's trembling voice rang out. He saw the silver needle on his body and knew that this matter must have something to do with each other. The key is that even the warrior can't bear the pain. Yi Chen took out a cigarette from his pocket and quietly lit it. The acupoints of the human body are very magical. He can control people's pain and cheat the human body. I don't know if you can withstand the time of a cigarette. I'm optimistic about you. Old Mu felt more and more intense pain in his body. His whole body was shaking, his pupils were red and his mouth was foaming. He wants to bear it, but he can't bear it at all. "Cheer me up," I said. "I say everything." At last, Mu Lao began to compromise. Yi Chen put out the cigarette in his mouth and found that he had only smoked half of it. He grasped it with 5 fingers, and several silver needles flew out, which made him feel better. "Go ahead." Yi Chen light way. This time, there are many forces involved in the accident of Qinling Dragon Vein. Although the Dragon Vein is related to the Qi of China, it is a great tonic for the ancient martial arts and practitioners. Once the power of the Dragon Vein is absorbed, its strength will certainly increase greatly. Mu Lao Dao. Go on. Mr. Mu took a deep look at Yi Chen and continued, "Even if something happened to the Dragon Vein of Qinling Mountains, it would not affect the capital. Master Zheng and those forces had already laid out their plans a few months ago. This is a highly confidential matter, and I have only recently known about it." "What about Beilexiang? Do these people set a trap against Bai Lixiong?" Yi Chen asked. Mu Lao shook his head. "As for Beilexiang, I don't know. I only know that the General Bureau of Martial Arts in China has found the bodies of several Iron and Blood Camp strongmen. The story of the Qinling Dragon Vein has been known by many people, and those people also want to take a share. Now the situation is out of control. More and more forces are pouring into the Qinling Mountains, not only in China, but also in other countries." "What about Jingrinjue?" "Master Zheng is 30 li to the west of this place. It is deep in the Qinling Mountains and the place where the Dragon Vein happened. If I guess correctly, Bai Lixiong should also be in it. That's all I know. Please give me a good time." Yi Chen Li thought, 30 miles west of here is almost where Bai Lixiong disappeared. The other side didn't say it was desolate. He nodded and turned to the west. Mu Lao sees the other side does not start. Mao's sun shows a glimmer of joy. Suddenly, a few cold light shoots. The dreadful fear came again. Yi Chen, you mean person. Ah! A heart-rending sound resounded. And Yi Chen at the foot of the agglomerate bursts of true qi, quickly swept away. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. Mean? So what? The rules of the world are made by the winner. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen did not have much distance from the coordinate point. The closer he was, the more he found the smell of blood around him. The ground is full of corpses, even some of them are bloody. Shocking, we can see what kind of fighting broke out here not long ago. Not only that, Yi Chen also found that 100 meters away, someone has blocked the periphery, no one is allowed to step in again. And these people, in addition to the people of the General Bureau of Chinese Martial Arts, have practitioners. Some of them have strong breath. Up and down the clutch. Is it from the depths of Kunlun Mountain? On second thought, the dragon vein here is destroyed. If the cultivator gets the dragon vein, it is only good for cultivation, not bad for it. Even Deneng of the reincarnation graveyard is still worried about the small dragon vein, not to mention the Qinling dragon vein. This is one of the main veins of China. As Yi Chen pondered, a quarrel broke out. As soon as he fixed his eyes, he found that two girls in the distance were preparing to rush into it by force, but they were stopped by some powerful men of the General Bureau of Martial Arts in China. Even pushed to the ground, there is no pity on the jade. When Yi Chen's vision noticed the two girls' side faces, their faces changed slightly, because these two girls were not others, they were Beilabeng and Zhuya. How did Bai Lixiong's daughter appear here? And why did Zhuya come here? They are not in Jiangnan province, they even came to the Qinling Mountains. Bai Libing's hand has appeared several wounds. She looked at the person in front of her coldly. My father is Bai Lixiong, are you sure you want to move me like this? Can you bear the anger of my Bailey family? I know my father is in there. If you don't get out of the way, all of you will die. There are also several wounds on her body, and she holds a sword with blood on her hand, but the blood is not hers. Obviously, Jua killed people, and judging from her momentum, not only one person was killed. Yi Chen really does not understand these two people's strength is not strong, what to do in the depth of Qinling Mountains. The biggest possibility is that Beilabeng knew that his father had an accident, so he and Zhuya came here. Yi Chen looks at several people who guard the entrance in the distance. When they hear that Beilabeng is Bai Lixiong's daughter, their eyes become sharp and even more icy. Chapter 408. Are you Bai Lixiong's daughter? A middle-aged man in uniform said, his tone with a trace of cold. There is no intention of hiding. Because Bai Libing's hair is a little messy, entering Kunlun Su is to hide people's eyes and ears. She deliberately smears several layers of black on her face. If you haven't seen it, you don't have to recognize it. Bai Libing and Zhuya are not stupid. They feel this strong killing opportunity in an instant. Bai Libing thought that the three characters of Bai Lixiong would become the pass of the land of Qinling Mountains, but he didn't expect that the people who decided Bai Zhengren had a chance to kill. Obviously, this Qinling incident is not so simple. Could it be that the General Administration of Chinese Martial Arts was involved in the accident of his father? Otherwise, how dare these people kill themselves? Bai Libing no longer thought about it. He laughed and shook his head. I'll talk about it casually. Since we can't step in, we won't disturb you. Goodbye. Zhuya, let's go. They turned around and were ready to leave. At this moment, a voice of exclamation suddenly rang out, since you are here, please confirm your identity before you go. Run. Zhuya and Bai Libing no longer hesitated, and quickly went in one direction. In terms of strength, they must not be the opponents of this group of people. They have no other choice but to run. Want to go, dream. Leave it for me. You are beautiful. To tell you the truth, I don't know what it's like to press Bai Lixiong's daughter under me. The middle-aged man's 5 fingers opened, a gust of wind rolled up all over his body, and went directly to Bai Libing and Zhuya. Seeing that his hands are about to touch two people, the corner of his mouth has already shown the evil desire smile. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot rapidly. His smile was stiff, and he quickly resisted the shadow. The shadow came closer and closer, and it was completely revealed. It's a huge tree. It's amazing. It's a huge tree. It's so fast. How could there be such a thing? He did not think about it anymore. He took a picture of the tree. He thought the tree would break apart under his own hand, but he did not expect that the tree was not broken, but his body was hit and flew. The strong air wave made it impossible for him to fight back. Bang! The giant tree hit the middle-aged man's body on top of another giant tree. The powerful force made his body squeeze out of shape and die on the spot. Those left at the door of the strong feel something wrong, also ignore what, toward the second daughter. But it hasn't taken a few steps, and a few strong wind blades are coming. As soon as their eyes shrink, they quickly retreat. There are several deep pits in the same place, which shows the power of the wind blade. Who is it? Who is in the dark? Come out. Stop Bai Li Xiong's daughter quickly, this person can threaten Bai Li Xiong. Several exclamations were heard, and one of the old men with terrible breath left. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Bai Li Ice. A group of rubbish from Huaxia Wudao Bureau, I must do it in person. Sorry, little girl, you can't go. The voice of indifference falls, the old man slaps toward the back of Bai Li Ice. I'm about to shoot Bai Li Ice, hiss. There was a sharp sound of breaking the sky in the air. I saw a long sword like a meteorite across the sky. With a roar of strength. The old man didn't have the slightest fear, and the long sword was pulled out from his waist. The two swords collided, and the sound of gold and iron mingling resounded. Two swords fly out together. One of the swords fell on Zhuya's not far away. When she saw the sword, she subconsciously covered her mouth. This sword is familiar to her. Cut dragon sword. Her sword made by Zhu family. At this moment, her steps suddenly stopped. Bai Li Ice noticed something was wrong and hastened to say, Zhuya, what are you doing? You can't walk anymore. Zhuya's mouth showed a smile, beautiful eyes such as water, excited voice sounded, Ice son, we don't have to go, he's coming. Who's here? Bai Li Ice is in a daze, but also stops. Yi Chen. Hearing Yi Chen's two words, Bai Li Bing was stunned at first, then her eyes were overjoyed to the extreme. It was just in time for the evil spirit to come. Sure enough, a figure came out of the jungle. It was a young man. The youth's body is straight, his hands are behind him, his eyes are covered with a trace of cold, and a faint breath is around him. The old man in the distance was staring at the youth and said, Who are you? Why do you want to damage my good deeds of Zhou Yan? Obviously, this powerful old man is called Zhou Yan. The young man went to the middle of the two girls and ignored him. Instead, he said, What are you two women doing here in Qinling? Bai Li Bing saw that it was really Yi Chen. He took a breath and directly found a stone and sat down. Yi Chen, come here. I can't bear it. I'll give it to you next time. You kill hard, I won't catch you. With joy in her eyes, Zhu Yimei bowed slightly, Mr. Yi, we have met again. Yi Chen nods. He actually has a good feeling for Zhuya. In Huiyan province at that time, if Zhuya did not come forward, the consequences would be unimaginable. He reached out his hand and held it over Zhuya's slender arm. Those guys are responsible for these injuries? Zhuya laughed, Mr. Yi, it's no big problem. It's just some minor injuries. Then I'll take it as a group of people. Yi Chen's tone suddenly cooled down. Seeing Yi Chen appear, Zhou Yan is in love with his second daughter. He has no intention to pay attention to him. His face is red with anger. Stinky boy, are you listening to me? You can't die. Language down, he 5 fingers a grip, the sword fly back to his palm, is toward Yi Chen and go. Noisy. Yi Chen roared and the sword flew back to his palm. The other side is also separated, but Yi Chen has the determination to crush. A silver sword light, like a dragon and a snake, ripping away toward Zhou Yan. Not only that, but Zhou Yan's sword broke directly. Get out of here. The cold light in Yi Chen's eyes flashed by, and madly mobilized the true qi in his body, and the blood dragon's empty shadow directly gushed out. With a burst of roar, the red light of the dragon's sword in Yi Chen's hands flickers. In the midst of a roar, out of the rage. Just for a moment, Yi Chen's sword in his hands suddenly vibrated. The red light suddenly blooms, like the sun rising into the sky. A stream of sword chi condensed into essence. The essence of sword chi. This is a means that only the strong people above Zhenyuan can achieve. And Yi Chen at the moment in the blood dragon's assistance, even across a realm to do. How could it be? Seeing Yi Chen burst out with such an amazing momentum and feeling the terror and killing opportunity emanating from Yi Chen at the moment, Zhou Yan has no time to react and wants to retreat, but the sword shadow transformed into essence has penetrated Zhou Yan. There's only a blood mist left. Chapter 409. Originally, several people wanted to do it together, but when they saw Zhou Yan dead under Yi Chen's sword, they were completely stunned. No one moved. They know Zhou Yan's strength. In China, it is very difficult for ordinary warriors to compete. Not to mention such a young boy. But the picture of Zhou Yan being killed completely appears in front of them. The key is that they don't have the courage to bear Yi Chen's sword now. Yi Chen takes back the dragon's sword. His eyes fall on Zhuya and Bai Li Bing's body and says, "How can you appear here?" Bai Li Bing stood up, looked at some people in the distance, and explained, "Zhuya and I were originally working in Sichuan province. On the way, I received a call from my home. They hesitated, as if they wanted me to go back to my family. I realized that something was wrong. I asked a lot of people and found that my father could have an accident in the Qinling Mountains. I was supposed to come alone, but Zhuya didn't. Don't worry. I'll follow you." Bai Li Bing knows that Yi Chen is the only one who can help her. She believes in Yi Chen regardless of her strength or character. From Jiangqing to Jiangnan province, then to Huyan province and Beijing, she has been paying close attention to Yi Chen, just to know how far this person can go. The things she didn't believe were done by Yi Chen. Now the appearance of Yi Chen is undoubtedly the best development. Yi Chen, the deeper Zhuya and I went, the more we found that things were not so simple. Many experts and forces appeared in the Qinling Mountains. When the General Administration of Martial Arts in China and those old men knew my identity, they even wanted to kill me. Absolutely wrong. What's more, Zhuya and I killed a man before, and we learned from each other that there might be something wrong with my father. No matter what, Yi Chen, you must take me in. My Bailey Ice or Bailey family owes you a great favor. Bai Li Bing's voice is very serious. Zhuya took a look at Yi Chen. She didn't want Yi Chen to be bound by Bailey Ice. She said, "Mr. Yi, if you don't agree, we won't be hard for you. We're very grateful that you can save us." Yi Chen's eyes fell on that group of people, and the corner of his mouth outlined a sneer. "Even if you don't let me interfere in this matter, I'll also intervene. Let's go, I'll take you in." At the moment, the whole body of Yi Chen releases evil spirit, and the cold killing opportunity covers it. Bai Li Bing and Zhuya follow Yi Chen, and they go to the place where they are pulling the warning line. Several people from the General Bureau of Chinese Martial Arts and 2 other practitioners took a look at Yi Chen and subconsciously blocked the front entrance. One of the strong men in the General Administration of Martial Arts said, "I'd like to tell you 2 adults. This son is called Yi Chen. He is the enemy of Master Zheng and our General Bureau of Martial Arts in China. This son is extremely arrogant. Please join us to kill this son. Once this son stepped into the land of the dragon vein, the consequences would be unimaginable." The 2 adults nodded. Although they were afraid, if they joined hands, they might not fall behind. No matter how the other side says that there is only one person, the key still has 2 encumbrances. It's easy to kill him. This man killed our elder martial brother of Duanhuan sect. If we don't kill him, we can't explain to the elder martial brother inside. Let's do it together. We can't spare any strength. One of the old men with white eyebrows said. The old man with white eyebrow is Qiu Tianlei, and his other younger martial brother is Cui Qianjue. Both of them are disciples of the Broken Souls sect who have entered the separation and separation realm. Qiu Tianlei and Cui Qianjue are on the second floor and Cui Qianjue is on the first floor. Together with these ancient warriors from the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau, it's enough to kill a boy who has just stepped into the Lihe realm. Do it. Not one of them. Qiu Tianlei roars, a sword toward Yi Chen. A cold hum, the long black sword buzzing, black light. This touch of black light, particularly strange, people feel scared. Brush brush. The sword danced and the smoke rolled. Sword across the land, as if the wind swept, waves surging. Cui Qian is not weak. He holds a long knife in the palm of his hand and strides out step by step to get the key point of Yi Chen. Stab! Bursts of tearing sound came. This moment the two broken soul of the disciples go all the way. Not only that, those masters of the general administration of Chinese martial arts also went to Zhuye and Bai Li Bing. It is impossible for them to deal with Yi Chen, but it is enough to distract Yi Chen with the danger of these two girls. Yi Chen indifferently looked at the crowd and said to the second daughter, "You hide behind me and give me 3 seconds." He didn't want to waste time. Bai Lixiong didn't know what kind of crisis he was in. Although he has nothing to do with Beilixiang, the benefits are worth his doing. In an instant, Yi Chen's body is surging with a breath of cold, the kind of cold deep into the bone marrow. The sound of dragon chanting resounds. A blood dragon directly rushed out of Yi Chen's body and flew to the height of 100 meters, looking down at the people from above. Cui Qianjue and Qiu Tianlei see this scene, their faces change greatly. Just want to talk. Yi Chen moved. Blood dragon, come on. Yi Chen roared, and the blood dragon on the sky dived down and directly rushed into the sword in Yi Chen's hand. Qianlong cuts the sky. The light of blood evil breaks out on the body of the sword, and the sword of chopping the dragon is turned into swords. Boom! The ultimate light, like a rainbow running through the sun, cuts through the sky, opens the sword meaning and the shadow of the sword, and goes straight to the two disciples of the Broken Soul sect. Blood Dragon's blessing, let Yi Chen's strength continue to be strong. Deneng of the Samsara Cemetery said that the Blood Dragon is his real card. Although he is the same as these two people, but with the Blood Dragon, he is enough to crush the clutch. One sword startles ghosts and gods. With the improvement of Yi Chen's strength, he becomes more and more powerful. It's a move that's coming out of nowhere. Powerful killing machine, in an instant toward the two people shrouded away. Not good. Seeing Yi Chen's sword as powerful as thunder, breaking through all of them, they look very surprised. They want to retreat, but it is impossible. The key is that they have practiced for so many years. They have never heard of a practitioner who can gather the blood dragon on the sword. The key force is several times stronger. What the hell is this operation? Boom! The place where the sword's meaning reaches, completely explodes, a burst of light chants, and the sword light soars to the sky in an instant. This sword swept out, fast to the extreme, like thunder across the sky. In a flash, the sky was full of sword chi, and the cold was pressing. The whirling wind, like the howling of evil spirits, takes people's heart and soul. Bang! A sword fell, the two people directly shake fly, and Yi Chen has rushed out, 5 fingers for claws, directly twist Cui Qianjue's head. Blood spray. Younger martial brother. Qiu Tianlei roared and wanted to help, but he couldn't protect himself. Before he could speak out, the young man who twisted off his younger brother's head had appeared in front of him. The youth seemed to hold a flame in his hand and hit Qiu Tianlei hard. When the fire broke out, Qiu Tianlei was instantly submerged in the sea of fire. No one dares to stop where I want to go. A voice of indifference fell slowly. Chapter 410. The faces of those people changed a lot. I wanted to take the second daughter to hold Yi Chen in check, but I didn't expect that the two strong men like gods in their eyes could not even hold up for 3 seconds in Yi Chen's hand. What strength is Yi Chen? It's frightening to the extreme. Just when they were about to touch Bailey Ice and Zhuya, a cold and proud figure had already fallen. That pair of cold eyes just stare at them like this. They stopped at the same pace, and their bodies were stiff. Yi Chen can even kill the strong men of the Broken Soul Gate, not to mention them. Mr. Yi, please let us go. Plop. Zheng Renjue, the leader, was about to kneel down and beg for mercy. Yi Chen has already moved. Vaguely between, can only see a shadow around a few people through. Everywhere you go, it's all blood. At the moment, Yi Chen seems to be on his own, killing thousands of troops, sweeping the sky and earth, harvesting life. Those people don't even have the right to beg for mercy and kneel down. Now he's like a demon coming out. Cold death covers. In the jungle, the silence is to the extreme. Bailey Ice looked silly. She knew Yi Chen was very strong, but she didn't know it was so strong. This strength almost catches up with her father and those top family strongmen. She had no idea that there would be a young man in Huaxia to achieve such an achievement. When Bai Li Bing was surprised, Yi Chen had already returned to the original place and said to Zhuya and Bai Li Bing, "Come on, next, you two must follow me. You can't leave me 10 meters." "Yes, Mr. Yi." Bai Li Bing changed her address unconsciously. Zhu Yamei, eyes such as water, did not speak, has quietly come to Yi Chen's side. She always believed that she would feel at ease with this man. Yi Chen goes to the deep, his eyes are extremely serious. There was so much blood in it that at least 1,000 people died. Who could have thought that such a thing would happen deep in the Qinling Mountains? Along the way, are corpses, countless trees have been mercilessly cut, sword marks, knife marks everywhere. The marks of bullets and weapons of mass are extremely clear. "Mr. Yi, do you know why the general administration of martial arts in China is so? They should have come to rescue the Iron Camp and my dad. Bailey Ice is a wonderful road." Yi Chen picked up a sword on the ground, glanced at it, and replied, "Only interests can make the existence of this level rebel. This interest enables them to abandon even the state. This is the root of human nature. It's not just Zheng Renjue. Next, no one will believe it. Except your father, remember what I said." Bai Li nodded his head and said nothing more. Juya also picked up a few pieces, looked carefully, and even touched her fingers. A trace of blood oozed out. She quickly seized Yi Chen's hand and said in surprise, "Mr. Yi, this is a fragment of a spirit sword. It's of high grade, but it's broken. It shows what kind of strength it is to smash this sword. As far as I know, there are few powerful people in the martial arts circle of China. What's going on here? To shatter so many bodies and weapons?" Zhu's ancestors all cast swords. In this respect, she has enough right to speak. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny am I, thought of what, open away, want to know what happened here, very simple, can be reunited. Zhuya frowned when she heard the words, "Mr. Yi, there is no camera equipment here, and no one can take pictures. How can we reunite?" Yi Chen holds that piece of fragment in the palm of the hand, sneer, "Look at his." With that, Yi Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. It seems that Zhuya and Bai Li Bing are more and more suspicious. What is Mr. Yi going to do? Practice? The next second, Yi Chen pinched his finger, then gently danced in the air, and drew a rune directly. Step into the way of talisman, he will display some skills will be more simple and powerful. A strange rune suddenly appeared in the air in front of him. He released his hand, and a fragment floated up, clinging to the rune. The way to the end. Yi Chen keeps saying something in his mouth. Can break the vitality, thousands of miles to find people. With Yi Chen's speaking speed getting faster and faster, the runes and fragments in front of him even float up. Next second, direct combustion. The flame is blue. It even forms a strange shape. Now! Yi Chen bites his finger and shoots out a blood essence. When the blood essence hits the flame, the fire lights up. This time, there was a picture in the air. It's like a projector. In the picture, a middle-aged man with a Chinese face stands in the center, surrounded by 20 strong men in combat uniforms. A medal is engraved on the chest of the combat uniform. On the medal, there are 3 bronzing words of Iron and Blood Camp. Bailey Ice saw the picture in front of her. Her eyes were surprised and subconsciously covered her mouth. Dad. Red eyes. More tears. But Zhuya is trembling, slightly open mouth, beautiful eyes, colorful waves, deeply staring at Yi Chen. Beautiful face is full of shock. She knows everything about Chinese martial arts and Taoism, but no one can use this kind of magic art. This is almost beyond her understanding. The key is how the man did it. At this moment, countless conjectures flew through his mind, but Huaxia's current scientific system could not explain it at all. Yi Chen's eyes are fixed on the picture. In the picture, Beixiang and 20 people in the Iron Blood camp are surrounded by a group of strong men inside and outside. There are many dangers. Zheng Rinjue is also among them. Not only that, but also dozens of powerful practitioners whose eyes twinkle with indifference and madness. Bai Li Xiong did not frown, holding a big knife in his hand. The cold killing machine released, staring at Zheng Rinjue, angrily said, "Zheng Rinjue, has Huaxia treated you badly? Did you forget who gave you blood?" Zheng Rinjue's eyes were indifferent and his hands were behind him. He opened his mouth and said, "100 Li Xiong, you can't intervene in the dragon veins of Qinling Mountains. As long as you abandon your accomplishments and let my people erase their memories, I can give you a way to live. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you still have a chance to win in front of so many people." Bai Li Xiong laughed, and his furious voice resounded, "Even if I died in battle, I would die for China. I shed blood to my country, to my children. And you, Zheng Rinjue, can only live in the world. Iron and Blood camp, dare you fight a bloody way? Dare!" Bursts of roar ring through the mountains, a bloodthirsty war broke out. In the picture, Bai Li Xiong shuttles through the crowd, and everywhere he goes, he is in a mess. Blood, broken arms, death, cold, covering the battlefield. Chapter 411. Yi Chen witnessed the power of Bai Li Xiong in the picture. This strength and combat experience are far above him. Every blow of Beixiang can kill 3 or 4 powerful martial arts masters. Bullets shot at them. Bai Li Xiong didn't mean to stop him. His qi was released. The bullet hit him and suddenly twisted, which showed his strength. At the moment, Beixiang is a killing tank, any damage to the existence of the Iron Camp, all dead. He has no pity at all. He is not only a warrior, but also an iron soldier. He had no pity for such a traitor. "Zheng Rinjue, if you have seed, fight with me." Bai Li Xiong sounded a startling roar. Holding a big knife full of blood, he decided to go to Zheng Ren without hesitation. This sword has a long shadow and a black-red light. The wind is blowing around. The trees nearby are toppling. You can see Waikali. Zheng Rinjue saw the corner of his mouth but showed a smile. He knew that he was not Bai Li Xiong's opponent, but he didn't panic at all. He looked at several old people around him, a few adults. Beixiang may have something about this dragon vein given to him by the Chinese authorities. "Please take him down." One of the old men with sparse hair nodded. "Once we get the dragon vein, we will take 8 layers of broken soul gate, and the remaining 2 layers will be equally divided by your major forces." Hearing this, Zheng Rinjue's face changed greatly, and his eyes even had a trace of killing intention. However, the killing intention was fleeting. He laughed and agreed, "It's right to take 8 floors in the soul-breaking gate." Several old people nodded, and the next second, they went to Beixiang. Beixiang is strong, but it is far from enough in their eyes. When the sound of gold and iron sounds, Bai Li Xiong is surrounded by the practitioners of the broken soul gate. There is no way to live. He took a look at the brothers in the iron camp behind him, dead and wounded. The veins in his neck burst out and he was furious to the extreme. Who could have thought that this time it was a trap? Inside out. A bunch of despicable traitors. Beast! These brothers of Taixuing followed him for many years. They did not know how many foreigners they had killed. Anbang Huaxia. But now they are going to be mercilessly killed by our compatriots. Get out of here. With a roar, he set up a long knife and went away. Dong! Such as Hongzhong collision, friends spread and open. Bai Li Xiong's body suddenly vibrated. The huge crisis came, and Bai Li Xiong forced his knife to fight against him in the roar. The mantis can't do anything to stop the car. Looking at the broadsword coming from the crossbar, the strong men of the broken soul gate showed a trace of disdain. The wind howled. Kill Intention Roar, Volume Anime, the sky is dark and windy. Flying sand and stone, the wind like a giant beast, toward all directions devour and come. Balixiang almost to one enemy 10, but in the face of the endless means of broken soul door or fell into fatigue, his whole body instantly covered with countless wounds, blood flow all over the body, to the extreme. But even if he was in a mess, he also killed 3 strong men of the broken soul gate. The roar was replaced by a dull piercing sound. Head flying, blood gushing. And Bai Lixiong also smashed out and became a bloody man. General. 4 seriously wounded soldiers are protecting Balixiang. Eyes determined. If the general dies, they are willing to fight with blood. 4 people killed Red Eyes, one of them broken arm, still guarding Bai Lixiong. The world, this moment is quiet. At the moment, Balixiang and the remaining 4 strong Iron School camp were surrounded by countless strong men and fell into silence. Balixiang spits out a mouthful of blood, eyes full of perseverance. At this time, Jingrenjue came out of the crowd and said, Bai Lixiong is a general at all. He has a bright future. Why? Although your strength is at the tip of the pyramid of Chinese martial arts and Taoism, you are facing forces in the depth of Kunlun Mountain. Although they are not strong in Kunlun, they have been to Kunlun Su. There are some things that you cannot resist if you want to resist. Look, how many brothers died behind you. You killed all these people. I know you have something about the Qinling dragon vein that Huaxia No. 1 gave you. Now take it out and I'll give you a whole body. In Zheng Renjue's eyes, he has been invincible. China's famous 100 Lixiong in front of him so embarrassed, let him very enjoy. It's the joy of crushing, the joy of the winner. Bai Lixiong vomited out a mouthful of blood, bah. Don't you, beast, know that the dragon vein has been seized, that the provincial and municipal plenary session of China's Qinling Mountains is in trouble, and hundreds of millions of Chinese people will be affected? Do you want your bad name to be known by all of China? Zheng Ren definitely sneered, the dead will keep secrets. After you all die, who will know? I will still sit in my position as the director of the General Administration of Martial Arts in China. Maybe when I become strong, your position will be mine. You can rest assured that I will go to your funeral. It wasn't enough to say that. There was a gloomy smile on the corner of his mouth. I heard that you have a beautiful little daughter, and I will propose marriage when the time comes. My son is now a waste man, and your beautiful daughter will marry my son. Ha 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 ha. She will never know that her father-in-law is her father-in-law's enemy. After Zheng Renjue finished, he looked at Bai Lixiong's face and wanted to see what kind of reaction he would have after hearing the news. Bai Lixiong's eyes are red with blood. Even if the sky rage, but also know the situation. He has to survive. The next second, a golden rune appeared in his hand. His blood was stained on the rune and was thrown out directly. In an instant, the smoke and dust cover the site. Let's go. Balixiang and the remaining 4 soldiers of the Iron and Blood camp went to the depth. Want to run? It's not that easy. Chase. Zheng Renjue and countless figures behind him quickly swept away. Great momentum. The picture disappears. Yi Chen's heart shock and anger cannot be increased. He and Jingren decided to have a feud. He thought the other party was just aiming at himself. Now it seems that this kind of moth is so mean. As the general of China and the Iron and Blood camp as an important force to protect the country, Jingren never paid any attention to it. For his own selfish desire, he did everything he could. It's hard for nature if he doesn't kill him. He looked at Bailey Ice. At the moment, Bailey Ice clenched her hands, her nails were deeply embedded in her flesh, and her palm was covered with blood. Her eyes were extremely cold, and her pale face was only angry. Zheng Renjue. Bai Li Bing's fist hit a huge tree beside him, and his fist even hit bleeding. She was so angry. Chapter 412. Zhuya looked at Bai Li Bing's appearance. Her heart ached to the extreme. She quickly grasped Bai Li Bing's hand. Bing heir, Uncle Bailey is still alive now. What we need is not to vent, but to find Uncle Bailey. At this time, you must calm down. Bai Li Bing nodded, thought of what, the eyes fell on Yi Chen's body. Next second, plop. Kneel directly in front of Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I know that this trip is very dangerous. I also asked Mr. Yi to help my father. As long as Mr. Yi saves his father, I will be a bull and a horse for you all my life. Words fall, the head of Bailey ices to the ground. Yi Chen saw this scene, the arm gently waved, a strong air wave swept from the ground, forcefully pulled up the 100-mile ice. You don't have to kneel down on me. Your father, I will save you. I have a long history of enmity with the General Administration of Martial Arts in China. I will kill Jing Rinjue. I will save your father and the surviving soldiers. Let's go in without saying much. Bailey Ice's beautiful eyes twinkled with a trace of excitement and nodded heavily. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen didn't speak much and picked up 2 common stones from the ground. 2 ancient characters were engraved on the stone. The ordinary stone even spilled a trace of aura. He gave the 2 stones to Zhuye and Bai Li Bing, and said, take this stone. If you are in danger, throw it out. At least you can solve some problems. Zhuye and Bai Li Bing took the stone. Although they were confused, they also knew that Yi Chen could not give them useless things. They held on tightly. Thank you, Mr. Yi. There can't be any more delay. Get in. Yi Chen holds the dragon sword in his hand and goes towards the deep. There is already a trace of dragon chi around him. The appearance of this dragon chi makes the small dragon vein in his reincarnation cemetery shake up. With the power of the origin, the excitement of the small dragon is undoubtedly to see its own kind. Yi Chen knows very well that it is extremely dangerous. His strongest attack is the first sword of the blood dragon combined with the intention of breaking the sky sword. However, it is impossible for this sword to deal with so many strong people. After all, the strength of the practitioners inside is more than a little higher than that of Zhou Yan. He had no choice but to try the second sword with the intention of breaking the sky sword. He never used the second sword, but when he killed Dao Jun, it was a series of visions, which showed terror. Only at a certain cost. At the same time, 10 li behind Yi Chen, a force is equally in death. Jiang Jianfeng is the leader. Jiang Jianfeng is followed by several hidden strongmen of the Jiang family and Jiang Haitian. Jiang Jianfeng always felt that things were not so simple. The old man hurriedly asked him to go to Qinling Mountains. He said that he got the news. Many forces sent people to Qinling Mountains to get a piece of the cake. As for what the soup was, he had no idea. After a while, his mobile phone rang. Jiang Jianfeng frowned and looked at the number and knew it was the old man's. He pressed the answer button. Dad, what did you want me to do here in Qinling? We found a lot of corpses here. It seems that there is a tendency of war. What's wrong with Qinling? There was a pause at the end of the phone, and then a serious and old voice rang out, Sword Edge, the dragon vein of Qinling Mountain has been broken, and countless forces and families have gone deep into it. I ordered you to step into Qinling with the master of Jiang family, just to strive for a share of this opportunity. The dragon vein is the most important existence in China. If you get it, you can keep the family standing for thousands of years. Jiang Jianfeng's face changed slightly and he was surprised. Dad, what do you mean? Do you want me to guard the dragon vein, or? Before he had finished speaking, Mr. Jiang said, guard the dragon vein? I have given Jiang Haitian a treasure. It should be able to hold some dragon veins. No matter what the result is, I want you to take as many dragons as possible. At all costs. Once you take it, it won't be long before the position of the master of the Jiang family will be yours. Hearing this, Jiang Jianfeng is completely out of order. He never expected that the old man would spy on the dragon veins of Qinling Mountains. This is crazy. Once the dragon vein is destroyed, there will be no suppression, and all the cities near the dragon vein may collapse. For China, this is a disaster. Dad, the dragon veins are. No, but you have no choice. Speed into it, Beixiang should not live long. As far as I know, there is the shadow of the General Bureau of Chinese Martial Arts. Maybe they have already defected. If you waste a minute, you will waste some opportunities. Go. If I'm right, there's a scuffle going on right now. This is your best chance to get involved directly. Your purpose is not to kill people, but the dragon veins of Qinling Mountains. The phone was just hung up. Jiang Haishan came to Jiang Jianfeng's side and said, "Young master, it's not too late. Let's go on the road." The master is extremely concerned about this matter. Besides, even if we don't take the dragon vein, other forces will take it. This dragon vein will not affect the trend of the capital. Some ordinary people will die when they die. The interests of the Jiang family are great. Jiang Jianfeng sighed a long sigh, or toward the deep, now can only take a step to see a step. If the Jiang family had a chance, he would try to stop it. He has not been aboveboard in his life. He has killed and harmed many people, but he can't do such a thing against his conscience. At the moment, Yichen feels that the spirit of the dragon vein is getting stronger and stronger. The closer you are to it, the more you can feel the change of Samsara Cemetery. This change is not only from the small dragon vein, but also from the tombstone. The cracks in the tombstone are getting bigger and bigger, as if there is a force to rush out. Is it possible that the great power will take the initiative again? When Yichen was thinking, a voice came into his mind. "Boy, if you get the dragon vein inside the reincarnation graveyard, and you will benefit immensely." Yichen was almost a mouthful of old blood. He resolutely refused, "Don't even think about this dragon vein. If my benefit is based on the life and death of hundreds of millions of Chinese people, don't worry about it." The old voice did not ring again, as if in silence. Yichen doesn't care about each other, and his eyes fall on a valley below. There are hundreds of people outside the valley. They are standing by a cave. Above the cave, there is a lifelike dragon. Yichen has heard of 6 dragon veins in China, each of which has an anti-sky array guard. In the array, there is a huge sacrificial platform, which is the beginning of the dragon vein. If the power of the sacrificial platform is damaged, the protection of the dragon vein will be weak. It seems that in the long river of years, the array used to protect the dragon veins of Qinling Mountains has been weakened a lot. Those forces did not know what treasure they got and broke the array. Chapter 413. Yichen and his second daughter looked down at the situation below, and did not find Beixiang and Jingrenjue and others below. No accident, these people should have entered the cave. "Mr. Yi, how can we go down? The strength of these 100 people cannot be underestimated. Can you notice the guns in their hands?" There was a trace of worry in her eyes. Yichen Mao's son shrinks, surprised. "Wei, that gun has a problem." Zhu Ye nodded. "If I'm not wrong, this gun is a special weapon produced by a mysterious military-industrial organization in China. It is also a test object. It is specially used to deal with ancient warriors and practitioners. Although its strength is not too strong, if there are dozens of them, the problem will be serious. These people have this kind of weapon in their hands. It seems that some departments in China have been eroded by moths for a long time. Mr. Yi, if we force down, there will be danger." Yichen Mao's son Tiny Mai, "Just want to talk, a few familiar figures but toward this side." When he saw these familiar people, his face changed slightly. "Jiang Jianfeng. My uncle. How did he come?" Not only Jiang Jianfeng, but also Jiang Haishan and other experts he has never seen. Can't Jiang family sit still in the face of Chinese dragon veins? Jiang Jianfeng obviously did not expect that there would be so many people here. The breadth of these people and the weapons in their hands are extremely dangerous. There was obviously something wrong with the information the old man gave him. The war was over and he came late. He took a look at the cave entrance and estimated that a large number of people had already entered the land of dragon veins. "Young master, we'll hold this man down later. You try to get into the cave. The master has given us a death order, either die or send you in." Jiang Haishan seriously said that the long sword on his waist showed signs of scabbard. The strong men of Jiang family behind him are all ready to go. At this time, a figure came towards Jiang Jianfeng from afar. "Oh, Isn't this the young master of the Jiang family? You are a big man in the sun on the list of Chinese masters. What brings you here? Said a man in a combat suit. Jiang Jianfeng saw the man and snorted coldly, Wang Xingbing, can't I travel to Qinling Mountains? Jiang Jianfeng naturally recognized this man. A few days ago, in the first battle of Wudoutai, his opponent was Wang Xingbing. In the end, Wang Xingbing was defeated in his hands, and he also replaced Wang Xingbing. The two had a long history of feud. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. The matter of Wudoutai has made Wang Xingbing feel extremely depressed these days. Now I see Jiang Jianfeng, and my natural enemies are envious. Only this time, he has the initiative, because he has a decisive position in the General Bureau of Chinese Martial Arts. And Qinling Lingmai must be mastered by Master Zheng of the General Administration of Martial Arts in China. Travel? Wang Xingbing sneered, the Qinling Mountains are not shitting. Are you going to travel? What's more, with so many experts, I think you're drunk, not in the bar. Jiang Jianfeng's eyes congealed and sneered, Wang Xingbing, don't talk to me about anything. Why do you come here? Why do we come here? As far as I know, Qinling is the land of China. It should not be your Wang Xingbing's alone. Although there are many strong men behind Wang Xingbing, Jiang Jianfeng is naturally not afraid. With that, Jiang Jianfeng said to the strong Jiang family behind him, let's go. Yes. Just before Jiang Jianfeng was ready to head for the entrance of the mountain, Wang Xingbing lifted his arm slightly, and in an instant dozens of people blocked Jiang Jianfeng. Jiang Jianfeng's eyes suddenly turned cold and said, do you really want to stop our Jiang family? You should not represent the general administration of Chinese martial arts. Wang Xingbing shook his head and said, Jiang Jianfeng, I may not be able to represent him at other times, but Master Zheng is in there. He has issued a death order. Any forcible intruder, kill. In words, the dozens of powerful men in the general administration of martial arts and Taoism in China raised their weapons and all aimed at Jiang Jianfeng. As long as Wang Xingbing says a word, Jiang Jianfeng is bound to be dangerous. Jiang Jianfeng could only suppress all kinds of anger in his heart. He snorted coldly and waved his big hand, let's go. It is impossible for us to enter the land of dragon veins. We have to think of another way. Just as Jiang Jianfeng and Jiang Haishan were ready to turn around and leave, a faint voice sounded, did I let you go? Master Zheng left a word. Anyone who enters here can't stay. Do it. The next second, Jiang Jianfeng's face changed greatly. He felt the cold killing opportunity behind him. His body twisted and turned into a remnant shadow in place and went to one side. He didn't think that Wang Xingbing was also a master of China. His means were so mean. Even dodging, a special bullet had broken through the barrier on his body's surface and entered his left hand that he can feel the blood in his left hand as if it coagulates. As long as he exerts force, the speed of coagulation will be accelerated. Everyone is scattered. Get out of here first. Jiang Jianfeng can't care about everything. His feet gather strength and go in one direction. At this time, several people came back from behind. As the top 10 Chinese masters, even one hand is enough to deal with these people. He grasped it with 5 fingers, and a sword on the ground appeared in his palm. The strength swept over him. He retreated and went towards the dark shadows around him. The sword meaning twinkles, several Chinese martial arts General Bureau strong person instantaneous head-body separation. How could you know that you were like a swordsman in Jiangtai? A yell came, Wang Xingbing appeared in the hands of 2 black axes. This is his life weapon. No matter what, since he met Jiang Jianfeng today, he will not let the other party leave. Roar of the axe, volume animation, dark wind. Every step Wang Xingbing took, the ground would shake. Not good. Looking at Wang Xingbing's attack, Jiang Jianfeng's heart thumped. Get out of here. With a strong breath, Jiang Jianfeng resisted with his sword. Ding! I just heard a sharp crash, which exploded in an instant. The sword in his hand broke directly. Jiang Jianfeng breathed a breath, with a look of horror, like a broken kite, was directly shaken away. Touch! After flying 10 meters, Jiang Jianfeng fell into the grass in the distance. Poop! The qi and blood in the body is rolling, the internal organs are broken like glass, and the whole skeleton is like falling apart. Jiang Jianfeng's face was pale. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently. He found that Wang Xingbing's strength was even stronger. Although there is a big gap in weapons, although he was hit by the special bullet, it is impossible to have such a big gap if it is not seen in a few days. Chapter 4:14. Wang Xingbing sneered and walked towards Jiang Jianfeng step by step. Are you surprised that my strength has become so much stronger? Jiang Jianfeng did not speak, forced himself to stand up. Wang Xingbing, holding a huge axe, said word by word, although ancient martial arts are powerful, science is not weak. The bullets shot into your body are the most cutting-edge technology in the world. They can not only solidify your blood, make you unable to use strength, but also reduce your accomplishments. Also, I have some special drugs injected into my body. It's easy to kill you. Jiang Jianfeng's eyes were cold and his fists clenched. This kind of trick can only be used by waste. I can kill you in Wudaotai that day, but I can do the same today. Ha ha ha, Jiang Jianfeng. I'm afraid you didn't understand the situation. You are no different from little mole ants in my eyes, and want to resist. Today, I will tear you into pieces. 2 giant axes make a tiger grow wind. Wang Xingbing's face is ferocious to the extreme. Today, he will use this double evil axe to display his skills and turn Jiang Jianfeng into a dead soul under the axe. Kill! Think of this, a burst of howling, Wang Xingbing again toward the river sword front and go. Boom! Jiang Jianfeng only heard a loud noise, and Wang Xingbing's double axes sent out the breath of frightening the earth. Boundless air waves swept up, but in a flash, these waves turned into storms, and the scarlet light covered the sky and the earth. The strong and sharp air, but also will Jiang Jianfeng the whole body of the giant trees broken. Means to heaven. The meaning of the axe is like thousands of beasts rushing forward, as if the tide will sweep the front of the river. I didn't show my martial arts skills that day, but today I can make you feel it. Seeing the red air surging, Jiang Jianfeng's pupil couldn't help but shrink for a moment. He snorted coldly, ignoring everything. Just about to start, a black light came out. Ding! I saw a cold sword breaking through the sky and hitting the axe. The sound is clear, and the fire is shining violently. Wang Xingbing's face changed greatly. He has a master. He was just about to react, only to find a young man standing in front of him. The familiar face of the young man was clear to him. Yi Chen. It is the enemy of Master Zheng. If it had not been for too many things recently, Master Zheng would have sent someone to deal with Yi Chen. The value of Dragon Vein is far more than Yi Chen. This is one of the reasons why Yi Chen can live so long. Jiang Jianfeng's expression is strange to the extreme. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would appear here? The key is that there is no force behind him. What is he doing in Qinling? He's my uncle. You can't move. If you do, my mother won't like it. Yi Chen light words fall. He naturally found Wang Xingbing body breath strange, that medicine and enhance the strength of the pill almost, but the side effect is extremely big. Wang Xingbing's eyes twinkled with anger. Yi Chen, it's just right for you to come. If I take your head to give it to Master Zheng, maybe Master Zheng will be happy, and I will have the blessing of dragon veins. You think too much. I only give you a choice, do it yourself or do I do it? Wang Xingbing seemed to hear some funny joke. Do you want me to do it? Move your mother. Boom! While speaking, Wang Xingbing's double axes were dancing fiercely. Air waves, such as giant tiger toward Yi Chen. But in the blink of an eye, the giant tiger is killed in front of Yi Chen. That strong sense of axe, swept by the speed, is too fast. Heaven and earth seem to solidify. Yi Chen's retreat in all directions is sealed. There is no escape. Yi Chen, be careful. This guy's strength is very strong. Jiang Jianfeng reminds us. Yi Chen did not speak. The blood dragon gushed out of his body, pinched the finger, and the talisman of his life was also sacrificed. He drew a rune on the spot. Thunderbolt, fall. Boom. Words fall, the sky seems to change color, a sudden formation of a thunder cloud, is constantly issued deafening hissing. Crackling. The next moment, in the sharp roar, the thunder suddenly fell down. Gu Ping cannot live up to his Linghai test. Wow! In the critical moment when Wang Xingbing rushed out of the golden light, the thunder light slanted down all over the sky. If the Milky Way falls in the 9th day, the terrible thunder light will devour Wang Xingbing in the roar. Ah! Surrounded by thunder light, Wang Xingbing's body trembled, and his feet were severely stunned. His mouth was full of heartrending roars. This is thunder and lightning. Who could have thought that this young boy could lead to the sky thunder above Zhouxiao? Can he resist the thunder and lightning? Under the destruction of the majestic energy, Wang Xingbing's face twisted and he struggled madly. The bodies of the other strong men of the General Administration of Chinese Martial Arts were even more blown apart. Wang Xingbing subconsciously wants to block with a giant axe, but he didn't expect that the axe absorbed the thunder and lightning and penetrated his whole body instead. His body was suddenly black, and there were cracks. Puffs of smoke swept through. Everything is quiet. In the thick smoke, he saw Wang Xingbing bending down and kneeling on the ground. If it wasn't for the support of the double axes in his hands, he would not even have the qualification to kneel down. You! Wang Xingbing just wanted to speak. Yi Chen's arm gently waved, and his head was directly cut off. Yi Chen no longer hesitates and turns to look at Jiang Jianfeng, whose eyes are dull at the moment. Jiang Jianfeng is like a ghost now. This Yi Chen is what means, Blood Dragon Empty Shadow also calculate, now incredibly even sky thunder and lightning can trigger. This kid is too fucked up. Yi Chen shot a few silver needles in his hand and stabbed them firmly on Jiang Jianfeng's arm. After about 5 minutes, the solidification meaning of your arm will disappear. Actually, there is a special liquid medicine on the surface of the bullet, which is not a big problem. As for the land of dragon veins, I don't want the Jiang family to take action. Finish saying, Yi Chen then looked at not far away Zhu Ye and Bai Li Bing. Wei, let's go. At the time of chaos, it is undoubtedly the best opportunity to enter the land of dragon veins. Jiang Jianfeng looks at the back of Yi Chen and Er Nu, and sets off a storm in his heart. In a trance, he still remembered the scene of meeting Yi Chen in Jiangnan Provincial Park that day. In just a few months, the boy grew up to this point. He even recalled Yi Chen's words at the gate of Zhang's house. This time, his father really looked away. For Yi Chen's martial arts, he gave up such a powerful man. Once he belongs to the Jiang family, is he afraid that the Jiang family cannot surpass the Lin family? It is estimated that before long, the Yi family, the first Chinese family, will be born. It depends on whether Yi Chen can withstand the squeeze of those families and forces. Chapter 4:15. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen has settled down some people and stepped into the land of dragon veins with Zhu Ye and Bai Li Ice. As soon as she stepped into the cave, a strong heat came. The temperature of the whole cave was extremely high. Before walking a few steps, the two girls were soaked through. Even the color of the bra and the gully were extremely clear. Yi Chen shakes her head helplessly, releasing a trace of blood dragon's gas. The two girls feel comfortable, and even the sweat on them disappears. Suddenly, Yi Chen pocket's special mobile phone rings. Bai Lixiang is nearby. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Amai heard some movement in the south, but the mobile phone instruction is in the west. At this time, Bai Li Ice seems to feel something and go in one direction. The hot feeling of that place is more and more intense. After walking dozens of steps, it is found that it is a cliff. The cliff is full of broken arms and bodies, almost 100. One after another, the corpses were covered and piled up into hills. The blood was ferocious and terrifying. But under the cliff, it is rolling magma. Mr. Yi, I don't know why. I feel my father is nearby. Did he fall into the magma? Bai Li Ice tried to find the existence of his father. But even if you look through all of them, you still can't find them. Did it fall? Bai Li Ice lost his soul. She even saw the bodies of the 4 soldiers in the Iron and Blood camp, except those who had no father. A clear spread of uneasiness. Yichen did not speak. The mobile phone screen flickered with intense red light, which shows that one thing, Beilexiang is not dead, and he is nearby. Yichen glanced at the whole scene and suddenly thought of something. He stepped out and saw a dying body hanging on a rock under the cliff. The body is covered with blood. The clothes are worn out. There are huge blood holes in the chest. The blue-blooded hand clings to the edge of the cliff with a protruding rock. Hands full of blood. Bai Lixiong. Bai Lixiong is seriously injured at the moment. Almost unconscious. How many people in China can kill so many practitioners and ancient martial artists? Only Beilexiang exists like this. At the moment, Bai Lixiong's hand is completely dependent on the will to hold the rock. I don't know how long it lasted. He wants to live. Live to protect his mountains and rivers, protect China. Guard Qinling Dragon Vein. Guard the hundreds of millions of people. This is his duty and mission as a soldier and a general. If he dies, the conspiracy of the General Bureau of Chinese Martial Arts and those forces will succeed. China will be destroyed once. Yichen's eyes touched to the extreme, no longer hesitating, 1 step off the cliff, 5 fingers grasped Bai Lixiong's clothes, a foot on the cliff, the whole person flew up. Bai Li Bing and Zhu Ye naturally noticed the Bai Lixiong in Yichen's hand. Bailey Ices rushed up, tears in his eyes. Dad. Yichen gently put Bai Lixiong on the ground. At the moment, Bai Lixiong did not breathe, his heart stopped suddenly, and he was scarred. Yichen doesn't need to find the way to find out how much the other side's injury is, and almost half of his foot steps into the gate of hell. If you don't save it, you will die. Yichen took out a pill and let Bai Lixiong take it directly, but he didn't look any better. Bai Lixiong's body was hit by the true qi of those broken soul gate, and his internal organs were seriously injured. Although he was once a top fighter in Chinese martial arts, he was a man, not a machine. This war cost him too much power. Coupled with the fall of the cliff, bear the magma burning, not die is already a miracle. This tone is entirely supported by his will. You two protect Dharma for me, and he must be treated immediately. Yichen finished saying, then regardless of 2 people, in the hand appeared several spirit stone, the spirit stone shoots out, a formation suddenly forms. At the same time, the silver needle in Yichen's hand is like a beating note, which shoots into Bai Lixiong's body. Bai Lixiong's body is covered with silver needles in a hurry. Yichen's fingers pinched, and there seemed to be a line between the silver needles, and there was a continuous flow of strength. It's like an array. At the same time, Yichen takes out some medicinal materials from the Samsara cemetery, holds them with 5 fingers, condenses them into liquid medicine, and the rolling liquid permeates Bai Lixiong's body. Yichen sits cross-legged and points at the top of Bai Lixiong's eyebrows. His eyes are closed, and a faint breath of genuine qi converges among them. This is the most critical step. It will last for 5 minutes before Beilexiang can be rescued. Time goes by slowly. Zhu Ye and Bai Li Bing are anxious. Just then, a burst of laughter resounded. I'm curious who dares to step into the land of the dragon veins. It's you who don't know how to live or die. Words fall, more than a dozen people appear not far away. The leader is Jing Rinjue and the strong man of Huaxia Wudao General Bureau. Not only that, but also the strong men of the Broken Soul Gate and other forces. These people are almost the strongest in Qinling Mountains. Only the strongest existence is qualified to step into the land of dragon veins. Hearing the sound, Zhu Ye and Bai Li Bing's heart almost sank to the valley. They looked at Yichen and found that each other's eyes were closed and did not mean to open them at all. They know it can't be interrupted. But how can their strength stop this group of people? What to do? Seeing Yichen ignore himself, Zhengren naturally noticed that Yichen was transmitting his true qi. He laughed and said, "Boy, your heart is so big that you even want to save a dead man. Beilexiang has long been dead, but my people have left the magma with their own hands. I didn't expect that the corpses were not destroyed. It's a pity. But do you really think of yourself as omnipotent? Want to save him, dream. If I'm right, you can't interrupt now. If you interrupt, you will be eaten back. Zheng Rinjue's mouth outlined a gloomy smile. Then he looked at a strong man beside him and said, "LV Zhen, help me bring the boy's head back." LV Zhen is one of the strongest people around Zheng Rinjue. It's enough to deal with Yi Chen. Yes, Master Zheng. LV Zhen quickly towards Yi Chen. Zhuya and Bailey Ice-Mouse Sun serious, just ready to stop each other. Yi Chen opened his eyes, such as stars in the night. You come behind me. Come on. Zhuya and Bai Li Bing's face changed greatly, hesitated for a moment, or came to Yi Chen's back. They will die if they do it. Lu Zhen's mouth showed a cold smile, a sword split out, the sword wind whistling, very powerful. But he knows Yi Chen's danger and dare not take it lightly. His whole body's skeleton also faintly trembles. All the power is perfectly mobilized and poured on this sword. He was extremely satisfied. The power is violent and the whirlwind is moving. The whole cliff seemed to be in the middle of shaking. Vaguely, the sword meaning of Elvision seems to be transformed into a huge tiger, like a king in the world. In the roar, he was like a tiger pouncing on food, showing his sharp claws and teeth. Straight take Yi Chen Ki. Chapter 4:16. Just when this strike is about to fall on Yi Chen still sits cross-legged, and his right hand is tightly on by Li Xiong's eyebrows. However, he held out his other hand, the evil spirit and the true spirit burst out, 2 rays of light coiled around the palm, 5 fingers opened, and held the sword. Lu Zhen's face changed greatly, and he felt his strength all disappeared at this moment. Yi Chen not far away is like a lake, absorbing everything. You are not qualified. Killing you is just a matter of thinking. Yi Chen's indifferent voice falls down. The next second, only heard a click, Yi Chen 5 fingers a grip, the sword broke out into countless pieces. One of the pieces is tightly held in the palm of the hand by Yi Chen. The debris is coming out. The sharp cold light is too fast. It's so fast that you don't even have a chance to react. Elvision wanted to hide, but an invisible pressure bound him. Poof! The debris penetrated Elvision's body, and the roar suddenly exploded. The whole person fell to the ground. How could it be? Elvision's body couldn't help shaking, and the corners of his mouth spat out blood and widened his eyes. The other side sits cross-legged and can kill him with a single outstretched hand. What kind of monster is this? This makes Elvision unable to accept, unbelievable. He wanted to say something, but found that there was no strength, his eyes were black and his consciousness was blurred. This scene changed Zheng Rinjue's face in the distance. Who could have thought that Yi Chen, in such a situation, killed people without any effort? The key is that Zheng Rin decides the strong man around him. At this time, a hunchback old man of the Broken Soul Gate said, "This son is a practitioner, probably the cultivation of separation and reunion. If you don't kill them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Master Zheng, you can't kill him." Zheng Rinjue's face was livid, and he snorted coldly. To the dozen people behind him, he said, "Start directly, don't leave this son." Yes. More than a dozen figures swept toward Yi Chen, countless cold lights flickered. Seeing that he wanted to touch Yi Chen roared, "Sword!" The sword of chopping the dragon flew directly into his palm and held tightly with 5 fingers. He forced the chi to move, and part of the chi ran on the dragon's sword and split it horizontally. Under the terrible sword idea, more than 10 weapons are broken together. Under the endless sword spirit, the strong men of the General Bureau of Martial Arts in China did not know how many wounds had been drawn. The red blood, in that bloody sword light, is particularly strange. The great crisis finally came. The breath of death, diffuse. Broken. Yi Chen takes back the sword and inserts it on the ground. With his other hand, he continuously transports his true chi to Bailexian. At the same time, he pulls out some silver needles. Bai Li Xiong's face has a trace of ruddy color. 20 seconds to give him life. With the fall of the word Yi Chen, the more than 10 bodies actually fell together. Blood! At this moment, the whole land of dragon veins is quiet to the extreme. A sitting man, and still healing others, a hand. How could you crush so many martial arts masters? Gollum. Everyone could not help but take a breath, even those practitioners of the Broken Soul Gate frowned. They found that they still underestimated Yi Chen. Zheng Rinjue's face almost turned black. Although he was surprised that Yi Chen's strength had grown to such a change, it was not the time to think about it. Now is undoubtedly the best time to kill Yi Chen. Boy, since you want to die, I will personally send you on the road. Not only can you save the dead man today, but you don't want to live yourself. Zheng Rinjue's figure disappears and turns to appear in front of Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen just merges his true qi into Bai Li Xiong's body. He can only spare one hand and directly collide with Zheng Rinjue. Bang! Two powerful waves broke out, and Zheng Rinjue's strength was so strong that he didn't stop at all. He's going to blow Yi Chen into a blood mist. Poof! Yi Chen's body does not move like a mountain, and his mouth is spitting out a bright red blood, pale face. He has seen the meanness of the general administration of Chinese martial arts. Not dead? Interesting, I think you can take it a few times. Zheng Rinjue roared. With the decision of Zheng Rin, the whole world seems to be cooled down. The hot feeling of magma gradually disappeared. Feeling the powerful momentum, looking at Zheng Rinjue, Yi Chen's pupil shrank. At this critical moment, a groan sounded, and Bai Li Xiong suddenly opened his eyes. Wake up. Yi Chen exhaled a breath, the whole person stood up in an instant, and the sword of cutting dragon also flew to his palm. Now I'd like to know what your odds are. Brush. The wrist trembles and the cold light in the hand twinkles. Then there is a powerful sword. Breaking the sky sword means the first sword, Qianlong cuts the sky. The momentum of terror suddenly soared and went towards Zheng Rinjue. How could? Feeling Yi Chen's momentum at this moment, feeling the terror crisis contained in Yi Chen's sword, his body was like falling into the ice cellar, and Zheng Rinjue showed a trace of fright. There was a threat in his heart. Threat from Yi Chen. Kill! Zheng Rinjue roared, clenched his teeth and flew towards Yi Chen. In an instant, the silver light and the red light crossed, interlaced together. Bang! Two forces suddenly collide. A fierce roar burst open, in the roar, two kinds of light like two long dragons, in the staggered bite. Hum! Get out of here! At the moment, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth shows a sneer. No! The weapon in his hand broke, and Zheng Rin roared in disbelief. The body was hit and flew out. Big mouth spit out blood. With one sword, he was defeated. His pride, as if also at this moment, like a sword general fragmentation. Chapter 4:17. Zheng Rinjue flipped in the air, stabilized his body and stared at Yi Chen not far away. Who could have thought that the boy's strength was so strong? Separation and reunion. Even if it's the clutch, it can't be so strong. At this time, the hunchback old man of the Broken Soul Gate came to Zheng Rinjue's side. He was short of breath and said, "You lost to this son not because of his strength, but because of his sword skill. His sword skill is very strong, which is a powerful sword technique I have never seen before. Don't say it's in the world of Chinese martial arts. Even in Kunlun, it's not weak. Breaking the sky sword? Why have I never seen and heard of this sword technique? No, this sword skill must be obtained. This kid got this sword idea. It's just a cruel thing. He doesn't deserve it." The eyes of the hunchback old man of the Broken Soul Gate are all blazing hot. If you can harvest the dragon vein and the sword against the sky this time, maybe you will be able to reach a higher level in the Broken Soul Gate. Not only that, once his strength is strong, once he steps into Kunlun again, he also has confidence and qualification. Zheng Rinjue's face changed slightly. He was staring at Yi Chen, but his angry eyes turned into surprise. From Jiangqing to now, the boy is so rebellious that he has such a strong sword sense. There must be treasure. It's hard to know that this man's secret will not be completed in 5 years, even if he has been promoted for 5 years, he will be more valuable than that of other people. Zheng Renjue said excitedly. Elder He of the Broken Soul Gate frowned, but he came to a trace of interest. In 5 years' time, he stepped from a waste to a separation and separation state. It is really strange. Without a secret, it's impossible. Maybe he has a big chance. Yes, it must be. As long as he gets this great chance, he may be the head of the Broken Soul sect. At this moment, he was so excited. At this time, a burst of cough resounded, and Bai Li Xiong, who had been lying down, sat up. At this moment, all people's eyes fell on Bai Li Xiong's body, and their eyes widened. It's like hell. Zheng Renjue and Elder He seemed to stop breathing, staring at Bai Li Xiong, who was sitting up, with his mouth wide open. They killed Bai Li Xiong himself and saw that his chest was almost pierced. Even if he didn't fall into the magma, he couldn't be saved. They're sure. But in front of me, this guy is completely awake. It's like a pair of invisible hands slapped them hard. Sleeping trough. Gollum. All people subconsciously swallowing saliva, forget everything, only shock. Living dead, pure white bone. This is what kind of magic? Dad! Bailey Ice was excited to the extreme, and his face was buried in Bailixian's chest. No matter the blood was dripping, the tears kept flowing down. Binger, why are you here? Bai Li Xiong's eyes are wide open. His first reaction is a dream, but he soon overthrows it. This is reality. I survived, how can it be? He is a warrior, and he is the kind of warrior standing at the top of the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. He knows more about his body than anyone else. But at the moment, he can clearly feel his vitality gathering. Even he himself was fantastic. Bai Li Bing raised her head, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yi Chen and said excitedly, Dad, it's Mr. Yi who saved you. Without Mr. Yi, both of us will die. Mr. Yi? Bai Li Xiong's eyes fell on a cold and proud figure a few meters away. He suddenly thought of something, as if there was a warm current rushing through his whole body. He knew it was true qi. Someone pulled him back from the gate of hell with true qi and magic. The key is such a young man. There was a ripple in his calm eyes. He is 100 Li Xiong, because this young man should not be doomed. I thank Dr. Yi for his help. Great kindness, unforgettable. At this time, Yi Chen turned around, glanced at Bai Li Xiong, and said, Your injury is still very heavy. Don't talk and practice cross-legged. Yi Chen. Bai Li Xiong saw the real face of the youth and subconsciously made a voice. Yi Chen this period of time to do things, he also heard, plus 100 miles ice praise, he also noticed a few points. But for a long time, he only knew that Yi Chen's martial arts strength was good in the younger generation, but he didn't expect that he still had this kind of medical skill of communicating with God. It's a miracle that a man of ordinary roots has stepped into martial arts. How can he still have the energy to control this powerful medical skill? His heart was like a huge wave, and he was shocked. At this time, Zheng Renjue reacted and sneered, Yi Chen, it seems that I don't know enough about you. Although I don't know how Bailixian was saved by you, it doesn't matter. How about saving life? Today, both of you are going to die. After that, he looked at Elder He of the Broken Soul Gate and said, Elder He, the General Bureau of Chinese Martial Arts and Taoism is willing to join hands with the Broken Soul Gate. I will never spy on the boy's secrets. He will distribute them all. Even if it's a dragon's pulse. Elder He nodded with satisfaction, okay, I haven't paid attention to these two wastes. It's too simple to kill them. The disciples of Duanhuan's sect listen to the order, gather together the broken soul killing array and capture the 4 people. Yes. The next second, after He Chang's body, the 6 disciples went to Yi Chen and Bai Li Xiong. They were surrounded by them tightly, and their steps were extremely strange. 6 fingers pinched, forced out a drop of blood essence collided, a light blood mist unexpectedly covered. The smile of He Chang's mouth is ferocious, and the victory is in hand. The Broken Soul Killing Array is the strongest array of the Broken Soul Gate. The power yuan that breaks out is not a small generation in the separation and reunion environment can resist. Unless this kid is at the top of the clutch realm, there's no chance of winning. Bai Lixiong saw that the 6 men had gathered their array and wanted to fight, but he found that his lower body couldn't move. A pair of hands is pressed on his shoulder. Here to me, you need to recuperate, very weak, as for the hands, or don't think about. Bai Lixiong shook his head, and his voice was full of energy. Dr. Yi, I have heard of this broken soul killing array. It's a very strong array on the side of Kunlun Mountain. I can barely resist my peak state. Now you can't stop it. Yi Chen laughed and turned his back. I didn't pay attention to this kind of rubbish array. Today I will let all of these people die. Zhang Haiping said to him that a magic charm is more mysterious than an array. It can even be said that the array is a branch of the spirit rune. If he can't even break this rubbish array, he will lose his face. Yi Chen's fingers pinched. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he stepped out of the strange step, the ground even sent a huge vibration. The sense of vibration is getting stronger and stronger. When the 7th step, Yi Chen shoots a spirit stone in his hand. The spirit stone bursts out and shoots at the eye of the broken soul killing array. Chapter 418. Mr. Yi. Bai Lixiong's eyes fell on a cold and proud figure a few meters away. He suddenly thought of something, as if there was a warm current rushing through his whole body. He knew it was true qi. Someone pulled him back from the gate of hell with true qi and magic. The key is such a young man. There was a ripple in his calm eyes. He is 100 Lixiong, because this young man should not be doomed. I thank Dr. Yi for his help. Great kindness, unforgettable. At this time, Yi Chen turned around, glanced at Bai Lixiong, and said, your injury is still very heavy. Don't talk and practice cross-legged. Yi Chen. Bai Lixiong saw the real face of the youth and subconsciously made a voice. Yi Chen this period of time to do things, he also heard, plus 100 miles ice praise, he also noticed a few points. But for a long time, he only knew that Yi Chen's martial arts strength was good in the younger generation, but he didn't expect that he still had this kind of medical skill of communicating with God. It's a miracle that a man of ordinary roots has stepped into martial arts. How can he still have the energy to control this powerful medical skill? His heart was like a huge wave, and he was shocked. At this time, Jing Renjue reacted and sneered, Yi Chen, it seems that I don't know enough about you. Although I don't know how Bai Lixiong was saved by you, it doesn't matter. How about saving life? Today, both of you are going to die. After that, he looked at Elder He of the Broken Soul Gate and said, Elder He, the General Bureau of Chinese Martial Arts and Taoism is willing to join hands with the Broken Soul Gate. I will never spy on the boy's secrets. He will distribute them all. Even if it's a dragon's pulse. Elder He nodded with satisfaction, okay, I haven't paid attention to these 2 wastes. It's too simple to kill them. But for the sake of safety, Master Zheng, let's do it together. Good. 2 figures are coming towards Yi Chen. One is Zheng Renjue, the 7th in the list of Chinese masters. One is Elder He of the Broken Soul Gate. Elder He, the 7th layer of Lihe realm, is the main person in charge of the Qinling dragon vein. It's also the strongest person from the Broken Soul sect. In the eyes of the Broken Soul Gate, Elder He's strength is enough to make these Chinese martial arts people look up to. He represents the hope of the Broken Soul Gate. At present, 2 top strong hands, Yi Chen how to play. Bai Lixiong's face changed slightly. Although he didn't know how Yi Chen broke the killing array, the 2 men made a move in person. It's not a joke. Yi Chen is only one person. Bai Lixiong can't care about everything. He shoots a drop of blood essence from his fingers. Only by burning blood essence and cultivation can his body be better in a short time. Although not to restore the peak strength, but at least can help Yi Chen a few points. Yi Chen has no chance of winning against the 2 men. Blood essence just ready to burn, an indifferent figure sounded, I said, you just need to adjust your breathing, these 2 people, is my gratitude and resentment, I solve 1 person. There is no doubt about his voice. But Beixiang's eyes are serious to the extreme. One man. What are you going to solve? Before he had time to think about it, Elder He and Jing Rinjue had already appeared in front of Yi Chen. The momentum of both men has risen to the extreme. Anger won't stop them. Damn it! Bai Lixiong no longer hesitated and continued to burn his blood essence. However, Zhu Ye said, Uncle Zheng, Mr. Yi, you are worthy of unconditional trust. Hearing this, Bai Lixiong looked at Yi Chen in surprise and took back the essence. He is very clear, in fact, burning blood essence is just a delay for some time, his injury is too heavy. Everything depends on Yi Chen. Die for me, little beast. Zheng Rinjue directly towards Yi Chen. How many of his men have Yi Chen killed in the past 6 months? Even more, he abandoned his son. It's hard for nature to accept this son. And Elder He is even more terrible, his whole body actually condenses a virtual shadow. It's a huge black snake. The snake's shadow is ferocious, its tusks are cold and full of killing opportunities. Yi Chen's eyes are serious, the strength of the two people, he has some difficulties to deal with. The key is that He Changlao gives him a sense of danger. He patted Jing Ren with one hand, bang. Two forces collide. The earth shook faintly. In the terrible palm wind, Yi Chen and Jing Rinjue are in a fixed frame. Between them, 2 rays of light came out. Little brute, you destroy my son and the general administration of martial arts in China. When you die, I want your family to live worse than death. Zheng Rinjue's cold voice rang through. He hated Yi Chen. Once again, a drop of blood essence is forced out. The blood essence burns on the arm, and the strength suddenly expands. Little beast, have you ever felt despair? Ha ha. Burning blood essence will kill me, too? Yi Chen's mouth appeared a touch of mori cold. Unfortunately, I hate others to threaten my parents, so you die. With the fall of the words, Yi Chen stepped on the black dragon, and his body shape flickered strangely. His life talisman was sacrificed directly. A talisman is formed in an instant, which is held in the palm of his hand, and is directly crushed and exploded. His palm instantly gushed out countless thunder and lightning. The wind blows and the wind changes. Within Yi Chen's body, with the Dantian as the center, the endless true qi is drawn out like the surging flood. Almost all one's strength is concentrated on one move. Driven by the powerful qi, the power of terror burst completely. Zheng Rinjue felt something was wrong, and the powerful air wave swept him away. I can't even defeat this sun's power by burning blood essence. How could? At this time, a dark shadow falls, and Yi Chen's 5 fingers buckle on Zheng Rinjue's neck. From now on, the enmity between me and the general administration of Chinese martial arts will be over. Zheng Rinjue's eyes widened and wanted to resist, but he found that the thunder and lightning in Yi Chen's palm twined his whole body, and he couldn't move. You. Words have not finished smoking, his neck is directly pinched by Yi Chen burst. Blood gushes out like a fountain. At the same time, Elder He's palm has fallen. Yi Chen subconsciously gathers the barrier to block it. The barrier is broken. Yi Chen smashes and flies out, and falls steadily on the edge of the cliff. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. The snake virtual shadow with a very cold toward Yi Chen reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said indifferently, "The snake is your pride? Blood dragon, come out." The roaring sound falls, and the images of heaven and earth are moved by Yi Chen. The magma under the cliff tumbles, a blood-red evil spirit emanates from Yi Chen's body. Elder He widened his eyes and subconsciously exclaimed. Yi Chen is clear that he has been forced into a desperate situation, he is clearly the end of his tether. But now, what's going on? Yi Chen, who was in a desperate situation, had such a terrible momentum. All of a sudden, 100-foot blood dragon gushed out of Yi Chen's body. The moment the blood dragon rushed out, it directly penetrated into the magma. A few seconds later, a blood dragon wrapped in a rolling flame rushed out of the magma and emerged behind Yi Chen. The flame blood dragon is just like heaven and earth, which makes people feel cold. The dragon chant resounds, and the shadow of Elder He's giant snake is shattered directly. In front of the blood dragon, all the shadows will be bubbles. Chapter 419. At this moment, the whole land of dragon veins is quiet. Bai Li Xiong, who is ready to burn blood essence at any time, seems to stop breathing. He was staring at what he saw. One man and one dragon stand tall and upright between heaven and earth. The youth is cold and arrogant, and his body is full of imperial air. The dragon roars and overlooks the people from above. This picture, he vowed to never forget. He thought that the sound of the dragon's voice made him awake. Yi Chen has a blood dragon in his body. Bailey Ice is also scared, looking at the blood dragon full of fire, sitting on the ground. The key picture shocked her. She was born in the Bailey family, and she has seen some of the world, but at the moment, she really can't tell. Zhu Ye was calm. She had seen the blood dragon more than once. But compared with the last time, the blood dragon is a lot bigger. Will the blood dragon grow with Yi Chen's strength? Will one day, Yi Chen really master a dragon, flying 9 days? Thinking of this picture, Zhu Ye could not help but take a breath. It should not exist. Elder, he was speechless in the distance, and the sudden blow was like a heavy hammer, which split his heart into pieces. He can become the elder of the broken soul gate, relying entirely on this giant snake shadow. He's already a genius. This giant snake shadow did not know how many powerful people he killed, but at this moment, it was completely broken. The key point is that he can't condense again. How can snakes be compared with dragons? Who the hell are you? Elder, he could not believe that he stepped back a few steps and said in horror. The one who killed you. Language down, Yi Chen rushed out, chopped dragon's sword in the palm of his hand, with blood dragon around, a dragon with a very strong momentum rushed out. Elder, he woke up and snorted coldly, even if you have the shadow of blood dragon, how can you win me when you have just stepped into the state of separation and separation? He Changzhen didn't care about everything and killed Yi Chen directly. Never stop killing Yi Chen. If the shadow of the giant snake is destroyed, it is equivalent to destroying his foundation. Boom. Although there is a big gap in strength between the two, He Chonggao has a few small realms. After the separation and reunion, the small realm is not simple. But with the blood dragon and powerful martial arts blessing, what is his fear? Kill. The two swords collided, and their swords broke away from their arms. There was a strong shock. Elder, he retreated 1 step, and Yi Chen took 3 steps. There was a surge of blood. It seems that just a few small realms, the gap is also huge. Yi Chen suppresses the blood gas, murmurs away. Elder, he saw that Yi Chen was so vulnerable that he laughed, just stepped into the Li He state, you dare to fight with me. As long as you tell me all your martial arts skills, I can consider letting you go. If you don't know the truth, I'll use the secret method to get your secret later. At the moment, Elder, he is strong to the extreme. He even forgot the existence of the ferocious blood dragon. Yi Chen grasped it with 5 fingers, and the sword of cutting dragon appeared in his palm. He raised his head and his eyes twinkled with light. You say, do you want my martial arts skills? Elder, he nodded. You and I have a huge gap in strength. If you hand it over, I can consider to let bygones be bygones. Yi Chen smiles, and the real chi of Dantian condenses. He takes several pills. In fact, the martial arts skills you just saw are not my strongest. I have a strong presence here. Send it to you. Do you want it? Elder, he heard this sentence. Mao Sun shrinks, although vigilant, still wei, what martial arts skill? Breaking the sky sword, the second move. Falling stars. Yi Chen roared, and the blood dragon fell directly from the sky and poured into his dragon's sword. The sword seemed to burn. He never used the second sword. He is very curious about the power of the second sword. With the blessing of the Li He state and the blood dragon, he can barely use a sword. He wanted to sacrifice the second sword with the blood of Elder He. Yi Chen's momentum is released, and his powerful chi is surging all over his body. The dragon sword in his hand is crisscross. The sword body is killing. It breaks out completely. The sword is like a star. Dense, nowhere to hide. Feeling the terrible momentum, Elder He's face changed greatly. His heart even gave birth to fear, do not know why, he felt that he could not stop this sword. This kid is not just a clutch state. Even if there is a blood dragon, it can't be so terrible. If you are hit, you will die. Elder He didn't think about it anymore. He forced out a drop of blood essence. Before the blood essence was shot out, his sword sense had already fallen. Like a meteorite to the earth. He tried his best to dodge, but found that there was no place to hide. He blocked it with his sword, but it broke. At the moment, he seems to have met with the obstruction of the mountain, and the endless force is shaking back, making Elder He's arms just feel like breaking. The sweat flows down in an instant. Looking at Yi Chen, Elder He's face is unbelievable. He blocked it with his hand, and his hand was broken. The barrier of true qi broke in an instant, and countless swords fell on him. His whole body was full of blood holes. Shocking. I am a broken soul. Before he finished speaking, Elder He fell into a pool of blood. Yi Chen also felt that the true qi of Dantian had disappeared. He had already controlled the power of the second sword of Breaking Heaven's sword, only to exert the power of 6 layers. 6 levels of strength consumed his true qi. If he broke out with all his might, he would be dead. He took a lot of pills to make his breath feel better. Unconsciously, he was covered with sweat. At this time, a beautiful shadow appeared beside him, a handkerchief with rose fragrance carefully wiped for Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, how are you feeling? Chapter 420. Yi Chen looked at Zhu Ya's slender hand and the white handkerchief and shook his head, it's okay. Then, his eyes fell on Bai Li Xiong and Bai Li Bing. Both of them were petrified and their eyes would stare out. Who could have thought that it was a young man who could have come back from nowhere? Bai Lixiang's martial arts strength trembles in China. For so many years, I have never been shaken by one thing. But at this moment, he really wavered. This time, he was trapped by Zheng Rinjue and the Broken Soul Gate. He was surrounded by thousands of people and thought he would die. But Yi Chen became the one who broke the game. He not only pulled him back from the Ghost Gate, but also killed Zheng Rinjue and the strong man of the Broken Soul Gate. He really wanted to know how Yi Chen did it. The feeling of Bai Li's eyes, how does the hurt leaf come over? Bai Lixiang moved his lower body, arched his hands and said, except for the numbness of his feet, the rest is not a big problem. Bai Lixiang thanks Dr. Yi for saving his life here. I also thank Dr. Yi for Huaxia. If you really want to thank me, I want the piece of land you keep in the capital. Yi Chen opened his mouth. This is his mother's wish. Whether it is for his mother, or for his father, or even to fight back at the heartlessness of the Jiang family, he will establish the first Chinese family. Since the crisis disappeared, Yi Chen raised the matter. Bai Li Xiong was stunned, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to mention the land. Dr. Yi really needs this place. There is no connection between this place and my wife. I have stayed here in recent years to leave clues at that time. I hope that one day, with advanced technology, we can find some things. Whether my wife is dead or alive, I will not give up. Yi Chen heard Bai Li Xiong's words and said curiously, your wife disappeared suddenly. Or why? Bai Li Xiong's eyes are a little lonely, and people of iron and blood also have tenderness. I don't know the details. The only clue I can find out is that she appeared in the place before she disappeared, so I used my strength to take this place. Dr. Yi, I'm really sorry. In fact, Bai Li Xiong has some guilt in his heart. Yi Chen saves him, but he can't agree to the other party's condition. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny am I, thought of what, if I can find your wife's whereabouts, can this place belong to me? Yi Chen's words are like throwing a huge stone on the calm lake. Bai Li Xiong stands up directly regardless of the injury of his feet. His 5 fingers grasp Yi Chen and excitedly says, Dr. Yi, what you say is true. Perhaps aware of his gaffe, Bai Lixiang quickly released his hand and apologized, Dr. Yi, I'm really sorry. I'm a little excited. Can he not be excited? If ordinary people said this, he would not believe it, but Yi Chen said it. There is no doubt that Yi Chen's strength has been revealed just now. Maybe Yi Chen really hopes to find his own wife with such a magical method. Bai Li Bing also came over excitedly, his chest was up and down, and he said seriously, Mr. Yi, can you really find my mother's whereabouts? Yi Chen didn't dare to promise, I'm not sure. I can only have a try. I'll wait until I return to the capital. Good. Bai Li Xiong clenched his fist, and he had made up his mind. No matter what, as long as he was in China, he would protect Yi Chen at all costs. Bai Li family owes Yi Chen too much. Dr. Yi, we. Before Bai Li Xiong finished speaking, a loud voice came. The air of endless dragon veins is coming. The feeling of blazing heat seems to devour people at any time. The three people's faces changed greatly. Bai Li Xiong thought of something. No, the Qinling dragon vein has been destroyed. If it goes on like this, the power of the dragon will be completely lost. We have to leave right now. I want to completely close this place. Let's go. Yi Chen is still, staring at a direction. The reincarnation cemetery constantly sounded a voice. There was even a faint control over his step into that direction. Bai Li Xiong noticed something and said, Dr. Yi, do you want to enter it? Yi Chen still nodded. Bai Li Xiong hesitated for a few seconds and took out an array plate from his pocket. Dr. Yi, this is the one who gave me to seal the dragon veins of Qinling Mountain in China. If you want to have a look, take it. But the temperature inside is extremely high, and the trend is rising. Dr. Yi, you can only stay for 10 minutes. When Yi Chen takes over the array plate, he can feel that the array plate is not ordinary, and even the breath inside is highly coincident with that dragon vein. Good. You go out first, and I'll come out later. Bai Li Xiong and Er Nu no longer hesitated and went to the exit. And Yi Chen is toward the Qinling dragon vein. With the temperature rising, Yi Chen releases the blood dragon from his body, which makes him feel better. The deeper he was, the stronger he could feel the small dragon vein of Samsara Cemetery. Even the only remaining tombstone is constantly cracking, as if it can be born. Suddenly, Yi Chen stopped, his eyes were shocked by the scene in front of him. He came to an open land, a full kilometer-long dragon appeared in front of him. Innumerable golden, red streamers flicker in it. Strong aura wrapped Yi Chen, almost let him groan out. If you look closely, Yi Chen even found that the Qinling dragon vein is composed of 9 giant dragons. The 9 dragons are lifelike, colorful and lifelike. Some dragons seem to be flying in the clouds and flying to the sky, some with round eyes and angry eyes, some with teeth and claws, some with fierce and murderous attitude, and some looking back and calling for companions. Is this the dragon vein of China? At this time, the sudden change protuberance, the blood dragon in Yi Chen's body rushed out and directly penetrated into the dragon vein. Not only that, but the black stone in his pocket seemed to be under some kind of guidance. He rushed out of the bag and suspended on the dragon vein. Crazy absorption of the dragon gas. The black stone is shining with gold. The reincarnation graveyard appears on the dragon vein in an instant. Countless tombstones began to shake violently. And the light of the tombstone that can be moved is more and more bright, accompanied by a loud noise. Blow up the tombstone. A figure even rushed out. A white robe, ethereal spirit, black hair drooping. Behind him is a huge sword box. Like a god. Wan Dao Jian Zun Chen Tianli has come out. Yi Chen suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 421. Yi Chen thought that the black stone flew out because the reincarnation cemetery had to absorb some of the power of the dragon veins. But I didn't expect that the only tombstone that could be moved was broken. Now all these powers come out by themselves. Killing Dao Jun, Zhang Haiping, and even now Chen Tianli is taking the initiative. The key is what Chen Tianli is doing now. He's not in danger at the moment, and it's not really cost-effective to spend time. Chen Tianli was surrounded by the spirit of the dragon vein. Several swords in the sword box behind him flew out in unison. In an instant, thousands of sword shadows twinkled. His whole body seems to be wrapped by countless sword shadows. The momentum is extremely strong. Yi Chen felt the meaning of the words, Wan Dao Jian Zun, at this moment, that is to say, Is Chen Tianli's existence based on sword? Chen Tianli is suspended on the dragon vein, and the continuous qi of the dragon vein is absorbed by Chen Tianli, and his body is covered with a trace of gold. Gradually, the original virtual shadow actually materialized, just like a real person appeared in front of Yi Chen. Chen Tianli closed his eyes, the light on his body all faded away, the original rolling dragon qi, all disappeared. Even the virtual shadow of the blood dragon, which was drilling into the dragon vein, seemed to have noticed something, and bowed his head slightly, as if afraid of the figure. This guy. Yi Chen Gang wants to say what, saw that Chen Tianli opened his eyes, a cold light shot out. Countless swords fly back to the sword box. Everything is quiet. Chen Tianli stares at Yi Chen. After a few seconds, the corner of his mouth outlines an arc and steps into the air. He stepped on the air, without any hindrance, and came to Yi Chen's side in the blink of an eye. Boy, we've finally met. Chen Tianli said faintly, the spirit of the dragon vein is a great tonic. Do you really want to take this dragon vein away? If you hold this dragon vein in your hand, you will practice at a very fast speed. It will only benefit you but not harm you. There are all kinds of magic weapons in the world. It is estimated that only the Samsara cemetery can bear this dragon vein. After this village, there will be no shop. Yi Chen shakes his head, although I am not a good man, but the cultivation is built on the body of hundreds of millions of Chinese people. I still can't do this kind of thing. Chen Tianli looked at Yi Chen thoughtfully and nodded, there is no wrong person selected for the reincarnation cemetery. If you are not in the right mind, I may have a different view of you. But what you said just now, I am willing to teach you the sword skills I have learned in this lifetime. However, there is a big gap between you and me, and you can't understand most of my sword skills. Chen Tianli's eyes fell on the dragon veins and continued, you are the first level of the separation and separation environment. Although you can't take away the dragon veins, it is still possible to break through some realms with the help of the dragon veins. I will guard for you for one day, and you can break through here. Yi Chen was stunned. This place of dragon veins can't last for a day. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Tianli continued, don't worry. I'll repair this array. The dragon vein can't hurt you anything. After a day, I'll take you out of here. With that, Yi Chen felt a strong momentum behind him and pushed him down the dragon vein. His feet stepped on the dragon veins, and a strong burning breath came, and he even felt himself melting. At this time, Chen Tianli pinched his fingers, and a golden barrier formed directly on the surface of Yi Chen. The barrier is against all forces. You practice at ease. Yi Chen takes a look at Chen Tianli, no longer hesitates. He closes his eyes, and the 9-day Xianyang is determined to move. Countless dragon qi flows into his body. His elixir field seems to be filled with an invisible flame, and the sense of breakthrough comes in an instant. Chen Tianli looked at the young man in the dragon vein, his eyes slightly narrowed and murmured, can this person really take us out of that place? Break our destiny? In my 20s, it's a bad place to put it here, but it's so much worse in that place. I don't even see any hope in this boy. This son is regarded by them as a turning man. We all bet all our hopes on this boy. Will it really work? I hope everything is not in vain. Since he has been chosen as the tomb owner of the Samsara cemetery, I should also respect that one. At the same time, outside the cave, Bai Li Xiong, Bai Li Bing and Zhu Ye are waiting anxiously. Bai Li Xiong takes a look at the time. 10 minutes have passed, but Yi Chen has not come out yet. Damn it, is there something wrong with Dr. Yi? Bai Li Xiong's fist clenched slightly. Dad, if it's more than 10 minutes, what happens inside? Bailabang worried. Bai Li Xiong stares at the entrance, and he can feel a trace of vibration. More than 10 minutes, the dragon's pulse will explode completely in it, and the temperature may even reach several thousand degrees. It is very difficult for ordinary people to live in it. Not only that, but also the ban on the entrance will be activated and the door will be closed. In this way, it is difficult for Dr. Yi to think of it. Hearing this, Bai Li Bing and Zhu Ye's faces changed greatly. The key is that Mr. Yi can come out completely at the moment. Why hasn't he come out yet? Zhu Ye shook his head, Mr. Yi can't be in trouble. I know Mr. Yi. At this time, a strong shock hit, the door of the cave slammed shut. The dust rises and everything is silent. The three did not speak anymore. They only saw that the door was red, which showed how high the temperature was inside. While the three people were worried, a voice came from inside. You go back first, and I will naturally return to the capital in a day. It is Yi Chen's voice. Bai Lixiong's expression is very strange. He knows the Qinling dragon vein better than everyone else. But at the moment, the tempestuous temperature of Qinling dragon vein has no damage to Yi Chen. What a monster this is! He stopped thinking and said to Zhuye and Bailibeng, go back to the capital first. This time, I must report to the chief executive. As for Mr. Yi, with his strength, we don't need to worry about his safety. There should not be many people in China who can hurt him. Zhuye and Bai Libing looked at each other and finally nodded. Just as they were about to leave, there was a rustling sound in the jungle. Bai Lixiong's face changed slightly and he kept the second daughter behind him. Are there any sneaking forces? He grasped it with 5 fingers, and a weapon on the ground was directly held in his palm. The cold killing opportunity and breath were released. In the atmosphere of tension to the extreme, the jungle drilled out countless soldiers in combat uniforms. They have a strong breath, and the 3 characters of Iron and Blood Camp are written on their combat uniforms. Hundreds of people. When the strong men of the Iron and Blood Camp saw Bai Lixiong, they stood at attention together and said excitedly, General. The momentum of the sky is the condensation of a wolf shadow. Bai Lixiong breathed out his breath and threw his sword on the ground. Unit 1, stay here. Team 2 and Team 3 contract. Qinling Mountains on a large scale and close all secrets. The rest of the Iron and Blood Camp soldiers, clean up the battlefield with me, collect evidence. Contact the military aircraft. We will return to Beijing in 15 minutes. Yes, General. Chapter 422. The Iron and Blood Camp was very efficient and collected all the evidence before the military aircraft came. Bai Lixiong and Nu also got on the military plane. After all, many people have known about the dragon vein, and many forces are bound to come. Although the 2 largest forces have been killed by Yi Chen, things are far from easy. Just after the military plane left, Jiang Jianfeng did not know where he came out. He looked at the closed hole of the dragon vein, and his eyes fell into meditation. What happened inside? Why did Bai Lixiong close all the news? What's more, why didn't Yi Chen come out of it? Did something happen? He no longer hesitated to broadcast a phone call. Dad, I failed. As far as I know, the whole army has been destroyed. There was a pause at the other end of the phone and he said, is Bai Lixiong still alive? Bai Lixiong and Iron Blood Camp have just left by military plane. It's time to return to the capital. I see. The old man on the other end of the phone was a little lonely, and immediately the phone hung up. If everyone can't stand the blessing of the dragon vein, it will be a fair ending. The situation in China remains unchanged, which is a good thing for his Jiang family. As for Yi Chen's original utterance, Mr. Jiang would not believe it. In his eyes, Yi Chen is nothing but his powerful martial arts skills. It has no influence on the Jiang family and even the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. A humble boy who wants to shake the stable situation for thousands of years is undoubtedly a fool. And now, the land of dragons. Yi Chen's whole body is red, and there is a blood dragon on top of his head. The blood dragon's body expanded a bit, but there was a flame on the key body. It's like the blood dragon has mastered the fire attribute. In the land of the dragon veins, there are many dragon chants. With the opening of pores around the body, Yi Chen suddenly felt a strong and boundless energy pouring into his body. The 9 days Xianyang is determined to move. Yi Chen's whole person seems to turn into a black hole, endlessly devouring the gas of the dragon vein. This energy is more than dozens of times of the ordinary practice outside. Under the strong energy impact, Yi Chen can't help showing a look of pain. A surge of energy, as if to tear Yi Chen's body, will burst his muscles. Broken! Yi Chen roared, and the dragon veins around him seemed to turn into liquid and roll up. The spirit of Yi Chen's body is just like the tide, rising day by day. Extremely easy to cross the second level of the clutch. But the breakthrough is far from over. Time has passed by one day unconsciously. Chen Tianli frowned and looked at Yi Chen from a commanding position. He was surprised and said, "This boy is still insisting. It's not easy for me to stay away from home for a day." The whole dragon vein, at this moment, turned into a huge whirlpool. Yi Chen sits quietly in the whirlpool, crazily absorbing energy. What a thrilling practice like this. Another day later, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a cold star. The blood dragon with fire on top of his head also penetrates into Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen mouth corner outlines a radiant, the third layer of the clutch environment, not bad. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, then stepped out, the body incomparably light. Directly came to Chen Tianli's side. "Thank you for protecting me." Chen Tianli nodded, "Yes, it's 2 days. It's time to leave here. In the next few days, I'll go out and do something. You can do it yourself." Yi Chen was stunned and looked at Chen Tianli strangely. He was surprised and said, "Master, you are just a spirit-empty body. Can you leave the samsara cemetery?" Chen Tianli put his hands behind his back and said, "There is a reason why I let you step into the land of dragon veins. Every dragon vein in China has a drop of holy dragon water. I broke the ban of reincarnation graveyard just for the holy dragon water of Qinling dragon vein. The holy dragon water combined with the secret method of my Wandao sword statue can condense the entity for 10 days in a short time. Although there are entities, but the power is bound a lot. This time, I want to go to a place to do something for you, which can be said to be for the sake of reincarnation cemetery. You will know in the future. 5 days later, I will come to you. These 5 days, you try to be more leisurely. At that time, in the reincarnation cemetery, I clearly perceived that the capital is not as simple as you think, and those masters hiding in the dark can also pose a threat to you." All of a sudden, Chen Tianli took out a sword from the sword box behind his back and handed it to Yi Chen. "Take this sword. It's called Yuyang sword. It looks like a sword, but it's actually a sword formula. When necessary, use your blood essence to activate this sword formula. No one can defeat it in China. I wanted to teach you something, but there are many things that you can't control right now. I'll talk about it when I get back." Yi Chen took over the sword. The body of the sword was made of dark iron and thin, with a faint cold light. The handle of the sword is a golden dragon carving case, which is extremely dignified. The blade is extremely sharp and the blade is like autumn frost. "Well, it's time for me to get out of here, too." Chen Tianli goes to the cave entrance with a gentle wave of his arm. The prohibition of the whole place of dragon veins is directly broken. A glimmer of light shines in and the figure disappears in an instant. Yi Chen quickly chased out, but found that the Qinling Mountains, where there is the shadow of Chen Tianli. "This guy's going to work. Is it Kunlun Su? Mr. Yi?" When Yi Chen hesitated, 2 young men in combat uniforms said, "Mr. Yi, we are from the Iron and Blood camp." The general arranged a military plane 100 meters away. "If Mr. Yi wants to return to the capital, he can take this plane to leave." Yi Chen glanced at the sign of 2 people's chest, nodded, "Good, send me back to Beijing." "Yes, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen, just ready to leave, suddenly realized what, cold eyes toward the depth of the jungle to a direction. For a moment, he felt the cold killing opportunity coming from that place. Yi Chen no longer hesitates. Sanglong's magic body Ju surges, and the true qi erupts in both feet. The soldiers of the 2 Iron and Blood camp are completely stunned. They just feel that there is a shadow in front of them. Too fast. Soon, Yi Chen came to a place hundreds of meters away. But there is not a shadow. Yi Chen frowns tightly, that kind of feeling can't be wrong, someone must be here just now. The blood dragon in his body is more restless. He looked around for a few minutes, and suddenly found something. He squatted down and saw 2 deep footprints not far away. The footprints are very deep, which means that at the moment of their departure, the other party noticed something and disappeared directly. The speed is not lower than him. Chapter 423. Capital Airport. Yichen got off the plane and went straight to Normal University. Before he left, he sent a short message to Jiang Peirong. After he turned on the phone, he did not receive a reply from Jiang Peirong. When I got off the plane, I also deliberately made a few phone calls, but I didn't answer them. Although there is the assurance of that, mother certainly is nothing wrong, but the heart is still a little worried. He immediately quickened the pace. 10 minutes later, Yichen came to the teacher's apartment. The door was open, but there were a few laughter. The laughter is familiar. Yichen pushes open the door. When he sees the scene inside, he is momentarily confused. Mother is not in practice, but in the living room dumplings, the key inside not only a mother, but also two beautiful girls. Sun Yi. Summer like snow. They came to the capital. Jiang Peirong seems to be in a good mood and has been smiling. She glanced at Yichen at the door. I'm back. Then, there was no more to follow. Jiang Peirong seems to focus all her attention on Sun Yi and Xia Ruoxue. Key at the moment, their mouth is not sweet, funny mother laugh. The whole hall was full of laughter. Xia Ruoxue seemed to notice Yichen. She went to the kitchen to wash her hands. With a wink of her eyes, she said, "We have just arrived this morning. The business focus of Tianjin Group is mainly in the first-tier cities. This is undoubtedly the best place for headquarters. Tomorrow, Tianjin Group will be in normal operation. You don't care. How much is your bank card worth?" Xia Ruoxue said with a smile that she knew Yichen didn't care about money, but that string of figures also made men have a sense of accomplishment. After all, Tianjin Group started from Jiangcheng, and now it is only about half a year. In the past 6 months, many enterprises are still struggling for survival, but Tianjin Group has become one of the most profitable groups in China. Xia Ruoxue poured a glass of water for Yichen, and suddenly thought of something. Mei Mao looked at Yichen curiously and said, "Just now, a beautiful female neighbor came to your house with something in her hand. But when she saw us, she ran out. Her aunt chased her out, but it was gone. Would you like to call her?" Xia Ruoxue faintly can feel that the beautiful girl and Yichen have some relations, but she doesn't have too much jealousy in her heart. The key is to see Yichen's choice. Wei Ying. Yichen's face changed slightly. At the moment when he broke the ghost, Wei Ying helped him too much and even suffered a lot in silence. There are only two endings for those who are evil in blood and cold in body. First, the evil blood-cold body attack, bear all kinds of pain, and finally perish. Second, step into the way of cultivation, and suppress the evil blood-cold body with the skills and cultivation, and even strengthen the evil blood-cold body. Although there is no suitable skill for her now, as he stepped into the separation and separation realm, some of Luo Yuntian's closed skills have been clear. One of them is called Cold Heart Determination. At present, it should be relatively suitable for Wei Ying. Sun Xiaoyi, if she doesn't have a bad look in her eyes, maybe she doesn't have a bad look in her eyes. Xia Ruoxue's reminder is not unreasonable. Yichen dials Wei Ying's phone, but shows that it is off. Then Yichen calls Ying Qing. With the Dragon Spirit system, he wants to find out Wei Ying's whereabouts. It's too simple. 2 minutes later, Ying Qing returned a phone call. "Mr. Yi, Miss Wei is now in the Stin Bar in Sanlitun, capital city. Send someone to guard her for me. You can't let her have an accident or let her have a drink." "Yes, Mr. Yi." Yichen shook his head helplessly, hung up the phone, and directly took a taxi to Sanlitun. Wei Ying's drinking capacity is something he has seen before. He even learns from others. Sting Bar in Beijing. Wei Ying appeared in the bar, almost lighting up the whole bar. After all, the girls who come and go to bars are usually those with heavy makeup. Some men are tired of watching them for a long time, but they haven't seen such goods as Wei Ying several times. Even the bartender's eyes were startled. "Beauty, what do you want?" With "That's right." The bartender frowned, but still nodded, "Good." Soon, a cup of light red wine will be placed in front of her. "Beauty, please use it slowly." Wei Ying stretched out her hand and suddenly stopped. She thought of what Yi Chen had told her. Yi Chen told her not to drink. Even if she drank, she had to be accompanied by Yi Chen. She shook her head, looked at the wine in front of her, and drew back her hand. Forget it. Don't drink it. Just then, several tattooed men came up. Beauty, drink alone. One of the men wanted to put his arm around Wei Ying's waist. At this moment, his hand seemed to appear out of thin air. Click. A sound, the man's hand was directly broken. Strong attack, the man is merciless, was thrown out. The other men close to Wei Ying have the same consequence. The tattooed men who fell on the ground were full of anger. They just wanted to crack their words, but they found that there were 5 more people around Wei Ying. The key is that these 5 people are all men over 1.9 meters tall and standing upright. 5 people emit a very dangerous breath, cold eyes swept at the public, all of them subconsciously retreat. Words to the mouth and swallow down. No one dares to stand near Wei Ying. The men seem to surround Wei Ying. One of them even took the glass in front of Wei Ying directly. Miss Wei, Mr. Yi won't let you drink. Wei Ying heard Mr. Ye's 3 words, and then looked at the 5 men with strong breath. Her face changed slightly. She didn't expect Yi Chen to be so skillful that she not only found herself easily, but also let these people guard themselves and not let her drink. Is he back? Wei Ying was surprised. The leader nodded. Mr. Yi, you are on your way. Hearing this, Wei Ying's pale face showed a trace of joy. She stood up and said, let's go. I don't drink today. Chapter 424. Wei Ying was directly sent out of the bar by several soldiers, just in time to see Yi Chen getting out of the car. Mr. Yi. The men said respectfully. They don't belong to the Dragon Spirit, but they are the preparation team of the Dragon's Soul, and they just carry out the mission near the capital. This is also the reason why I arrived here at the first time. I didn't even have time to change my clothes. Yi Chen nods, those several people then toward the dark place and go. Their mission has been completed, so there is no need to stay here. Drinking? Yi Chen's tone is a little unhappy. Afraid of Yi Chen's scolding, Wei Ying shook her head in a hurry. No, I just don't come here for a walk. I don't want to drink, really not. I believe you. Yi Chen light Wei. Wei Ying was afraid that Yi Chen would continue on this topic. She said, Yi Chen, where have you been these days? I went to your place several times, only Aunt was there. Go out and do something. Don't talk about me. I'm going to tell you something serious. You have to give me an answer anyway. Yi Chen's tone became serious. Hearing this, Wei Ying's heart fluttered up. Is Yi Chen going to tell her? What's the matter, you say? Wei Ying Dao. You also saw the cloud and lake affairs that day. I didn't have time to explain some things to you. I asked you, do you want to learn martial arts? If you want to, I'd like you to be an apprentice. When Wei Ying heard this sentence, her body trembled and her heart felt extremely lost. She shook her head fiercely. My mother asked me when I was very young, but I didn't have much interest. I was a girl after all. I didn't like to fight and kill. Moreover, I don't want you to be my master. I don't want you to be my master. Yi Chen frowned and continued, then I'll tell you another thing. You are different from other people. You have evil blood and cold body. If you don't step into Wudao, you may die. With this sentence, Yi Chen finds that a tiny crack has appeared on the Earth Spirit Xian stone on Wei Ying's neck. It won't last long. The necklace around your neck is to suppress your evil blood and cold body, but at present, it won't last long. In a way, you don't have the right to choose. Yi Chen's words become more and more serious. In fact, he wants to choose a proper time to tell Wei Ying, but now it seems that he can't delay anymore. It's better to cut through the mess quickly. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wei Ying's face is covered with frost. She tries to look at Yi Chen's eyes, trying to distinguish the other party's lying, but she only sees seriousness. Die of cold? If this is true, she has no choice. At this time, Yi Chen pocket phone rings, is a special number. Yi Chen did not pay attention, but to Wei Ying, I give you 3 days of opportunity to consider, no matter what, I respect your choice, you now close your eyes. Wei Ying subconsciously closed her eyes with long eyelashes. Yi Chen points out Wei Ying's eyebrows, and the skill of cold heart resolution instantly enters Wei Ying's mind. Wei Ying felt something and suddenly opened her eyes. This is the skill I'm going to teach you. If you practice this cold heart resolution, you can at least suppress the evil blood and cold body on you. In these 3 days, you can call me if you make any decision. When Yi Chen finished, he took out the phone that was still ringing and pressed the answer key. A majestic voice rang out, I am in a courtyard in Beijing. There will be a car to pick you up. Since you have rescued Beilixiang, there are some things I should tell you. The voice is no doubt number 1. It's time for something to surface. Good. Yi Chen hung up the phone, and soon there was a car made in China with Beijing a license plate stopped in front of Yi Chen. Mr. Yi. A man came down and took the initiative to open the door for Yi Chen. Yi Chen recognized this man, who had driven a red flag car to pick him up last time. However, this time, the other side seems to be deliberately low-key. It is estimated that is also to consider the safety of that. Yi Chen took a look at Wei Ying and asked her to sit up. At the same time, he said, go to Beijing Normal University first. Good. At the same time, the Lin family in Beijing. Lin's hall, the atmosphere is dignified to the extreme. 2 old men in black sat on the imperial chair, while Lin Juelong and Lin Fu sat at the bottom respectfully with a trace of fear in their eyes. If you look carefully, you will find that there is a pattern on the neck of the 2 old men in black with terrible breath. A bloody door. Blood Alliance. One of the Blood League elders with a folding fan in his hand said, this time we came to China, mainly for 2 things. First, the door of Ghost Prison was broken, and the 2 disciples of my Blood League all died. The people above were very unhappy. The mole ants of China, who are not qualified to move our Blood League, no one. An invisible pressure and anger are released. The breath of the 2 Blood League elders is strong to the extreme. Lin Juelang's eyes shrunk and quickly respectfully said, my lord, I've heard about the Ghost Prison. According to the disciples' recent investigation, the breaking of the Ghost Prison and the 2 people's accidents should have something to do with a young man named Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen obviously has no strength to break through the Ghost Prison, and on that day, he created an extremely powerful vision in the capital. I suspect that there is a strong man behind Yi Chen that day. What's more, the man in power in China has threatened us several times in secret these days. Let's not move the people around Yi Chen. I think that there is a great power behind this son, otherwise, the one who is in power will not be able to threaten us in person. Pa! The old man of Shuemeng who took the folding fan closed the folding fan, and his eyes were very cold. No matter how strong the power of the guy named Yi Chen is, he must not be stronger than the Blood League. What's more, since the Chinese authority still dares to threaten the disciples of the Blood League, he can't find death. It's a big deal. I'll send someone to erase it directly. When Lin Juelong heard this, his eyes shrank and even said, you don't need an adult to do it. I'll send someone to take Yi Chen back. The person in power is not as simple as these 2 old people think. If they do, those people standing behind Huaxia will surely do it. It will be absolutely troublesome. Hearing Lin Juelong's words, the old man of the Blood League was less angry. He continued, the first thing is for you to do. You can't fail. This son must be brought back to the Blood League. As for the second thing, you should have heard about Qinling dragon veins. Lin Juelong nodded, my lord, I heard that thousands of people died in the Qinling dragon vein, and countless forces were destroyed there. No one got any benefits. I don't know, my lord. Before Lin Juelong finished speaking, the old man of Blood League stood up, wrong. Absolutely wrong. One person got the benefit. And he stayed in the land of the dragon for 2 days. Chapter 425. Lin Juelong and his father changed their faces when they heard the old man's words. The Lin family also wanted to spy on the dragon veins of the Qinling Mountains. However, it was too late to get the news, coupled with the fact that Yi Tianzheng has been dealing with recently. When they react, the dragon vein of Qinling Mountains has been closed. Not only that, most of the forces are directly destroyed. Beixiang is seriously injured. It can be seen how heavy the losses of the major forces of Qinling Dragon Vein this time. But now, the old man of the Blood League even said that someone stayed in the land of Dragon Veins for 2 days. The Dragon Veins are extremely hot, not to mention the ancient martial arts. Even the practitioners may not be able to stay at this temperature for too long. Lin Juelong frowned and asked, "My lord, is your source reliable?" Adults, do not misunderstand, after all, Qinling Mountains Dragon Veins in China is full of linen's eyeliner, on the news channel. The old man of Blood League snorted coldly, took out a photo and threw it out, the photo given to me by my Blood League disciple personally. What else do you have to say? What's more, besides Yi Chen, you have to take down one person, the boy in the picture. The boy has been in the land of the Dragon Vein for 2 days, and he has a treasure in his hand. Lin Juelong took a look at the photo. When he saw the cool and proud youth in the photo, his pupil almost enlarged. Lin's father also glanced, and his expression suddenly became frightened. The old man of Blood League felt something wrong and asked, "Do you know this son?" Lin Juelong's eyes were covered with cold murders. The photo was directly pinched in the palm of his hand. He raised his head and said, "My lord, this is Yi Chen whom I just mentioned. The only suspect in the destruction of the ghost prison." Hearing this, the old man of Blood League couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. So young, can break the ghost prison, and can survive in thousands of people, and stay in the land of the dragon for 2 days. This son either has the secret, or is behind has the big power support. What's the origin of this son? Do you know his school? The old man of Blood League said. Lin Juelong shook his head. This Yi Chen was a waste 5 years ago, but after 5 years, I don't know why he came back with a very strong strength. I don't know where he went no matter how I investigate. As for the school behind him, I don't know where to start. I suspect that this man went to Kunlun Su, otherwise he could not explain his cultivation. Lin Juelong rode. He actually suspected that Yi Chen had something to do with it. But if Yi Chen really gets that thing, he can't be a waste for so many years, let alone watch his parents being killed and remain indifferent. The best explanation is that Yi Chen went to the virtual or mysterious place of Kunlun and got some inheritance. The old man of Xuemeng pondered for several seconds and said directly, "No matter what the origin of this son is, I will give you 2 days to bring this son alive to me. I'll be at Lin's house these 2 days. Yes, my lord. A remote courtyard in Beijing. The car stopped, and the driver took Yi Chen through a long lane. The lane was wet and cold, and there were several garbage cans, which emitted a trace of stench. Yi Chen really can't imagine that the old man with the strongest power in China will be in this place. However, he had felt several pairs of eyes staring at him in the dark. Extremely dangerous. Here we are, Mr. Yi. Please come in. The driver pushes open the gate of a courtyard. Yi Chen goes in and sees number 1 sitting in the courtyard. In addition, there are Bai Li Xiong and a strange girl. The girl is pressing her shoulder for the old man and talking about the recent events. Her eyes are like crescent moon, which is very lovely. When he saw Yi Chen coming, the old man stood up and was obviously a little excited. Sure enough, it's a hero who comes out of youth, okay. Good. Good. The old man said 3 good things, his face was ruddy, and he was very excited. Can he not be excited? Yi Chen killed hundreds of people and held the dragon vein of Qinling Mountains. Not only that, but also saved Bai Li Xiong. Beixiang is of great significance to China. 1,000 soldiers of iron and blood camp, Gao Wu soldiers, only listen to 100 Li Xiong. When Bai Li Xiong dies, who can defend the elite of protecting the country? They are bound to be exiled to the Chinese martial arts world. Who will guard the safety of China? Looking at the past few decades in China, it seems stable, but this stability is guarded by this group of people. Some battles don't depend on guns and ammunition. Only martial arts to suppress. Yi Chen's move and rescue is too important for Huaxia. When the girl heard her grandfather's high evaluation of Yi Chen, she looked at Yi Chen carefully. She can't see any respect from Yi Chen, even a trace of cold pride. Her face is a little unhappy. Huan Huaxia is not respectful when he sees his grandfather. He is a good boy, just like his grandfather. Mr. Yi, we meet again. Bai Lixiong said respectfully. Unknowingly, he also changed his name to Bailabeng. Yi Chen is not only a doctor, but also a martial artist. Yi Shani is not enough to call each other. This respectful tone makes the girl slightly open her mouth, and her beautiful eyes are full of confusion. Uncle Bailey is a general with military power. She has never heard of Uncle Bailey treating a person like this. The girl suddenly became curious about Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this is my granddaughter Ronger. You are about the same age. Sometimes you can play together. After that, it will be your young people's world. Yi Chen nodded and did not mean to introduce himself. He said directly, I just want to know where the Lin family is. For him, the safety of his father is more important than anything. As for making friends, he doesn't have so much time. The girl's eyes are wide, and her anger is not good. As the daughter of the old man, who dares to treat her like this? Can't she compare with the Lin family? Stinky boy, who do you think you are? As soon as the girl wanted to discuss with Yi Chen, the old man said, Ronger, you go back to the room first. Grandfather, can you see this guy doing this to me? Go back to the house. When the girl heard her grandfather's voice of anger, she reluctantly went back to the room. Silence returned to the courtyard in an instant. You really want to ask Lin Yi? Do you know that the Lin family is closely related to some forces? Even Kunlun Su has a great connection. Today, I heard that there are two very strong masters in the Lin family. They are likely to come from the depths of Kunlun Mountain. If you go to Lin's house now, you'll be hit by a gun. The old man advised. Yi Chen is also very important to China, and his achievements may be far beyond Bai Lixiong. He didn't want Yi Chen to die early. I save Bailixiang is a trade between you and me. I respect you, but I also hope you respect me. I just want the position. Yi Chen's attitude is extremely serious. The old man shook his head helplessly, and finally took out a piece of paper from his pocket with a specific address and coordinates on it. This is the specific position of the Lin family, but you may not be able to break the Lin family's array. Take care of yourself. Chapter 426. Yi Chen took the note directly, held it in the palm of his hand and turned away. In this case, it won't disturb you. But Yi Chen had not gone a few steps. The old man said again, Yi Chen, wait a minute. Yi Chen stopped his steps and said, if you still want to persuade me, you don't have to say it. I have decided. The old man shook his head and said, if you go to the Lin family now, have you considered your mother? And Xiaoruoxua and Sunny? Do you believe it or not, as long as you set foot on the Lin family, there will be problems with the safety of these three people. The Lin family is not an ordinary person. There is hidden power behind any top family in China. The Jiang family is the same as the Lin family. The old man approached Yi Chen and firmly said, you just want to save your father. If you give me 3 days, Bai Lixiong and I will use our power to pressure the Lin family to release your father. Although the Lin family is the top family in China's martial arts circle, the influence behind my position is not weak, otherwise someone would have overthrown me. If you give me 3 days, I will give you a reply. The reason why the old man said this was for the sake of China. Yi Chen is extremely important to China, so is the Lin family. If either side goes wrong or both sides lose, it will be a painful price for China. China's martial arts and Taoism have been in balance for many years. If it is broken again now, it will be in chaos. Sitting in this position, the elderly naturally have to consider long-term interests. The less internal fighting in China, the more favorable. Yi Chen shook his head, I not only want to save my father, but also kill Lin Juelong. You should know what happened in Yunhu Villa. How can I swallow what Lin Juelong did to my family? I will not be a man until I kill him. At this moment, the old man hesitated. It seems that the battle between Yi Chen and the Lin family is inevitable. When Yi Chen was about to leave, Bai Lixiong, who had not spoken, said, Mr. Yi, since this is the enmity between you and Lin Juelong, why don't you solve it in Wudoutai? The chief and I will try to rescue your father, and the enmity between you and Lin Juelong will end in Wudoutai. Hearing this proposal, the old man nodded. Yi Chen, this is the best plan for you. The incident in those years was the intention of Lin Juelong alone. It was also Lin Juelong's intention to take away your father. If you destroy the Lin family, there will be many innocent souls in the capital. What's more, the matter of Wudoutai can't be obstructed even by the two strong men from the depths of Kunlun Mountain. This is the rule. Seeing Yi Chen hesitated, the old man continued to hit the railway while it was hot. Yi Chen, as long as you nod, I will send your father to you in 3 days. Never break your promise. The old man said very seriously. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and thought for a few seconds. He said directly, I can't wait for 3 days. 2 days at most. The day after tomorrow, I will not only see my father, but also fight with Lin Juelong in Wudoutai. Good. The old man picked up his pen and began to write the war book. The impact of this war has been reduced to the minimum, and Lin Juelong is the second one on the list of Chinese masters. And Yi Chen is the genius of Huaxia Wudao Bureau. No matter whether they win or lose, they will surely shake the world of martial arts in China. The old man wants Yi Chen to win. But he was not sure of the outcome of the war. Goodbye, I won't go to trouble with the Lin family for 2 days, but if there is any problem in any link of the Lin family, I will kill the Lin family and kill all of them. Yi Chen left this sentence before he left. Maybe it was too loud. The girl in the room also came out. The girl snorted coldly, Grandfather, this boy wants to fight with Lin Juelong? Isn't this for death? Depending on his strength, Lin Juelong killed him with only one hand. The old man glared at the girl, don't be rude. Ronger, I know your temper. No matter what, you must not offend Yi Chen, or I can't save you at that time. Instead, she said, Grandfather, I really don't understand why you and Uncle Bailey are so optimistic about this boy. His martial arts strength is not worthy of his temper. He is so arrogant that he may die when he dies. It is estimated that he is something that his parents have not taught him. Pa, he said. The old man slapped the girl in the face. Ronger, if you dare to say such words again, don't blame me for not having your granddaughter. The old man is very popular. This granddaughter is too spoiled by her family. If she continues to indulge, the consequences will be unimaginable. The girl obviously didn't expect that her grandfather would slap herself for an outsider. This is the first time my grandfather hit her. Her eyes were filled with tears and anger. Grandfather, you beat me up for this stinky boy. A day of confinement. Don't step out of the house, the old man said coldly, although he loves this precious granddaughter, but if he indulges in the matter of Yi Chen, it is harmful to her. The girl heard the order and ran directly to the courtyard. The old man shook his head helplessly and didn't intend to take care of it. Let the girl calm down. Then the old man wrote the battle, put it into an envelope and handed it to Bai Lixiong. Bai Lixiong, this matter is up to you. If the Lin family doesn't let Yi Tianjin go, they will use that strength. Yes, chief. Yi Chen left the courtyard, just came to the street. A white Porsche stopped in front of Yi Chen. When the driver's door opened, a sexy girl came down, blinked her eyes and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, I'll take you back. Yi Chen is surprised to see this sexy girl. She is actually Zhuya. Zhuya seems to dress up specially, a long and elegant curly hair draped on his shoulders, the big, watery eyes sparkling men's frenzied autumn waves, the face of the melon seed is covered with a light makeup, and the eyeshadow is just the same, and the red lips of water and water are sexy and charming. The neckline of the dress is very big, slightly inclined, you can see a touch of attractive business line. Beige clothes will be her original, white skin appears more white tender. How do you know I'm here? Zhu Yapo said mysteriously, Mr. Yi, guess. Come on, don't tease you. Get in the car. Binger told me. Yi Chen did not hesitate to get on the car. The car rode away. At this time, a girl just came out and saw this scene naturally. Her eyes were cold and her cheek had a red palm print. I even got on a woman's car. I guess you're also a loser who depends on women. I'd like to see what's shining on you that Bai Lixiong and his grandfather admire so much. In Beijing, I've seen many men like you who don't want to make progress and rely on women's supremacy. The girl got into a Bentley and ran after it. Chapter 427. At the gate of Beijing Normal University. The Porsche stopped slowly. Mr. Yi, Binger asked me to ask you when you have time to go to the land. Of course, if you don't have time, you can count it. Julia stops the car and turns to look at Yi Chen in the back seat. Yi Chen thought about the establishment of the family. The teacher's apartment is really too small. Once you take the land of Beilixiang and use enough capital and manpower, it can be built and lived in a short time. Since number 1 promised to send his father back and arranged for him to fight Lin Juelong in Wudoutai the day after tomorrow, he was not in a hurry to find the Lin family. At present, the best way to solve this problem is that there is no solution to the problem. Tonight or tomorrow, I'll go and have a look when I have time. I'll contact you in advance. You should have Beilibeng's contact information. Julia nodded, yes, Mr. Yi. By the way, Mr. Yi, I've been in Beijing all this time. I just bought and registered this car. If you have any plans to go out, you can contact me. I live near here. As long as she stayed with Yi Chen, she would feel at ease. This kind of feeling is very good, just like those days in Jiangnan province. The stronger Yi Chen's strength, she found that the distance between her and Yi Chen became more and more remote. She was afraid that one day, she would never see Yi Chen again. Yi Chen takes a look at Julia and nods. He has no plan to buy a car, because it is really unnecessary. If he wants to drive, he can buy several famous automobile manufacturers with his current assets. Xiang Chengdong's previous car, Ghost Prison after the end of things, he no longer need. Originally, I planned to arrange a strong man in the dark hall to drive him. Now it seems that it is unnecessary. Okay, I'll contact you if I need to. I'll go first and talk back. Yi Chen opens the door and goes directly to the teacher's apartment. Julia did not leave immediately, but watched Yi Chen go far away. She didn't notice that there was a Bentley in the back, and a girl in the car had a pair of sad and angry eyes. Not long ago, a young man in his 30s rushed to the Bentley and knocked on the window. Shi Wanhu, a young man named Shi Wanhu, is a young housekeeper of the Shi family in the capital city, and a strong man who protects the granddaughter number 1 all the year round. He just heard the anger of the eldest lady on the phone just now, so he rushed over with something. He knows Shi Rong better than anyone else, because Shi Rong is the only daughter in the family and protected by an old chief executive. Looking at the whole capital, Shi Rong is almost untouched, which also creates her arrogant and domineering character. Anyone who makes her unhappy is willing to help her erase it. Miss, here's the information you need. The Porsche is a new car. It has just been registered in the capital. The owner is a woman named Julia. Behind Julia is the Zhu family in Jiangnan province. The Zhu family has a certain reputation in the martial arts circles of China. The peak period was hundreds of years ago. At that time, the Zhu family was one of the top sword-casting families in China. At that time, they had forged swords for countless powerful people. Many of them still owe their gratitude to Zhu family. However, in recent years, the Zhu family has become lonely, and most of the things they do are the wind and rain. What's more, Julia has a good relationship with Bailey Ice of the Bailey family. This car was purchased with Bailey Ice. I don't know what you want this information for, miss. Did Zhu Jia offend you? Shi Wanhu was quite surprised. Suddenly, he noticed something. The Porsche that the lady asked him to investigate was actually at the gate of Beijing Normal University. Shi Rong turned over the information on her hand and sneered at her. I thought, what kind of woman was that boy was next to? It turned out that she was just a family in Jiangnan province, Zhu family. Haha, what is a lonely family in my Shi family's eyes? It is estimated that the boy is not only interested in the woman's money, but also in the relationship between the woman and the Bailey family. In this way, The attitude of Uncle Bailey and grandfather to the boy can be explained, probably in the face of Bailey ice. Shirong's smile is getting colder and colder. When she found that Yi Chen's figure disappeared completely, Shirong opened the door and went to the white Porsche. When she couldn't see Yi Chen at all, she said to herself, "Mr. Yi, if time could go back, I would love you without hesitation when I was in Jiangnan province." With that, she pressed the start button. Just when the car started, the door was opened directly. She was surprised to see the strange girl outside the car. "Are you?" Shirong looked at Zhuya from a commanding position and said in a cold voice, "You get off the bus now. I have something to tell you." Her attitude seemed to be very high, which may be a little ugly in other people's eyes, but it was extremely normal in her eyes. The key is that when Shirong sees that Zhuya's sexy and beautiful is far better than her, as a woman, her tone is inexplicably with a trace of hostility. Zhuya frowned, but still got out of the car, as cold as frost. "Who are you? We don't know each other, and I don't like the way you talk to Mexi." Rong didn't expect that Zhuya would dare to take such an attitude, and said directly, "I came to see you. I just want to persuade you that you'd better stay away from that man. This kind of man doesn't deserve you. He's just taking advantage of you." What did Zhuya think of? Her face was a little chilly. "Do you say Mr. Yi?" Hearing Zhuya's address, Shirong said, "Yes, it's something that has a mother but no father to teach. If you keep in touch with this boy again, you Zhu family may not be able to protect yourself." When she heard the other party insult Yi Chen, she had a trace of anger on her face. "You are not allowed to insult Mr. Yi. Besides, no matter who you are, I will be with you as long as you are willing. You have no right to hinder me." With that, Zhuya turned to get into the Porsche. Since the other party knows her Zhu family, she still dares to take such an attitude. The other party must have good power and dependence in the capital. She doesn't want to cause trouble. Leaving is the best choice. But before she got into the car, a slender hand clasped her shoulder. "I'm not finished yet." Shirong's cold voice rings out. Zhuya's eyes shrunk. The next second, the body a-turn, directly break free of each other's hands. "You and I don't know each other. Who do you think you are? What's the right to get in the way of other people's lives? If you do this again, don't blame me for being rude." Zhu Yadao. Shirong's mouth appeared a disdainful smile. "In the capital, my Shi family really has this qualification. I came to you just to remind you. Even if Bai Li Bing stands here, she will be respectful to me." Chapter 428. What does Zhuya think of when she hears this sentence, "Shi family," and can make Bailey Ice fear? She instantly guessed the identity of the girl in front of her. Is that granddaughter? If that's the case, she really can't afford it. Don't say she can't be provoked. Looking at the whole China, who dares to provoke? Seeing the fear of Zhuya's eyes, Shirong said haughtily, "You should have guessed my identity. Yi Chen has no idea of the superiority of heaven and earth. What's more, he wants to fight with Lin Juelong on Wudaotai. Do you think he has a chance to live? I advise you to look for another man. With your beauty, the young masters of some families in the capital can choose from you." Hearing this, Zhuya's eyes were extremely firm, and said word by word, "In my eyes, Mr. Yi can't lose. Moreover, even if you are that granddaughter, you are not qualified to help me make a decision. If you stop me from leaving again, I will." Words have not finished, a palm wind hit. Paw! Let all people did not expect to happen, Shirong even slapped in Zhuya's face. This slap is incomparably crisp. And with a trace of martial arts, Zhuya even has no qualification to react. Shirong was a little annoyed and tried to persuade her, but the woman in front of her was like her grandfather. She was so infatuated by the boy that she defended him everywhere. Even ignore their own identity. Since this woman loves that boy so much, let this woman repay the slap that her grandfather gave her. Zhuya was full of anger. Who could have thought that her granddaughter was so mischievous? She respects that person, but does not mean that she should also respect his younger generation. The key to this girl is to look at the existence of spoiled. She no longer hesitated, one hand toward Shirong, at this time, has been watching Shiwanhu stand. His mission is to protect the young lady. If she is injured, how can he explain to the master? His eyes are full of killing intention. 5 fingers clasped Zhuya's wrist, and then gently pushed Zhuya to the ground. He stood in front of Shi Rong and said, "No one can move her. No matter who is right or who is wrong." Shi Rong enjoyed the moment very much. She looked at Zhuya from a commanding position and said confidently, "Zhuya, this is not Jiangnan province, but the capital. Your identity is far from enough here. I don't want to embarrass you. As long as you apologize to me, I can consider letting you go." Zhuya stood up and said angrily, "Dream. Even if you are powerful behind you, you don't know Mr. Yi at all. If you annoy him, he will not be afraid of your identity or even the people behind you. That's the only thing I can tell you. No apology." Shi Rongyang grinned with his chin, and then looked at Shi Wanhu. "Wanhu, some people have a hard mouth and 10 palms. Shi Wanhu a zheng, facial expression some hesitation, miss, otherwise this matter will forget." "I said, 10 times. Don't forget who you are." Shi Rong's cold voice rings out. "Yes, miss." Shi Wanhu step out, just want to hand, a figure in front of Zhuya. He is a middle-aged man with a long scar on his face. Middle-aged man with a trace of evil spirit, like a killer. His identity is extremely special, that is, the dark hall arranged near the capital Normal University. Not for the protection of the temple master, but the capital Normal University any and temple lord related matter, must report. He naturally knew Zhuya and wanted to hide in the dark, but he couldn't help seeing Shi Wanhu start. Not only that, he immediately reported this matter to Yi Lingtian. "Miss Zhu, are you okay?" The middle-aged man said faintly. "You are." The middle-aged man did not explain too much, and the murder was released. "You are too much. If you hurt Miss Zhu, the hall master will not like it, and the consequences will be very serious." Shi Rong frowned at the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man, and told Shi Wanhu, "Give you 10 seconds, the man's useless, the woman's palm." "Yes." Wind curls, Shi Wanhu with countless palm print and go, the cold killing machine released. The powerful air wave even moved the white Porsche a little bit. The strong man in the dark hall felt the danger of Shi Wanhu, and without hesitation, smashed out with a fist. Bang! 2 forces collide in an instant. Dark hall strong person retreated 10 steps, and Shi Wanhu motionless. The gap is too big. The middle-aged man's status in the dark hall is not high, otherwise he would not be arranged to observe in Beijing Normal University. Shi Wanhu is one of the top 10 masters of the Shi family. After all, Shi Rong's status is noble. How can these two fight? Not yet waiting for the middle-aged man to react, Shi Wanhu in situ into a shadow, a claw toward the middle-aged man's dantian grasp. Once touched, the light will be lost, and the heavy will be dead. Just at the moment when Shi Wanhu's 5 fingers were about to touch, a flat and suppressed voice of anger came from the cold. "My man, you dare to move." Shi Wanhu's eyes a shrink, he clearly found that the air in front of him seems to condense into a wall, he cannot move forward. At the same time, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. Youth's eyes are extremely cold, just like the devil. "Go away." Yichen blows out with a fist. A light punch. But in an instant came the word, click, the voice of. Shi Wanhu's right hand is directly broken and bleeding. Bang! The powerful air wave swept, Shi Wanhu's whole person was flying backwards, just like a broken kite. Everything changes too fast. At the moment, everyone's eyes are on a young man. Yi Chen. Yi Chen received Yi Lingtian's call at the first time, and then rushed down directly. After a long time, Shi Rongcai reacted and said to Shi Wanhu, "How are you?" Shi Wanhu spit out a mouthful of blood, shaking his head, did not speak, but took out his mobile phone and pressed a set of numbers. Shi Rong saw that all his people were like this. He held out his finger at Yi Chen and blamed him, "Yi Chen, you dare to move my Shi family's people." Yi Chen ignored and said to the strong man in the dark hall, "It's okay. Temple Master, I'm fine." Yi Chen nodded and then looked at Juya. Naturally, he noticed the palm print on her cheek for the first time. He reached out and tried to touch, but he took it back. That woman did it? Julia shook his head. No, I didn't. She knows the identity and strength behind Shirong. If Yi Chen offends, it will not be good for Yi Chen. Oh. Yi Chen nods, can't see expression. Suddenly, Yi Chen moved. In situ into a remnant shadow, facing all people's surprised eyes, he slapped Shirong 3 times on the spot. Paw! Paw paw paw! Shirong had swollen half of her face, and Yi Chen's 3 slaps made her whole face swollen. Chapter 429. Shirong covers her cheek and looks at Yi Chen. How dare you hit me? My grandfather. Words have not finished, Yi Chen smile. Don't mention your grandfather, even if your grandfather is here, I dare to fan you. The Shi family will not teach you how to be a man. I will teach you by Yi Chen. Besides, I dare not only to beat you, but also to kill you, believe it or not. Hearing this, Shirong covered Mori's painful cheek, stupefied. She knew Yi Chen was crazy, but she didn't expect to be so crazy. No madman. Perhaps because Shiwanhu's mobile phone input a string of numbers, not long after a car appeared at the gate of Beijing Normal University and stopped. 5 or 6 figures appear beside Shirong. What can I do for you, miss? The head of an old man said. The man beat me and wanted to kill me. Help me kill that boy. Shirong saw the people around him and gnawed his teeth. The head of the old man's eyes fell on Yi Chen's body, originally wanted to hand, when saw Yi Chen's appearance, frightened pale. My heart was shaking. How did Miss offend this evil spirit? Miss, go back. We can't move this man. Why is the old man? Shirong could still feel the pain on her cheek and said angrily, if I don't kill this person, I will never go back. Words fall, strange things happen. Yi Chen even through those people's bodies, directly came to Shirong's front. 5 fingers clasped Shirong's neck and lifted it up directly. 1 second, backhand. Those who want to kill me are dead. You are no exception. Almost instantly, Shirong felt the cold killing machine wrapped her, her eyes widened. At this moment, she felt that Yi Chen really dared to kill her. She can't see any respect from Yi Chen's eyes, only cold death. Those old people did not expect Yi Chen's body method and strength to be so ghostly. Shirong cannot have an accident, otherwise the consequences are extremely dangerous. Mr. Yi, please be merciful. Mrs. Fault, I will let the master punish. Yi Chen snorted coldly and threw Shirong out directly. For your grandfather's sake, I won't kill you today. But if there's another time, I'll kill you even if your grandfather pleads. Shirong felt his whole body bones were scattered, angry eyes staring at Yi Chen, just wanted to talk. Her pocket phone rang up. It's her grandfather. Grandfather, someone. Before she finished her words, a voice of exclamation rang out, Shirong, get back to my family right now. From today on, 1 year's ban. And give Yi Chen a call. Grandfather. Shirong's face was pale. She couldn't think of it. Her grandfather was forbidden to speak to her in this tone for a year. She trembled and handed the mobile phone out. An old man took it and wanted to give it to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen had no intention of accepting it. On the contrary, she looked at Julia, condensed her true chi into her palm, stroked her cheek and said, Are you better? Would you like to go to my place? No need to. Jue blushed. Yi Chen glanced at the people behind him. Afraid that Shirong would do something extreme, he opened the door of the car and sat in. At the same time, he ordered, contact the Bailey family, and now take me to see the land. Julia reaction back, quickly into the driver's seat, start the car, and use the car phone dial Bailey Ice's mobile phone, the car to the other direction. Yes, Mr. Yi. I'll contact you right now. 20 minutes later, the Shi family. Shirong covered her cheek and complained in front of her parents. She added fuel to the matter. In his words, Yi Chen is undoubtedly a madman. Although the father's face does not know her mother's face. What is their daughter's identity? She was beaten. The consequences are too serious. She's mother was distressed and her daughter even said, Ronger, don't worry. Since the boy dares to fan you, his mother will surely seek justice for you. Even if the boy's surname Ji is very strong, how about it? Is it better than our old man? I'll send the elder to bring the boy to you now. She's father frowned and advised, that's it. We've only heard Ronger's one side of the story. Maybe Ronger was wrong first. This time, he kicked the iron plate as a lesson. Dad, why is that boy so arrogant that he can get away with it? As soon as Shirong's words fell, there was an old voice outside, arrogant, I think you are the real arrogance. When Shi's father and mother heard this, their faces changed slightly. They stood up and looked at the old man who pushed the door in. They even said, Dad, how did you come? The old man came directly to Ronger and said word by word, if I don't come again, your spoiled daughter will break the sky. Grandfather, are you for an outsider? Shirong didn't agree with her. Outsiders? The old man just wanted to put out his hand and slap him, but he stopped to see Shirong's red and swollen cheek. He said in a cold voice, Ronger. I didn't have time to explain Yi Chen to you just now. What a fool you are. Do you know who Yi Chen is? He is the chief instructor of Dragon Spirit. I have personally conferred the rank of Major General. Not only that, he is the most likely to become the first person in China. Also, in the Qinling incident, Yi Chen slaughtered thousands of people and personally rescued Bai Lixiong from the Sea of Blood. Huaxia owes him too much. How dare you provoke him? Even I dare not provoke you. This son is of great significance to China. After this incident, I can tell you exactly that if you have to choose one person between Bai Lixiong and Yi Chen, I will not hesitate to choose Yi Chen. Finally, I will hold a meeting tomorrow. This meeting is directly related to Yi Chen. I decided to move Yi Chen's military rank. The position of Major General is not worthy of him, at least Lieutenant General. No matter what, Huaxia must keep this person. Huaxia has him and is not afraid of all battles. Ronger, do you understand? The last sentence was almost roared by the old man. The whole hall was extremely silent, echoing the old man's words. Shi's father and his mother were stunned. They knew something about Qinling. The old man didn't sleep for several days for this matter. Once there is an accident in the Qinling dragon vein, the consequences will be unimaginable. But who could have thought that all this was saved by a young man? The key is that this young man slaughtered thousands of people. One is worth 1,000. Shirong is also open-mouthed, an incredible look. Her cold eyes twinkled in her mind. That kid is going to be awarded a lieutenant general? How old is he? The key person's value is even greater than Uncle Bailey. An invisible chill covered her whole body. Grandfather, I was wrong. I will never dare again. She slumped on the sofa, trembling. Chapter 430. Beijing, intersection of Dayuan Road and Jingbei Avenue, West. Walls and cordons. There were 5 or 6 men outside, with cold eyes on everyone. When the car drove into the gate, several men made gestures. When the window rolled down, he saw Yi Chen in the back seat and quickly showed a smile. Mr. Yi. Let go. One of the soldiers said. The car drove inside, because it was a piece of wasteland, and Jia stopped at any place. Yi Chen got out of the car, her eyes swept around, and instantly felt an air current fluctuating. Well? This place. Yi Chen feels something wrong, squats down and picks up a stone on the ground. With a slight force on both fingers, the stone turns into powder. At the same time, there are a few wisps of aura overflowing. In history, many top families have been born here. It should be because the trend of this place is that thousands of clouds are rising. In ancient times, living here might have achieved hegemony, and the fortune of China is too mysterious. Yi Chen murmured. He can clearly feel that the aura of this place is stronger than that of the outside world, and even better than the location of Jiang family in the capital city. It seems that my mother said that this land is the best choice to build the Yi family, and it is true. Once the Yi family is built here, it will protect the family for at least 1,000 years. Yi Chen turned around and suddenly found something. His face changed slightly and he went to a position quickly. Zhu Ye also followed up and said in surprise, "Mr. Yi, is there anything wrong with this place?" Yi Chen's mouth outlined a smile. "This position is the eye of the array. To a certain extent, this is a large natural array, but because it is too old, China's aura is thin, and the array is almost damaged. If it is repaired, even shells will not come in here." Although she didn't understand Yi Chen's meaning, she could see that Yi Chen had to get this terrain. Just then, a Hummer came in. Hummer stopped, Beilixiang and Beilabeng came down. Not only that, but also several strong men stood behind. "Mr. Yi, what have you prepared?" "Yi Chen Dao." She took out 100 li before she took out the comb. "Mr. Yi, can you find her with a comb?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Not necessarily, can only try, after all, time is too long." Bai Li Xiong arched his hand, "Then Mr. Lao Yi." Yi Chen comes to the position of the array eye, pinches it with his fingers, and the spirit runes together. His feet step out, and an air current suddenly appears around him. A golden rune appeared in the palm. Yi Chen holds the rune in his hand and says something in his mouth. Then, he slaps the rune on the comb. The next second, the comb was golden, suspended in the air. Beilixiang saw this scene, eyes filled with a trace of panic. However, this panic was soon suppressed by him. Even if Yi Chen did something shocking to the world, he couldn't compare with the blood dragon in the place of dragon veins. "Yulong people, this is only a mortal talent has the means." The whole wasteland suddenly blew a black wind, and the body of Bailey Ice was almost blown. Yi Chen brows slightly frown. This black wind is not he to arouse. On the contrary, the appearance of black wind is to stop him. Seeing the black wind coming from the wind, Yi Chen snorted coldly, and a talisman was offered directly. Split the black wind in two in an instant. But these two parts have formed two ghosts, with cold killing intention, towards Yi Chen. Black wind evil charm. Yi Chen is surprised a little bit. Kang Haiping teaches him a spirit talisman to have this rune. Isn't the key talisman a long time ago gone, but someone has mastered it? At the moment when the ghost shadow was about to touch Yi Chen's life talisman was offered. In a flash, the two ghost shadows seemed to have seen something extremely terrible and wanted to escape, but in a flash, a strong attraction came from his life talisman. Jia Jia. Two voices, all dissipated. The whole wasteland is calm, and Yi Chen's head also forms a picture. In the picture, a young woman appears in the wasteland. She stops quickly and looks around, as if she is looking for something. Bai Li Bing and Bai Li Xiong's eyes twinkle with excitement. Because the young woman in the picture is Mu Wanning, Bai Li Xiong's wife. In the picture, the young woman waited here for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, a bent figure came out of the darkness. "Are you sure you want to leave them alone and go to Kunlungsu?" Mu Wanning hesitated for a few seconds, or nodded, "Sure." "You don't leave them a letter or a message? Leave without saying goodbye?" The old man said lightly. Mu Wanning took a look to the south and sighed, "No need. Once they say it, they will go there to find me. What I can do is almost the same. There is no one in China for the Bailey family. Binger has grown up. They don't need my help anymore. Now it's time for me to go back to Kunlun. It's been too long. I've forgotten my mission. Well, let's go." The old man didn't have any nonsense. The black fog curled up and they disappeared into the wasteland. The screen is interrupted. Yi Chen didn't expect that Bai Li Bing's mother came from Kunlun Su and was also a practitioner. He took a look at Bai Li Xiong and found that his expression was incomparably calm and even had a sense of surprise, as if he had already guessed it. Sure enough, she went to that place. He clenched his fist. Everyone knows that a few decades ago, 100 Li Xiong was born in the sky. His talent was against the heaven, and he was the first person in China at that time. Everyone marveled at Bai Li Xiong's genius, but only Bai Li Xiong knew that all his achievements came from Mu Wanning, the woman behind him. Mu Wanning gives him skills and teaches him to practice. Let him soar. Become the patriarch of Bailey family. Even the training of Iron and Blood Camp is made by Mu wanting behind his back. He did not know the strength of his wife, but the little bit of life let him guess his wife's terrible. There was a mysterious woman in countless battles. Looking back, he was sure that the mysterious woman was his wife. Dad, Mom went to Kunlun Mountain. She. Bai Li Bing trembled in his voice. She was full of doubts. Bai Lixiang did not answer his daughter, but went to Yi Chen and took out a land certificate. Mr. Yi, I am not good at expressing, but I still want to say to you, thank you. This is the land certificate of this place. From today on, this place belongs to you. I'll let the person in charge of Huaxia take care of it. Yi Chen can feel Bai Li Xiong's hand shaking when he hands out the land certificate. He doesn't know whether he is angry or excited. Goodbye, Mr. Yi. I hope you can win the battle with Lin Juelong the day after tomorrow. Bai Li Xiong turned around and went to the military vehicle. Binger, let's go home. I'll explain some things to you slowly. The Hummer soon drove out of the wasteland, leaving only Yechen, who was frowning, and Zhuya, who was lost. Chapter 431. Yichen looked at the land certificate in his hand and shook his head helplessly. Bai Li Xiong walked too fast. In fact, he had one thing to say. When the old man took Mu Wanning away, he noticed a jade card hanging on his waist. He has seen the jade plate, which is the symbol of a clan in Kunlun. At that time, he stepped into Kunlun Su, because the old man's family only focused on medical skills and other heresy, which was not suitable for Yi Chen to practice martial arts. This is also one of the reasons for Yi Chen's doctrines. The old man knew Yi Chen's determination to revenge, so he took him to Kunlun Su to worship his master one by one. But it was met with heartless ridicule. There is no clan willing to take Yi Chen in Kunlun. Only because of Yi Chen's root and talent. In their opinion, Yi Chen can't step into the realm of separation and separation in his whole life. Even if Yi Chen is allowed to enter their ancestral gate, it will only tarnish its signboard. Yi Chen clearly remember the proud faces. In their eyes, Fan Zhen is not worthy of stepping into Kunlun Su. But now, Yi Chen has broken the magic spell and stepped into the realm of separation and separation. Li Yi State is definitely not his destination, but his starting point. After being rejected by all Wudiozong, the old man can only take Yi Chen to another place, where killing and fighting are respected. It's called the Purgatory of the Fighters. The old man thought Yi Chen couldn't last 10 days, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to survive in that place. It is also the 9-day Shenyang Ju. When a cool breeze came, Yi Chen recovered from his mind. He looked at the rare stars in the capital and murmured, when the capital's affairs are finished, it's time to go to Kunlun and take back the things that I owe. I don't know how are those people. The old man should be lying on the rocking chair and singing now. Ji Xiqing, she should have become a strong man that many people in Kunlun look up to. Mr. Yi, where is Kunlun Su? Who is Ji Xiqing? Zhuya said curiously. She instinctively felt that Ji Xiqing was a girl's name and important to Mr. Yi. Yi Chen shook his head and walked toward the Porsche. It's just a friend. Let's go. It's late. It's time to go back. All right, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen refused to say, and she could not go on questioning. But Zhuya's eyes showed a trace of loss, which was fleeting. At the same time, Kunlun Su. Under a mysterious temple, there are dark clouds and countless lightning flashes above the sky. Countless young men and girls heard the movement, rushed out, eyes tightly staring at the gate of a temple. They held their breath as if waiting for something. Tension to the extreme. Suddenly, a pillar of light rose from the depths of the temple. A phoenix shadow rushed out, straight to the sky. The phoenix calls, the stars seem to move. Seeing this scene, the boys and girls clenched their fists, and their blood was boiling. Sister Ji has broken through again. This is the year. Lin Fu arched his hands and enthusiastically said, Iron and Blood Camp Section, ride the wind. I've heard a lot about you and the Lin family. I don't know what to ask General Duan to come here in person. The Lin family still wants to give the Iron and Blood Camp face. Duan Qingfeng took out a letter of war from his pocket and handed it directly to Lin Juelong. He said earnestly, "This is the letter written by number 1 himself. Please answer the battle." Hearing this, Lin Juelong and his father were slightly surprised. Lin Juelong's strength is almost the best in China, but there are still some challenges. You can't die. Even if there are hidden masters in China, but those hidden masters who have not entered the list of Chinese masters must mean that they are not interested in the challenge. Even more impossible to launch a war letter against Lin Juelong. The point is, who would be so upset? Or the old man with the highest power in China wrote it himself. There's so much behind it. Lin Juelong snorted coldly and took the battle book and tore it open directly. Lin Juelong, Yi Chen, Wu Daotai battle. His eyes immediately fell on the name below. The key time point is the day after tomorrow. The challenger is Yi Chen. Lin's father saw that Lin Juelong's expression was somewhat wrong and asked, "Who wrote the war book?" Lin Juelong sneers, and his true spirit is released. The battle book is torn apart in an instant. Who else? A mole ant. 5 years ago, I can easily crush him. 5 years later, the same thing. Hearing this, Lin Fu was surprised and said, "Yi Chen?" Lin Juelong nodded, stood up, looked at Duan Qingfeng, and said in a loud voice, "This book of war has saved his life. I wanted to kill him in person these days. Since he wants to insult himself, I can only promise him. You help me tell him that Lin Juelong has accepted the letter of war." Chapter 432. In Lin Juelongan, killing Yi Chen is as simple as crushing an ant. If he doesn't accept Yi Chen's war letter this time, Yi Chen must think that he is afraid of him. Duan Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction, and his task was completed. He said, "The day after tomorrow's Wu Daotai, the one who will watch the battle in person. Please don't use any special means." Later, Duan Qingfeng looked at the 2 strong members of the Blood League. The same is true of the Blood Alliance. This is not Kunlun deficiency. Please remember it. One of the Blood League elders did not expect that the burly man would dare to threaten him. Just as he was about to stand up, another Blood League elder pressed his opponent's shoulder. Duan Qingfeng did not have the slightest fear, and his eyes fell on Lin's father again. "The last thing, tomorrow, the people behind me will come to Lin's house to negotiate with you. You should be there at that time." Lin Fu was stunned and frowned. 100 Li Xiong? He's looking for our Lin family. Why? Duan Qingfeng shook his head and said, "I don't know exactly what's going on. It's confidential. If you see him tomorrow, the truth will come out. It's very late. I won't disturb you to have a rest. Goodbye." With that, Duan Qingfeng walked directly to the outside. After he left, the Lin family fell into a brief silence. "Did that kid challenge you?" An old man of Xueming said, with a faint disdain in his tone. In his opinion, Lin Juelong is one of the gifted people in the Blood Alliance, with unlimited potential. Otherwise, he would not be brought into the Blood League by an elder. But now a Chinese boy should challenge Lin Juelong. It's ridiculous. Lin Juelong sneered and said, "My lord, it's just a waste. I want to kill him. I don't want to do 3 moves. When the Lord comes to watch Wu Daotai, I'll waste his hands and feet. When he feels endless fear, he will ask him something again. I'm not afraid he won't say anything." The old man of Blood League nodded, "That's nature. I believe in your strength. You dare to compete with the sun and the moon with the light of fireflies." At the time when all of them were determined, the old man of the Blood League frowned and said, "I'm afraid it's not so simple. That's not a mediocre." Since he personally went to war, it shows that he is extremely optimistic about Yi Chen. That's not the key. Have you forgotten that this boy has been in the place of dragon veins for 2 days? It's no ordinary person to be able to stay in the place of dragon veins for 2 days. Besides, we haven't found out the clan behind this son. Recently, I checked the existence of Yi Chen's name in all Wudiozong sects of Kunlun Su through some channels. What's weird is that there are so many disciples of the sect, and none of them is called Yi Chen's. The key even does not have the same name. This matter is a little strange. In any case, you can't underestimate the enemy, but you should be careful. Lin Juelong's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this sentence, but in a flash he released his strong self-confidence. My lord, you've been thinking too much. In front of absolute strength, there's nothing to belittle the enemy. No matter how strong this sun is, I will still crush it. The old man of the Blood League shook his head helplessly and said nothing more. At the beginning of the day, teacher's apartment, normal university. Yichen ate a full 30 dumplings before going to the living room to rest, not to mention, the taste of mother and ERNV bao is really good. The double-door refrigerator in the teacher's apartment is almost full of dumplings. Because the teacher's apartment is 3 rooms and 1 hall, 1 room for Yichen, 1 room for Jiang Peirong, and 1 room for Xia Ruoxue and Sun Yi. The second daughter stayed for the night. Jiang Peirong sees at a glance that Yichen and Nu have an ambiguous relationship. Without disturbing her, she directly enters the room and begins to practice. She was eager to have her grandson early, and she was very fond of both girls. The figure, face and temperament are all top-notch in China. If this kind of girl marries home, her children will not be bad. I just don't know who Yichen will choose eventually. If Yichen and Yichen both marry home, it will be the best. Jiang Peirong is not a traditional woman. She knows very well that since ancient times, powerful men are surrounded by beautiful women. It's nothing to cling to. This is also human nature. Before practicing, Jiang Peirong called Yichen into the room and earnestly warned, Chener, you are not allowed to bully 2 girls. Their mother has promised to cover them. If you bully any one of them, I will beat you. Yichen smiles and nods again and again. If Yichen is afraid of the most at present, his mother. When Yichen returns to the living room, Xia Ruoxue is already taking a bath. Sun Yi is sitting on the sofa, wearing pajamas and stretching comfortably, which is quite magnificent. Even, Yichen also found that Sun Yi did not even wear a bra. Xia Kenzi, come here and I'll tell you a secret. Sun Yi stretched out her hand, with a trace of joy in her beautiful eyes. Do you remember what I said to you when you left Jiangnan province? Yichen thought, or shake his head, forget. Yichen sits on sofa, side head, curiously what? Sun Yi reaches Yichen's ear slowly, and her warm breath stirs Yichen's heartstrings. Sun Yi glanced at Yichen and said in a soft voice, thanks to you, you are still a man. I can't remember this matter. I think about it for you. In fact, I don't sleep in that empty room with Rushu tonight. Hey, we're going to sleep in your room. Yichen Zheng subconsciously thought of what, he knows Sun Yi is very bold, but did not expect Xia Ruoxue will also agree to this. It's not like Xia Ruoxue's character at all. Sun Yi noticed something and said, I bet with Ruoxue. If she loses, she will listen to me. However, you don't want to do anything bad tonight. You can only sleep in your arms, and you can't do anything else. Auntie can be nearby. There is too much movement. If Snow and I will see Auntie tomorrow. Sun Yi just want to continue to say what, the bathroom door has a movement, she then red lips kiss on the cheek of Yichen, run toward the bathroom. Xia Kenzi, I'm going to take a bath in the palace. I'll take your turn to wash after I'm done. What you have to do tonight is to sleep well, hee. Sun Yi enters the bathroom directly. Xia Ruoxue comes out. Her hair is still wet. She is wiping it with a towel. Even though she is wearing a nightdress, her white and slender thighs are exposed to Yichen's eyes, which makes people feel that her mouth is dried up. Xia Ruoxue takes a look at Yichen, and her white face is suffused with a touch of red glow. I don't know whether it is because of the bath or because of the next thing. She didn't speak and went straight to the room. It's just not her room and Sun Yi's room, but Yichen's room. Chapter 433. Watching Xia Ruoxue walk into his room, Yichen is sure that what Sun Yi said is true. These 2 girls are so hot now. After a while, Sun Yi finished bathing and blowing her hair. She blinked at Yichen and said with a smile, Xia Kenzi, this palace is waiting for you in bed. 10 minutes later, Yichen took a bath and entered his room. Although the light was off, he could see everything in the dark as a practitioner. Xia Ruoxue and Sun Yi lie on one side, and the other side near the outside is reserved for Yichen. The bed is 2 meters. The two girls are in good shape, but they don't take up too much space. Sun Yi narrowed her eyes and pretended to be breathing heavily. Yichen smiles and shakes his head, opens the quilt, directly lies in. The second daughter did not respond at all. Don't tell me, you're all asleep. Yichen lightway. Sun Yi and Xia Ruoxue still did not make a sound, but Yichen saw their eyes open in the dark, and even felt the beating of their hearts. The corner of Yichen's mouth outlines a radian, and turns over and hugs Sun Yi. Really asleep? Yichen stretched out his hand and put his arm around Sun Yi's waist, and he kept slipping through Sun Yi's body. Sun Yi wanted to hold it back, but the next second, she burst out laughing. Xia Kenzi, you bully me, I want to talk to my aunt. Yichen smiles, it seems that you have not slept. Well, you didn't wake me up. At this time, Xia Ruoxue, who has not spoken, opened his mouth. Xia Yz, let him sleep in the middle. I will help you supervise him. If he moves disorderly, we will go to the aunt to complain. Both of them moved Jiang Perong out. Sun Yi turns over Yichen's body in the dark and makes his thoughts fly. Not long, Yichen was squeezed in the middle by two girls. Yichen can clearly feel the touch of Ernu's skin. No matter how he said, he was also a man of high blood. Even if he stepped into practice, his physiological needs were normal. Go to bed and get up early tomorrow. There will be plenty of opportunities next time. Summer Snow Light Road. With that, he closed his eyes and heard a faint breath. What's more, Xia Ruoxue holds Yichen's left hand tightly in both hands for fear that Yichen will come. Xia Kenzi, if Snow has spoken, you'd better sleep honestly. Sun Yi reaches Yichen's ear and blows gently. Sun Yi shows a relieved smile in the dark, and makes Xia Ruoxue accept that kind of thing is not so simple. If she is not there, it is estimated that what will happen to the two people long ago. However, it is very difficult for Xia Ruoxue to do it when the two girls are together. However, if we can sleep together, we will make enough progress. Before long, Sun Yi believes that Ruoxue will agree. And she tested the room in the teacher's apartment during the day, and the sound insulation was not good. At least today is not the best time, but she will not let Yichen suffocate. The next second, her body slightly down, is to drill into the quilt inside. After a while Yichen felt a sense of stimulation from his body. There was no word all night. The next day, when Yichen wakes up, she finds that Sun Yi is no longer around. But Xia Ruoxue is wearing casual clothes and looking at Yichen with interest. How did you sleep yesterday? Yichen nodded, okay, where are you going to dress like this? Summer if Snow mouth outline a mysterious smile, body forward, red lips kiss on the lips of Yichen. Although I didn't satisfy you yesterday, I hope you don't get angry. This bed is too small. I'll accompany you when the bed is big enough. What's more, Sun Yi and I are going to the center of the city today. There is a negotiation that needs to be dealt with. This is very important for Tianjin Group. If you have some relationship, you can entrust someone to help. Shenhaihua is a bit tricky to deal with. If not, the contacts of my Xia family can barely be realized. Yichen nodded. He felt guilty about the second daughter's responsibility. After all, he did too little for Tianjin Group. Rushu, it's hard for you. Xia Ruoxue laughed, what's hard? Sun Yi and I are working for ourselves. Oh, you all sleep with us. Don't play tricks. Tianjin Group has our shares. Well, I don't want to talk to you. It's almost time. I guess I have to queue up there. Yichen is one of the classroom apartments in the capital city, which may not do much for her. It can be seen that the capital is not easy. But no matter how Yichen mixed up, she didn't care. What she had to do was to give Yichen a huge stage. After Xia Ruoxue leaves, Yichen thinks of something and dials the phone of Dark Hall and Lei Shuwei directly, let them deal with the Tianjin Group. The relationship between the Dragon Soul and the Dark Hall should be enough to deal with this matter. Finish all this, Yichen washed Susu, then knocked on the mother's door. Even outside, He could feel the flow of air in the house. Extremely strong. Mother even broke through the Kaiyuan realm. It's just a few days kung fu. It's really shocking. Even if you put the speed of cultivation on Kunlun Su, it's a monster. The key mother has missed the best time to practice. She should have been practicing so hard for her father. Yichen doesn't think much about it anymore. He holds the land certificate given by Beilexiang and knocks at the door at the same time. Tomorrow is a battle with Lin Ju Longwu Daotai. It is estimated that he will send his father back. Tomorrow is also the day for their family to get together. Before that, he wanted to surprise his mother. The breath in the room stagnated, and Jiang Perong came out. "Chinner, what's the matter?" "Here you are, Mom." Yichen handed over the land certificate in his hand. Jiang Perong frowned, not knowing what her son was up to. She glanced at it and knew that it should be something like land certificate. Does the son want to buy land to build a house? Yesterday, she learned from her second daughter's mouth that Tianjin Group was her son's enterprise. She was surprised for a long time, but she was relieved to think that she was injured that day and Chinner gave her a bottle of spirit liquid. Chapter 434. With such magical things, those products of Tianjin Group are nothing. Unconsciously, Jiang Perong's son is not Guangwu Dao, and his strength is very strong. His medical ethics is even more spiritual. "Chinner, this is to enter the real estate." Jiang Perong opened the land certificate. "Just want to say what?" The next second, her eyes pan with a trace of panic. Her eyes fell on the seal and signature in the lower right corner, and her expression became very strange. Her hands trembled. This the land of Beilexiang? How can it be?" Naturally, she didn't believe it for the first time, because the things of Beilexiang, not to mention her son, were not qualified to spy on even the Jiang family. The key to his son's strength in front of 100 Li Xiong is nothing. Jiang Perong even has a dream feeling. "Chinner, what land is this? Did Bai Li Xiong agree? How could it be?" Yichen nods. Mao's son shows a trace of affirmation. "This is the first thing you want to tell Mom. I'm not here these days to deal with this matter. Bai Li Xiong gave it to me personally." Jiang Perong is still a bit confused. Subconsciously, she sees her son talking and laughing with Bai Li Xiong. But this picture, no matter how you look at it, is not true. Yi Chen's strength is not bad, but he is not strong enough to let go of the land. Countless doubts entangled in Jiang Perong's mind. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. "Mom, I want to tell you the second thing. Without accident, my father will be back tomorrow." Although he said in the heart of a general emotional, but still like a leaf. Jiang Perong held her breath. She did not speak, staring at Yi Chen's eyes, want to see that her son is joking. But she saw that her son's eyes were very serious. "Are the Lin family willing to let Tianjin go?" Yi Chen nodded. "There are some reasons why they can't do it. The last thing is, tomorrow is the battle between me and Lin Ju Longwu Daotai. Some gratitude and resentment should be settled. Yi Chen has no need to hide it. It is estimated that this matter will ring through the whole Chinese martial arts circle today. Mother will know sooner or later. From other people's mouth that mother will only worry, it is better to give her confidence." If the previous two things left Jiang Perong's brain blank, Yi Chen's last sentence is like a bolt from the blue that hits Jiang Perong's mind. "No way," Jiang Perong said decisively. She knows the strength of Lin Juelong, and recently she has learned about Lin Juelong's specific information through various channels. This person is not only powerful, although ranked second in the list of Chinese masters, but many people think that Lin Juelong has the strength of the first in the list of Chinese masters. If it was not for the existence of the first one, it would have disappeared. It is estimated that the first place in the list of Chinese masters has been firmly occupied by Lin Juelong. What's more, Lin Juelong has practiced for decades and has a strong talent. He even stepped into the depths of Kunlun Mountain, and the sect behind him is mysterious. My son has only been in martial arts for 5 years. Although I don't know why Yi Chen's strength is so strong, he is undoubtedly looking for death to deal with Lin Juelong. She didn't want her son in any danger. Chinner, you can't go to Wudoutai tomorrow. You didn't fight with Lin Juelong. You don't know how powerful this person is. Ma has been gathering people recently. The one from Huiyin province is already in the capital. If she adds a few more people, she can barely fight against Lin Juelong. Ma doesn't want you to do anything stupid, and... Jiang Perong just wanted to say something. The mobile phone in the pocket rang. From Jiang Jianfeng. Press the answer button, and you can hear Jiang Jianfeng's urgent voice. Perong, how did Yi Chen and Lin Juelong agree on the first battle of Wudoutai? Now the whole capital martial road world is this news. Yi Chen is not with you. Are you still in Beijing Normal University? The Lin family has sealed off the whole capital, and they are monitoring you secretly. It is estimated that they will never let you leave the capital. Wudoutai in the capital city has begun to prepare, and the black market has begun to bear odds. This is really a big deal. Jiang Perong realized that something was wrong. She took a look at Yi Chen, who was calm and calm. She asked Jiang Jianfeng, in other words, we didn't even refuse. Chinner has to fight? Nonsense. Since ancient times in China, Wudoutai has been the place where disputes can be settled. It is impossible to refuse. The key is that Yi Chen personally wrote the battle book. The old chief is also a witness. This is the most serious one in Wudoutai in more than 10 years. The master also asked me for advice today. If Yi Chen is willing to hand over those martial arts skills, he may consider saving Yi Chen's life in a critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. Don't think about it for a second. Don't give me a reply. Jiang Perong takes the phone away and stares at Yi Chen. Although she believes in her son, she did not expect her son to make such a sudden decision. The key is that this decision not only makes her not optimistic, but also almost everyone. Chinner, my mother only asked one thing. How sure are you about the Battle of Wudoutai? Lin Juelong, as the second place in the list of Chinese masters, has almost all-round strength. If you want to defeat him, it's very difficult. This is the truth. Yi Chen stretched out a fist. 0 floor. Jiang Perong's tone was somewhat reproachful and disappointed. Wrong, 10%. Ma, since I am sure of the next war, I will kill Lin Juelong tomorrow. What you have to do is to wait for our family to reunite under Wudoutai tomorrow. Even though Lin Juelong is very powerful, even though he comes from the depths of Kunlun Mountain, and even it is said that Lin Juelong comes from hell, so what? Yi Chen is not an ordinary person. The power behind me is far more than he thought. Now, just once, Mom. Tomorrow I will take the head of Lin Juelong down. At the moment, Yi Chen burst out of a strong self-confidence. Jiang Perong took a look at Yi Chen, bit her teeth, picked up the phone and said to Jiang Jianfeng, you can help me refuse the old man. It's not necessary. That's all. At this moment, Jiang Perong chose to believe her son. Since his son said 10%, he could not be defeated. In her eyes, Yi Chen could not lie on such a serious matter. Chinner, I have only one request. No matter what the result will be tomorrow, you will step down from Wudoutai alive. Do you understand? Yi Chen nodded, don't worry. I also think about Dad's braised fish. Not long, Yi Chen's mobile phone rang up, swept a glance, will know the other party with what purpose. It's all about tomorrow's Wudoutai war. A dozen calls in a row, let Yi Chen some upset, so directly hang up the phone. Chapter 435. Lin family in Beijing. Family meeting room. Bai Lixiong took 2 strong men into the conference room. At the moment, Bai Lixiong's injury almost recovered, and the strong man's breath also showed up. If it had not been for the trick of Jing Renjue and the broken soul gate that day, he would not have been in such a mess in the land of dragon veins if he had been injured by hundreds of strong men. In terms of qualification or comprehensive strength, he is more powerful than Lin Juelong. Lin's father took a look at Bai Lixiong and his eyes narrowed slightly. What wind brings you here today? Why don't I ask my servant to make some delicious food and stay here a little longer? Bai Lixiong shook his head and didn't want to talk nonsense. No, I'm here for one thing and hand over Yi Tianzheng. Hearing this, Lin Fu and Lin Julong Mao's sun shrink. They didn't expect that Bai Lixiong came here just for this. Qi Yi Tianjing's secret has not been obtained, how can they release it? Lin's father said directly, General Bai Li, you can't talk nonsense. Who is Yi Tianjing? I don't know who Lin is, and how to hand it over. Bai Lixiong snorted, Lin Ao, this room is just a few of us. You don't need to cover up. I'm here to negotiate today. I hope to be friendly. Even if you Lin family is the top family in China's martial arts circle, it's not impossible if I really want to move the Lin family. And you should be very clear that there are still guardians in China. Bai Lixiong's words showed a hint of threat. In his opinion, Yi Qin gave his wife's whereabouts, but also saved him and Bailabeng. No matter what, Yi Tianjing, he must protect. Lin Ao and Lin Juelong stand up one after another. What a great prestige, Bai Lixiong, I can understand that you are threatening me. Bai Lixiong nodded, if you want to understand it like this, Yi Tianjing is involved in the secrets of China and must be taken away. If you Lin family don't know each other, Huaxia will have to pay a price, but you can think about it. Who will suffer more in this matter? Bai Lixiong to do is strong, otherwise want to suppress the Lin family, very difficult. Lin Juelong and Lin Ao's face changed completely, and the killing machine on their bodies was covered. They never thought that Bai Lixiong would dare to threaten the Lin family. Bai Lixiong, you should be very clear. If we want to kill you, you don't want to go out. Even if you are very strong, can you and some strong men of iron and blood camp stop us? Lin Ao and Lin Juelong go to Bai Lixiong. Not only that, but also the powerful members of the Lin family. Paw! Bai Lixiong clapped his hand on the conference table in front of him, which directly became a fragment. Do you want to touch me? Do you really think that I am a vegetarian? You may as well take a look at what's going on outside before you make a decision. Lin Ao feels something is wrong. Just as he wants to speak, a strong Lin family member comes in a hurry. Master, the Lin family has been surrounded by people. Hearing this, Lin Ao felt that Bai Lixiong was playing real this time. If you are defeated today, the two elders will not be hurt. Lin Ao hesitated for a long time, and then said, to hand over Yi Tianjing, you can. But I have a premise that Yi Qin must survive the Battle of Wood Otai tomorrow. If he doesn't even have the qualification to live, even if he hands over Yi Tianjing, he will eventually fall into the hands of the Lin family. This is the biggest compromise of our Lin family. If you don't allow it, it will be the First World War. Our Lin family has been standing in China for so many years, and it is not a vegetarian. Bai Lixiong went to the corner to make a phone call. Soon he came out and nodded, okay, if Yi Qin loses, Huaxia will not investigate. But if Lin Juelong loses, he must release him on the spot. Lin Juelong snorts coldly. Will he lose? Of course not. He not only wants to win, but also torments Yi Qin. Even if this son stands behind Bai Lixiong and Huaxia, that how? On Wood Otai, no one can stop it. Only strength is respected. At the same time, Kunlun Su, Wanjianzong, Zhongmen Hall. The leader of Wanjianzong and the elder of Yigan all knelt on the ground, shivering. These people smell terrible, and they have a supreme position in Kunlun. But at the moment, their hearts only fear. Not even the qualification to head up. On the top of the main hall of Zhongmen stands a man of immortality. Behind him was a huge sword box and his hands. Standing there quietly, he also gave birth to a sense of coolness. Like a god. It's Qin Tianli. My lord, we really don't know where to offend you. Please show mercy. Wanjianzong has been established for thousands of years. I don't want this foundation to be destroyed by me. I will give you whatever you want. The master of Wanjianzong turned pale, and his voice of fear and trembling sounded out. The key person in front of me is so terrible. He has no enemy at all. Pressure is enough to crush everything. The key opponent also knows the martial arts of Wanjianzong. He was afraid that he would kill all the thousands of disciples and elders of Wanjianzong when the other party waved. Destroy Wanjianzong once. How could he be worthy of his master and his ancestor? Chen Tianli glanced at the speaker indifferently and said, "Did I ever say that I want to destroy your family?" The leader of Wanjianzong was stunned. "Why did you come to Wanjianzong?" Chen Tianli sneered, "I only ask you one question. Is Luo Jian the man of your 10,000 swordsmen?" The master of Wanjianzong changed his face. "My lord, the shape of falling sword is the founder of Wanjianzong." "I don't know." "That's fine." Chen Tianli pauses for a moment and says, "Falling sword shape is my useless apprentice. Today I come to Wanjianzong for another person." Once this word was said, the whole Wanjianzong was silent. Is the founder the disciple of this man? How could it be? However, when he thought that he was very familiar with the martial arts of Wanjianzong, the key opponent's martial arts skills of Wanjianzong were extremely strong, and the same moves were 100 times stronger in the opponent's hands. They can only believe it. The most terrible thing is the cultivation of the other side. Let them face the abyss. "Master, I don't know why you came here." Wanjianzong master trembled. Chen Tianli offered a jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant was suspended above the hall, and a voice like thunder sounded. "If you see someone holding this jade in the future, you can see him as if he were the emperor." Chapter 436. All the people who saw the jade pendant with their eyebrows suspended. The jade pendant is very simple, with 6 long swords carved on it. The back of the key jade pendant is engraved with 4 characters, Wan Dao Jian Zun. Is this mysterious man the king of swords? All of a sudden, the leader of Wanjianzong thought of something. His mind moved and a painting appeared in his hand. When the painting is unfolded directly, you can see that there is an old man in the painting. There are 6 swords floating around his body. Strange, as like as 2 peas of 6 blades in the jade peg, these 6 swords are exactly the same. The master of swordsmen's eyes fell on the old man again. And he looked up at Chen Tianli. Is as like as 2 peas in appearance and hairstyle. At this moment, the master of Wanjianzong was a little wrong. The origin of this painting is special. It comes from the hand of the founder of the founding school, Luo Jian. Although I don't know the meaning of this painting, it is said that the falling sword also protected the painting before it died. He even told his disciples that the painting was very important and that it should be preserved at all costs. Even if the sect disappeared, it could not be destroyed. At this moment, the leader of Wanjianzong realized the seriousness of the matter. He even believed that the mysterious man on the stage was the master. At the thought of this, he began to sweat on his forehead. Chen Tianli glanced at the crowd and grasped it with 5 fingers. The jade pendant suspended in the air appeared in his palm. "Can you write down this jade pendant and what I told you?" "Master, I will write it down." The master of Wanjianzong respectfully said, "If you see this jade pendant, you can see your master." "I'll pay attention." "Good." Chen Tianli nodded and there was a white mist all over him. This is one of the things he can do for Yi Chen. Now that it's done, it's time for him to go back. I don't know how the boy is now in China. It's time to go back and have a look. The fog disappears, and Chen Tianli's figure is not there, leaving behind only the people of Wanjianzong who are ignorant. Yi Chen naturally did not know about Chen Tianli. At this time, he and Jiang Peirong came to the land. Because yesterday Yi Chen told Yi Ling Tian that he was responsible for the establishment of the Yi family. When they arrived, the original wasteland had already changed. Hundreds of workers are working together to build, with a clear division of labor. Even the main building is roughly formed. Temple Mr. Yi. A man in a hard hat came up, dark and armed. So efficient. Yi Chen some surprised way. The man with a hard hat grinned, "Mr. Yi, we started construction when we received your call yesterday. It's also easy for the government to examine and approve, and there are special personnel to connect with us. In addition, several well-known construction companies in China have contacted us, and some teams have been integrated to determine the drawings. This group of workers are the most professional presence in China. Mr. Yi can rest assured that by 12 p.m., this group of workers will have a rest, and another group of workers will continue. This time, the price we give is 20 times that of their usual. This group of people are full of energy. Jiang Perong didn't expect the efficiency to be so high. She subconsciously said, "Isn't that a week or so?" The man with a hard hat grinned, "It may not be needed in a week. It starts 24 hours a day. There are enough workers. The materials are advanced in the world. The machine is also imported from China. It can be completed in 4 days at least. However, it should take some time for greening and surrounding areas." Jiang Perong nodded. With such manpower and money, it is really much easier to establish a family. It's hard. Take this pill. Yi Chen had a pill in his hand and threw it out directly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well. Later, Yi Chen and Jiang Perong looked around and were satisfied with everything. The whole Yi family not only covers a huge area, but also has mountains and water. When Yi Chen received the drawing yesterday evening, he even found that there were several training rooms on the drawing, all of which were made of basalt stone, so that there would not be too many changes in practice. Today, some basalt stones have arrived. This is also necessary for the existence of Tianjin Group. At least in China, money can make many things simple. Whether it's building the Yi family or something else. Yi Chen of Tianjin Group holds 100% of the shares, and the cash flow almost overflows. Let alone establish a Yi family, even if we set up 100 Yi family, his capital is more than enough. However, Jiang Perong is a little worried. It is estimated that the construction work here will soon disturb those people. The birth of Yi family in Beijing will inevitably touch the interests of many people. Not only the Lin family and the Jiang family, but the rest of the Wudao family in the Chinese capital will inevitably notice the existence of the Yi family, plus tomorrow's Wudao-Tai war, the water of Wudao-Tai in the capital is really going to turn over. Those guys naturally think Yi Chen can't win. Then, this land must become the most abundant meat in the eyes of those guys. In fact, it's easy to establish the Yi family, but it's very difficult to keep the Yi family. As far as I know, this land is concerned by many families. After all, it can benefit the top families and bring luck to the family. If it wasn't forced by Beilixiang, those top families in Beijing would have been fighting for this place. Yi Chen laughed, "Mom, don't worry. Since I dare to build the Yi family, I'm naturally ready to deal with it. If someone doesn't have an eye, it's a big deal to leave him." Jiang Perong could only nod, then got on the bus and headed for the classroom apartment. The car has not been driving far. Suddenly, a loud noise from the rear hit. Yi Chen Mao's son shrinks, hastily lets the driver turn around. When the car drove in again, it was found that there were 6 or 7 Hummers near Ye's house. One of the converted Humvees hit the half-built wall directly. Countless bricks and stones were flying, and most of the hard work of those workers was destroyed. Not only that, the 4 workers were covered with blood and were crouching on the ground, covering their wounds. Yi Chen opens the door and rushes down. Regardless of the Humvees, he directly comes to the injured worker. He pinches his fingers and covers it with a faint light. The blood stops instantly. The strong man in the dark hall with a hard hat found something wrong and went to the place where the accident happened. Yi Chen examined the 4 injured workers. Except one of them was seriously injured, the other 3 were only fractured or slightly injured. Yi Chen came to the worker who was seriously injured. He took out a healing pill and let the other party take it. The wound was barely stopped. "How do you feel?" The worker's expression is somewhat ferocious and uncomfortable. He bites his teeth and is covered with sweat. He probably knows the identity of Yi Chen, but he is the boss. "Boss, I don't feel any sense in my hands. My daughter is still in college, and my wife is taking medicine. What should I do if I can't work?" Chapter 437. Yi Chen has a silver needle in his hand, which shoots on the arm of the seriously injured worker. The latter can feel a warm current stimulating his arm, even making him feel comfortable. "Don't worry, it won't be a big deal." Yi Chen took a look at the workers who didn't have a big obstacle behind him. "Help me take care of this person." "Okay, boss." After all this, Yi Chen's eyes fell on the Hummer. Humvee door opened, down a few boys and girls. Without exception, this group of people have martial arts strength. Not only that, but also a proud young man and two old men came down from the refitted Humvee which broke the wall. The old man protects the youth's side, the eye only has vigilance and the ice cold. The strong man in the dark hall with a helmet was standing at the door, his eyes were cold, staring at these people, and said in a cold voice, "Who are you? Why destroy this place?" The leading youth did not pay any attention to it. Then he glanced at it and said, "This land, Balixian agreed with you to build it?" He Jianqi, the young man, is the eldest son of his family. He family is also one of the top families in Beijing. Although it is not comparable to the Lin family and the Jiang family, it should not be underestimated. The Qi family cannot be juxtaposed with the Lin family because of their position. Once they set up the family on a treasure land, their luck will definitely change. Maybe you can become a top family. Over the years, the only land he's ever seen in the capital is this one. How many times did they negotiate with Balixian, and even used all means, Balixian did not let up. They can't do anything about it. At least, it's fair that no family in the capital can take the land. But just a few hours ago, He family received the news that the land had started to be built. The key speed was extremely fast. They can't sit still, and that's what we're seeing. He Jianqi's eyes fell on the strong man in the dark hall and asked, "This land, is Bai Li Xiong relaxed? Who is behind you? Which family?" Dark Hall Strong pointed to the destruction of the Hummer, word by word, "You first move the car out. What's more, those injured workers should also apologize and compensate. If you don't want to, you can take legal action." He Jianqi seemed to hear some funny jokes and said in surprise, "You and I talk about the law. Fau ma. Answer Laozi's question first." Words fall, his feet are carrying a strong wind, directly to the Dark Hall Strong kick. Naturally, the strong man in the Dark Hall is not vegetarian. When he turns his body, his 5 fingers open and directly clasps the other party's feet. Just when he is ready to exert himself, an old man appears beside him with a palm towards his shoulder. This palm with the whistling wind, once dropped, the consequences are unimaginable. Bang! Even if the Dark Hall Strong want to dodge, or bear a blow, pedal pedal pedal, back a full 6 steps. In the 6th step, an air current covered his back, which stopped his pace. He looked back and found that it was Yi Chen. He even said, "The Lord of the Temple. I'll take care of it." Yi Chen Dao, the tone is very calm. "Yes, Lord." The strong man of the Dark Hall retreated to the back, and Yi Chen came to He Jianqi. "Who are you? Who sent you?" He Jianqi was not happy to see a young man standing in front of him. He said in such a tone, "Who the hell are you?" "I asked the people behind this place. What are you?" The words have not finished, Yi Chen moved, Sanglong phantom body definitely surging, has appeared in front of He Jianqi. The next second, a kick out. An extremely relaxed foot. In the moment that the foot blows out, faintly, can hear, Yi Chen's right leg, the muscles and bones sing together, sends out the crackling sound. Like a tiger roaring in the sky. At this moment, Yi Chen is full of fury. He Jianqi didn't expect that the other party would start suddenly. Not even the 2 old men thought of it. Yi Chen's speed is too fast. They're not even qualified to react. Bang! This kick, directly kicked on He Jianqi's abdomen, He Jianqi's whole person flew out like a broken kite. A mouthful of blood. Face almost twisted. Even a few ribs seemed to be broken. Under that terrible momentum, the whole ground was shaking faintly. Yi Chen's sudden attack made everyone confused. No words, no conflicts, just one foot. "I'm afraid the boy is crazy." The rest of the boys and girls quickly helped He Jianqi up. "He Xiao, do you have anything to do?" He Jianqi pushed everyone away, took out a pill and took it down. Staring at Yi Chen, he roared, "Is there anything wrong with me? You won't look at it, grass. Mr. Chiu and Mr. Yu, help me get that little beast." The 2 old men with terrible breath nodded and went towards Yi Chen. At this time, Jiang Perong in the car clearly recognized the origin of these people, and quickly got out of the car and came to Yi Chen's side. "Chener, who are these people from the capital? I've met those two old people. I can't underestimate them. They are also the old Wudao family in Beijing. The key is that they seem to be interested in this land all these years." She knows Yi Chen's character and hopes that Yi Chen can stop his hand a little bit. After all, as a mother, she doesn't want Yi Chen to have too many old enemies. The Jiang family and the Lin family are already hard enough to cope with. If you add another family, it will be really troublesome. Yi Chen's eyes did not change at all, and he said, "How does he compare with Lin's?" Jiang Perong shook her head. "It's not comparable to the Lin family. You can make an example of a chicken's death." Jiang Perong's face changed, and she even said, "Chener, he family is not a chicken. They have been in the capital for thousands of years. No matter their strength or their relationship network are not ordinary, it's better not to be too much, otherwise it will be very troublesome." "Mom, I know. Just leave it to me." Seeing that she could not persuade Yi Chen, Jiang Perong could only pray in her heart. Yi Chen step out, there is no chance of killing, but a trace of evil intention cannot help but drill out of his body. Two old people also came to Yi Chen. "Boy, you and my young master have no enmity and hatred. Why do you have to lay such a heavy hand on it?" Old Yu said, his tone of voice with a trace of threat. "Invisible pressure is toward Yi Chen. Cover and go." Yi Chen took a look at the Hummer that drove into the wall and the several innocent injured workers, and said faintly, "These things, should I have an explanation?" Chapter 438. "Oh? Why do you want to explain us? Are you sure?" Old Yu's voice cooled down. He could hear He Jianqi groan in pain behind him. If this thing can't be done well, then he really doesn't have to be a guest secretary anymore. He Jianqi, because of swallowing pills, the body is better a little bit. One by one lane came over, and this guy nonsense what directly take down. "Yes, young master." The next second, two figures toward Yi Chen, blink of an eye appeared in front of Yi Chen, two daggers suddenly appeared, tearing cold light toward the heart of Yi Chen. Obviously, they have no intention to stop. Jiang Perong wants to help Yi Chen, but she stops when she sees Yi Chen's indifferent appearance. She believes in her son. C2 cold light is about to touch, Yi Chen eyes bloom a light. "You let me very disappointed." Hearing the sound, Mr. Yu and Mr. Chiu seemed to feel wrapped up in a sense of death. They were no longer hesitant. They just wanted to increase their strength. Their hands had been firmly clasped on their wrists. Cold light can't move on. "How dare you kill me if you don't even enter the top 10 of the Chinese masters list?" Click. The next second, that cold light actually abruptly from the middle, the edge is neat, the incision is regular. Between the electric light and flint, the weapons in their hands disappeared directly. In turn, they feel that their neck is penetrated by a force. The meaning of Senhan covers the whole body. This. The two old men subconsciously raised their heads and found that their weapons had been inserted into their necks. Extremely cold. Not only that, their robes are full of blood. Two people stare at Yi Chen, only fear. They are completely silent. The eyes have shrunk to the extreme. They are not the most powerful in any family, but the master can let them protect He Jianqi, which proves that their strength is strong enough. At least in the capital, as long as you don't meet the top 10 evil spirits of Chinese masters, you can't have an accident. They are arrogant, they are arrogant. Is disdain in front of Yi Chen. But did not expect that the boy in front of him killed them with one move? It is to smash their pride completely. What strength is this? Bang! The bodies of the two old men fell to the ground with their eyes open, but there was no intention of death. The children of He family were stunned. Who could have thought that things would develop to this extent? He just asked them to inquire about the situation, but he didn't expect to find out, but he met an evil spirit. What's more, it angered the evil spirit. They have done their homework. This land is not taken over by any Wudao family in Beijing. Otherwise, there will be news. Since it is not those families, which family has enough qualifications to accept? But at present, not only He Jianqi was injured, but the two guests of the He family died directly. They realized it wasn't that simple. Yi Chen is walking towards He Jianqi and those young men and girls step by step. Even though they have a certain ancient military strength, the two guests are dead. They can't have the qualification to resist. You, come on your knees and apologize. At the moment when all the people are lost, the faint voice of Yi Chen falls. But with a hint of cold. He Jianqi must be the person he refers to. He Jianqi subconsciously and the others stepped back. I am the eldest son of He family, you can't move me. My family is the top family in Beijing. If you touch me again, my father's anger is not something you can bear. Yi Chen glanced at He Jianqi with a playful glance in his eyes. He was silent for a little while, but he was very angry and laughed. Finished? He Jianqi was stunned and did not dare to say anything more for a moment. Now that you're done, come back. Yi Chen's 5 fingers open, the powerful qi is released, and an invisible force is wrapped. There's a strong wind around. He Jianqi even felt that there was an invisible force behind him, and he was pulling him. This feeling is very uncomfortable. The rest of the boys and girls want to catch He Jianqi, but they find that they are not qualified at all. You know, Yi Chen has stepped into the realm of separation and separation. What is the state of separation and separation? Heaven and earth are separated, and strength is condensed. Click. In the blink of an eye, He Jianqi is strongly sucked in front of Yi Chen. An invisible pressure fell from the sky. He Jianqi knelt directly on the ground, almost bending his body. His face is full of humiliation, as the eldest son of his family, who dares to make him kneel down. If spread out, how can he still mix in the circle of Beijing? I want to see the man behind you. I want to see Bai Lixiong. I want to see the owner of this place. If you dare to kill me, you will surely be enemies with whom? He Jianqi looked at Jiang Perong behind Yi Chen and roared, you not only want to die, but also the woman behind you. If you dare to move me, she will die. Not only to die, but also to rape countless people. Before he had finished speaking, he felt a chill. Who is it? Yi Chen narrowed his murderous eyes and looked up and down at He Jianqi. Since you want to know all the people here, I will tell you. From today on, this place belongs to Yi family in Beijing. If anyone dares to enter here, he will die. And if anyone insults my mother, he will die. The cold voice rings through everyone's ears. Everyone's expression is smothered, an invisible opportunity to kill is open. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and He Jianqi's head was directly held in the palm of his hand by Yi Chen. Yi Chen casually threw it into the hands of those boys and girls. If any family wants revenge, find me Yi Chen, I'll wait at any time. Go away. As soon as the words came out, the legs of all the people were almost scared and softened. He Jianqi is dead. Not only was he dead, but his head was taken off. Is this kid crazy? And the Yi family? Where is Ye's family in Beijing? Suddenly someone thought of something. Yi Chen, these 2 words seemed to explode in their hearts. Looking at the whole capital, Yi Chen is really familiar with these 2 words. Because tomorrow's war will be Yi Chen's battle with Lin Juelong, the second in the list of Chinese masters. The key is that this guy not only challenges Lin Juelong of the Lin family, but also sets up his own house. Under the stable situation in the capital, the Yi family was established. Is this guy going to declare war with the whole family in the capital? The young men and girls dare not think about it anymore. One of them looks at the ferocious head on the ground, and his face shows a touch of panic. He quickly takes off his clothes and wraps up the head of He Jianqi. He doesn't even want a car and runs in the opposite direction. Who could have thought that Yi Chen would have such a big move? Tonight, Yi Chen's name must ring through the whole capital. After these people left, Jiang Perong frowned and came over. Chener, did you deliberately let them go? Chapter 439. Yi Chen nodded. He Jianqi is also looking for death. I didn't want to cause trouble, but he just hit the muzzle of a gun. The head of this person will frighten at least some people. I let those people go, but I release a signal with them. From today to tomorrow, those people in the dark will definitely not want to come here again. As soon as the result of Wood Otai comes out, the Yi family in Beijing may become the real top family. Now it's tomorrow. Mom, let's go. It's windy here. Jiang Peirong looked at the headless corpse and nodded. When Yichen grows up, some things are left to him to decide, and the result can only be borne by himself. This is the cruelty of Chinese martial arts. This is the reason why she did not practice even though she was gifted. This dirty world, she as a woman, just want to avoid. But are you really hiding? She is now on the path of cultivation and has been changed by the world. Born in the Jiang family, she has no choice. Now the change of Chinner makes her have no choice. In the past few nights, she even thought that maybe after listening to Master Jiang's words and stepping into cultivation, he would be able to protect his children and husband. Capital, a manor in the west of the city. Inside the manor is a European-style building. Villa quiet to the extreme, a few boys and girls kneeling on the ground, pale to the extreme. There was a package in front of them. The package opened, is a blood-sparkling head. The head of He Jianqi. At the top of the living room sat a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man is the father of He Jianqi and the head of his family, He Guowang. As for the old man, He Xinghai is the real one in power. At the moment, the two people's faces rose red, and the murders broke out. He Guowang couldn't help but stand up directly. Do you mean that the owner of the land is Yichen? Yichen killed 2 guests in front of you, and even took off Jianqi's head? A man with some beard nodded repeatedly. Master, there is nothing wrong. The key is that Yichen set up his own house and said it was Ye's family in Beijing. Pa! He Guowang clapped on the desk beside him. Yi family. He said that he wanted to build a family in Beijing. If you dare to kill my son, I will take down the head of this arrogant boy myself today, so as to avenge my son. He family masters, listen to the order. He Guowang just wanted to say something. He stood up and suppressed his anger. He said faintly, Guowang, things are not as simple as you think. This time, Jianqi is reckless. He doesn't want to think about it. How could he relax his mouth and give him a suckling boy when he has been in the field for so many years? As far as I can tell, that boy has seen that one. Not only that, but there may be traces of that boy in the Qinling Mountains. Although it is not sure, it seems that 8 or 9 are inseparable from 10. This son dares to challenge Lin Juelong tomorrow. It's definitely not as easy as you think. Anyway, Jianqi is dead, and he is going to die. It's not appropriate to do anything today. Tomorrow, let's go to see the end of Wood Otai. He Xinghai's words are flat to the extreme. Even if his grandson is killed, he should be rational even if he is angry. He saw a trace of strange things on Yichen's body. He didn't know where Yichen's accomplishments and martial arts came from. Who is standing behind this son? This is the most terrible place. The unknown is the most frightening. He Guowang didn't expect that his father would say so. He was upright and wanted to calm down, but he found it impossible. Looking at his father, he can only say, Dad, that boy is likely to be killed by Lin Juelong. What should he do if he doesn't die or wins? He Xinghai hesitated for a few seconds, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he wins, it's the best. Then we can do it again. Although the rules of Wood Otai are dead, people are alive. Yichen must have provoked public anger. When the time comes, he will unite with all the families in Wudiaji in the capital. How can the boy survive? As far as I know, although Jiang Peirong is a member of the Jiang family, the contradiction between Master Jiang and his son has been upgraded. It is impossible for him to help a villain. Yichen is arrogant, and no one else can help him. Tomorrow, He Xinghai wants to know how he will face the whole kingdom of martial arts if he faces the Lin family alone. In one day, almost all the families in the capital city and the people in the martial arts circles knew what happened today. He Jianqi's head was cut off and his family was angry. Yichen set up his own house to establish the Yi family, which is almost the most controversial event in the martial arts circle in recent years. Originally, I didn't have the slightest impression of the boy who fought with Lin Juelong tomorrow. Today's event, let the family of martial arts circles in the capital completely remember Yi Chen's name. It's just with all the sneers. Originally thought that Yi Chen is just beyond his capacity. Now all people still know Yi Chen's arrogance. For a while, Yi Chen was named as a borer of the martial arts world by the heads of several top families. At the same time, Jiang Jia in Beijing. Mr. Jiang narrowed his eyes and played with 2 spirit stones. The spirit stone exudes a faint aura. Suddenly, the old man stopped and said with a cold smile, "That boy really wants to set up his own house." Haha, you are a fool. He vaguely remembered Yi Chen's heroic words in the Jiang family a few days ago. There may be many families that the Jiang family can look up to, but it can't be the Yi family. Just then, Jiang Jianfeng couldn't help it and said, "Dad, are we going to watch the war tomorrow? Will you do it then?" Master Jiang snorted coldly, "Such a grand event, how can our Jiang family not watch the war? I just want to know what kind of death that arrogant boy will eventually be. I admit that he has good strength and strong martial arts skills. But after Lin Juelong came back from that place, he became extremely terrifying. Not only did he crush the boy with his strength, but also he was not weak in martial arts. In this battle, the answer is very obvious. The evil will die. Dad, if you save Yi Chen at the critical moment, maybe Yi Chen will hand over his martial arts skills." Jiang Jianfeng's face changed slightly. At present, he could only persuade him. Master Jiang sneered, "Save him? Although his martial arts are against the sky, I am not stupid enough to save him in Wudaotai. Do you know that all the martial arts families in the capital have united? No matter what the outcome of the war tomorrow, Yi Chen will not want to walk out of Wudaotai alive. If there is a chance against heaven, even if there is a chance, it will be destroyed in his hands." Jiang Jianfeng bit his lips, or left. He wanted to dial Yi Chen's phone number to remind the other party, but the phone was turned off. When he called Jiang Perong again, the phone was turned off. "Well, Yi Chen, tomorrow, you can only seek your own happiness." Chapter 440. Beijing Normal University, Classroom Apartment. Yi Chen closed his eyes in the bedroom. Today, Xia Ruoxue and Sun Yi did not disturb Yi Chen. They lived in another room in silence. Although they were worried, they could not say much. They don't know Lin Juelong or Wudaotai. They can only choose to believe Yi Chen without hesitation. Jiang Perong tried several times to open Yi Chen's door, but in the end she did not. At the moment, Yi Chen is in the Samsara cemetery, and the spirit of the dragon is constantly surrounding him. The top of the blood dragon circled, bursts of dragon chant as if to show the blood dragon's anger. Since the dragon vein of Qinling Mountains came back, the blood dragon has been carrying a flame all over its body. Sometimes, it can even raise the temperature of the Samsara cemetery by several points. Yi Chen's momentum keeps climbing. He wanted to cross a realm in Wudaotai, but the more he went, the more difficult it was to practice. Fortunately, Yi Chen's realm is already at the peak of that small realm. It won't take long to break through. After one night's practice, Yi Chen opened his eyes and released the cold-killing opportunity. It was light outside, and the sound of mother making breakfast came from outside. Yi Chen washed and ate as usual. Jiang Perong, Sun Yi, or Xia Ruoxue did not mention any words about Wudaotai. It seemed that what would happen in the future was a very common thing. 8 in the morning. Yi Chen went downstairs and a Porsche stopped at the door. "Mr. Yi." "Zhu Yadao." "Well." Yi Chen sat in the co-pilot while Jiang Perong and Er Nu sat in the back. The atmosphere was quiet. When Zhu Ya's eyes are closed, it's just like a person driving. She can clearly feel her heart beating faster, not only her, but also the 3 women behind her. Who can be really calm? Half an hour later, Wudao Gymnasium in Beijing. As soon as the car stopped, there were countless glances. Apathy. Disdain. Ridiculous. All kinds of negative emotions come and go to the gym. The stadium is very old and open air. There are security personnel at the gate and even many military experts to maintain order. Mr. Yi. Lei Shuwei guards at the door. When he sees the appearance of Yi Chen, his eyes shrink and he quickly respectfully says, "The chief executive will watch the whole battle." Yi Chen nodded, did not say any more nonsense, went directly to the stadium. Security personnel know Yi Chen's identity, also did not check. There are not many people in the gymnasium. There are many empty seats, but there are 100 people sitting down. When Yi Chen appears, the two figures are coming face to face. It is He Guowang and He Xinghai. He Guowang stopped and looked at Yi Chen coldly. He said, "Yi Chen, you killed my son yesterday. Today, you don't want to walk out of Wudoutai." Yi Chen doesn't pay attention to it. In his opinion, it's just ants. He doesn't care about it. It's the man on the Wudao stage who really wants to start. At the moment, on the Wudoutai stage, a man with some facial features stands proud. His body released a very strong killing machine, just standing there, gives people a very strong pressure. Yi Chen stares at the man on the Wudao stage. A trace of heartless anger ferments, and he steps out step by step. Every step forward, a scene of Yunhu Villa appeared in front of his eyes. Ferocious, killing, crazy in his mind. Before stepping on Wudoutai, Beixiang appears beside Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, if you win this battle, Yi Tianjing will bring it back. There are also strong guards from my Iron and Blood camp outside, but Wudoutai has rules. The official power of China can't be involved in it. But if something happens, I will try my best to save you." "Mister, the two men from the Northern Alliance are extremely wrong. According to my guess, the two men are from the Northern Alliance." Yi Chen glanced at the north. Two old men were squinting at him, outlined by a bloodthirsty smile. Next to them was the patriarch of the Lin family. Bai Lixiong reminded the two old men that there was a red door on their necks. "I didn't expect that the Blood Alliance people should have such a relationship with the Lin family." Yi Chen slightly surprised. Not far from the Lin family is the Jiang family. Mr. Jiang, Jiang Jianfeng and others were present. All that should or should not have come has arrived. Yi Chen no longer hesitated, and stepped on the Wudao stage. The blood dragon of the body seems to rush out of the body, covered with an invisible evil spirit. "Wudoutai, the cold wind is bleak. It's about to start. Life and death." Yi Chen's brain was kicked by a donkey. "How dare you go up there? It is said that the odds offered by the black market are astonishing, and few people who buy Yi Chen win. You don't want to think about it. How many years has the legend of Lin Long lasted since Yi Chen was born? Which brain disability can buy Yi Chen? I'm afraid it's for death. Don't mention, someone really bought Yi Chen. I heard that Bai Lixiong bought Yi Chen and won 10 million yuan. If he wins, he will make hundreds of millions of dollars. Bai Lixiong's daughter didn't stay in Jiangqing for some time. I guess she has something to do with Yi Chen. Haha, since we all know that Yi Chen will die, I am very curious, how will Yi Chen die? Be killed in one move? Or was he tortured to death?" Looking at the two figures standing on the high platform in the center of Wudoutai, the crowd around is boiling. Yi Chen will be defeated. All the people present have the same judgment, without exception. No one is optimistic about Yi Chen. Even when Yi Chen stepped on Wudoutai, the crowd only hissed. Ridiculous boos. Everyone looks at Yi Chen. Everyone seems to be looking at a dead man. Such waste, even if it is dead, is not worth cherishing. Perhaps hearing the news, Lin Juelong of Wudoutai opened his eyes, and his mouth showed a bloodthirsty sneer. "Waste, we finally met. 5 years ago, if your mother didn't push you down to Dongqian Lake, you might have died long ago. To tell you the truth, I have some regrets. If I killed you in those years, there might not have been such a moth thing. Even if you step into martial arts and have amazing talent, how long do you think you can stay under my control? 1 or 2? In Lin Juelong's eyes, there is only indifference. Yi Chen's expression is indifferent. As for the opening, 5 years ago, my Yi family was destroyed by you. 5 years later, I not only want to kill you, but also let you feel endless fear. At this time, a strong breath of the referee across the Wudoutai. Just want to state some of the Wudoutai's rules. two voices from different directions sounded, "No need." The referee's face changed, took a look at the two people's reaction, quietly walked down the stage. The bell rings suddenly. Wudoutai War, start. Language down, Lin Juelong's cold killing opportunity and pressure are released. Feeling the breath of killing, feeling the pressure from the opposite side, Yichen suddenly closed his eyes and mobilized every bit of genuine qi in his elixir field. The whole body is wrapped with evil spirit, as if it is suffused with red light. Chapter 441. Arrogance and Ignorance. I'm still trying to be brave when I die. Looking at Yichen, he even closed his eyes at this time. Lin Juelong looks ferocious. This trash, now is to belittle oneself. Die. Kneel down. Lin Juelong no longer wait, a roar, toward Yichen rushed in the past. He must let Yichen regret his arrogance and ignorance today. Behind him is a blood tiger posture. The roar of the tiger is resounding. Generally, a strong person who practices powerful skills or has evil spirit will form a shadow of his own. The old man of the broken soul gate is a giant snake. Lin Juelong is obviously a blood tiger. This virtual shadow can strengthen the strength and frighten others. But all virtual shadows in front of Yichen's blood dragon are mole ants. At this moment, Lin Juelong is full of fury. As if no one could defeat. Under that terrible momentum, the whole Wudoutai was shaking faintly. It's sweeping towards Yichen. Hiss. Seeing Lin Juelong suddenly make a move, those who watch the war under the Wudoutai can't help but take a breath of air conditioning. It's terrible that Lin Juelong has condensed into a blood tiger posture. In the whole world, except for the first person on the list of Chinese masters, it is estimated that no one dares to fight. That Yichen is still. It seems that he is looking for death. Look, Yichen is so scared. Haha, doesn't he know what to do? Although he is arrogant, he has no arrogant capital. Alas! Lin Juelong's hand is to make people's eyes widened. Especially to see Yichen in this move, unexpectedly no response, people cannot help laughing. When it comes to life and death, you don't know what to do. Is it really the end of a move? Some people even began to imagine in their minds, under this fist, Yichen's blood and flesh splashing scene. Jiang Peirong and the other girls were all in suspense. This blow is not the strongest blow of Lin Juelong, but it is not something that ordinary people can resist. All the people are silent in Lin Juelong's horror, but only an old man of the Blood League frowns. He even felt the threat from Yichen's body. It's like something is going to rush out of the body, but it's suppressed by Yichen. This boy, what on earth did it come from? On the Wudao stage, Yichen feels the wind howling, and suddenly opens his eyes. His eyes shoot out a cold light. Looking at the top of the head tiger virtual shadow, flying to Lin Juelong, Yichen pupils suddenly contracted. If he doesn't step into the separation situation, he may not be able to bear this blow at all. But now, stepping into the clutch, plus the blood dragon swimming in his body, his momentum is constantly climbing. The next second, he finally moved. It's enough to break your blow. At this moment, although the blood dragon did not gush out, it gave Yichen great strength and momentum of growth. The breath of death is coming. With the fall of Yichen's words, a flame virtual palm suddenly forms. The strong breath of Wudoutai was broken by Yichen directly. Burning sky palm, mercilessly swept away. Yichen's whole body is shrouded in a layer of fire like red light. At this moment, he was like the god of fire. Crash! With a sound, the burning sky palm explodes and goes directly to Lin Juelong's fist. Seeing this scene, not only Lin Juelong lost his mind for a moment, but the people who had not seen Yichen's hand were stunned. The vision of this palm is not weaker than Lin Juelong? That's the real strength of that kid? Blood tiger and flame virtual palm collide with each other instantly. There is a strong vibration from Wudoutai. On the spot, the dragon and the tiger were torn by the blood. How could it be? Yichen hands between, burst out of the terror momentum, let has killed to Yichen in front of Lin Juelong, can't help but stare big eyes. What a powerful momentum. Is that the boy's power? He used 6 levels of power to kill the little beast. Instead of being broken. On the other side, it's full of gas. On one side there is a great fire. The gap between the two is obvious. This move, he unexpectedly fell behind. That's how you challenge me? Feeling the gap between himself and Yi Chen, Lin Juelong roared. Lin Julong madly urges his own one strike, wants to destroy Yi Chen thoroughly. But Yi Chen's palm completely erupts, the endless force came upon him. There are even lines in Wudoutai. How could? Eyes full of horror. The moment of confrontation, Lin Juelong's expression was frozen. Lin Juelong, who had a grim smile before, quickly twisted his face and became extremely frightened. His body retreated 3 steps, but Yi Chen did not retreat at all. The old man of the Blood League shook his head helplessly. They told Zhu Long not to underestimate the enemy, but he just didn't listen. This attack, he was defeated. If Zhu Long did not face up to it, it would be absolutely dangerous. Lin father heard this sentence. Mao's son is suffused with a trace of surprise. This moment, the whole Wudao stage, a silence. There's no breath. All the people stare big eyes, just like sculpture, stupidly in place. Under one move, Lin Juelong was defeated. If the gods do not move. Yi Chen showed the overbearing. This moment shocked the whole audience. Although it is only a move, there is no winner, but this is enough to show Yi Chen's strength. The atmosphere is extremely dignified over there. Dad, how can this boy's strength reach this level? Even when Lin Juelong was young, he couldn't be like this. Did Zhang Jufan's evil seed inspection go wrong? He Guowang trembled. He Shanghai's eyes slightly narrowed, so he stared at Yi Chen, staring at Yi Chen. I don't know if it's Fan Zhen, but this son will not die today. Within 10 years, maybe Yi family in Beijing may become the top family in China. The Jiang family is out of sight, really out of sight. Chapter 442. Mr. Jiang naturally pays attention to Yi Chen. Although a move, Yi Chen won a few points, but his expression did not have the slightest surprise. He once saw Yi Chen's hand. It's a good skill. Even if we look at the whole of China, we can't find any comparable existence. He knew very well that Lin Julong would be weak, and any ancient Chinese warrior or practitioner would be afraid. However, the power of a single hand is far from enough. Next, Lin Juelong is bound to get serious, and Yi Chen will still be dead. On the Wudao stage, Lin Julong's eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by a ferocious smile. Yi Chen, it seems that I really underestimate you. That adult said right, your secret is the real value. I'm curious about where you've been in the past 5 years, and where your strength and martial arts come from. Kunlun Mountain? Or Kunlun Deficiency? Secret place? Someone went to Kunlungsu to investigate your name, but none of the Wudiozong sects has your name. To be honest, you are really curious. Yi Chen heard Kunlun Su Mao Zi shrink a few points. He never thought Lin family and Blood Alliance even went to Kunlun Su to find their own news. Now looking back, he would like to thank those who do not accept their own door. Let his existence be traceless. Seeing Yi Chen's desire for no answer, Lin Juelong snorted coldly. Since you don't say it, I have to beat you up and dig out those secrets from your mouth. This is the end of your life. I won't give you a chance. Lin Ju's death in Longan. If you knew Yi Chen had such strength, Lin Juelong would not give Yi Chen a chance. Hearing Lin Julong's words, Yi Chen Mao's son burst out a cold killing machine. I'm afraid, you don't have a chance. Well, die. Lin Juelong grasped 5 fingers and a long sword appeared in his palm. As soon as the sword came out, the momentum of Lin Juelong rose. The master of his Blood League taught him the most sword skill. In the past 5 years, Lin Juelong doesn't care what chance Yi Chen has got. In the face of absolute strength, everything is a bubble. He wants to crush Yi Chen thoroughly. Let him feel endless fear. Die for me. In the roar, Lin Juelong's feet generate wind, and directly toward Yi Chen. The sword is extremely powerful. Yi Chen is naturally fearless, holding the sword of chopping the dragon in his hand. he is bloodthirsty and attacks. With a roar of Yi Chen. Bloodthirsty chopper with incomparably bright light, such as comet across the sky, and Lin Julong strike together. In the clear sound, the cold light flickers. The air waves burst, the momentum is like a rainbow. Lin Julong's whole body strength infuses on the spirit sword in the hand, the speed is faster and faster. But no matter how, Yi Chen can't be hurt. Black Dragon illusory body decided Yi Chen, such as ghosts in general, cannot be found at all. Action like wind, body like clouds. Avoid the extremely sinister sword idea. Yi Chen's potential is like the top of Mount Tai. Yi Chen breaks the sky sword idea, the first sword is displayed. But he received a lot of strength, otherwise the real chi of Dantian would disappear. Break open. Then, in Lin Juelong's unbelievable eyes, Yi Chen's flesh and blood swelled and burst out with unprecedented strength. One sword shadow, all blow out. Lin Juelong's sword flew out. Ding! In the corner of Wudaotai. Although Lin Juelong's sword skills are strong, Yi Chen is more powerful. Under the Wudao stage, unconsciously, everyone stood up, palms full of sweat. According to the current situation, Yi Chen is not only not killed by Lin Julong, but also forced Lin Julong back step by step. What the hell is going on here? The shadow of the sword gradually disappeared in the sky, and the two people on the Wudao stage were in a bit of a mess. His clothes were torn by swords and broke to the extreme. Lin Juelong's face was a little pale, and his heart set off a storm, and the more frightened he was in the Vietnam War. He doesn't care about anything. 5 fingers to the corner of a grasp, the spirit sword will appear again in his palm, his eyes flash across a resolute. Blood rain sword skill, the third move. 9 days of rain. With a sword, the martial arts stage began to fill with a strong sense of killing. Despair, killing, pain. It grows in everyone's heart. The sword in his hand, full of aura, began to bloom. The sword light is crisscross. A general trend of heaven and earth appeared in Yi Chen's whole body. Yi Chen is surrounded by countless swords. It seems that as long as Lin Julong thinks, Yi Chen will surely die. The majestic breath directly swept the whole Wudaotai, which changed everyone's face. At this moment, everyone felt that he was the god holding the sword. Punish for God. Sword power? How could Lin Julong condense his sword power? Isn't this something only in legend? All the voices under Wudaotai exclaimed. Seeing this scene, the people under the Wudao stage are not calm. The old man of He family all wanted to stare out his eyes and murmured, "This Lin Ju dragon is so strong that no wonder it seems that after the war, the Lin family will be far away from their so-called top families." It was not his full strength just now. Jiang Jianfeng's side of the old man Jiang also directly stood up, that Gu Jingbu both face unexpectedly appeared a trace of fear. He knew better than anyone that this sword could only be resisted by his boy who had no news when he stepped into Kunlun Su. Unknowingly, Lin Juelong is already the first person worthy of his name. China's innocence is going to change. Yi Chen also feels something wrong and splits out a few swords. However, he finds that his sword intention is mercilessly blocked. Boom! After a burst of loud noise, Yi Chen stepped back a few steps, and his face was a little pale. On the other hand, when the aura dissipated, a somber laugh came from Lin Juelong's mouth. At this time, he had a smile on his face. "Boy, I have resisted the sword. What else do you have to do?" Yi Chen looked at the powerful sword and sighed a little. He didn't want to use the sword of breaking the sky sword. After all, Lin Juelong is not the only one who is threatening here, but now it seems impossible to use it. Although his martial arts skills are powerful, there is still a gap between his realm and Lin Juelong. Lin Juelong's strength is at least 6 levels above the separation and separation environment. Although he can condense his sword power, he still has a little gap with Lin Julong. If his realm is the same as Lin Julong, he will be able to crush him. "Little beast, I could have killed your whole family 5 years ago, but today I can still kill you in Wudaotai." Lin Juelong roared, and his sword was rushing towards Yi Chen. The whole stadium is shaking. People are shocked. You think you've got me? Yi Chen sneered and asked suddenly. Chapter 443. The words fall, the sword in Yi Chen's hand trembles slightly, and the dragon chants in the body seem to break out. He had a sense of endless heaven and humanity as ants. Under Wood Otai, all people are silent under the meaning of the towering sword of Forest Jew Dragon, and they are very grateful. But no one paid attention to Yi Chen. Because Yi Chen in their eyes is only a long-lasting mole ant general. This Leaf Chen is actually a genius. Unfortunately, only 5 years of cultivation, that Forest Jew Dragon has been cultivating for decades, and there are countless resources to accumulate. When you meet a genius who can gather the sword, Yi Chen will be too small. It is estimated that there is only 100 Li Xiong who can block this sword. Who called him so arrogant? Dare to underestimate Lin Long. He died, absolutely dead, and live up to the end. Under Wood Otai, they talked about it. Jiang Pirong wants to rush up, but finds an invisible pressure to stop her. Her hands are all sweaty. She and her son have been together for so many days. She really doesn't want to happen to Yi Chen. Xiruoxu and Sunny were pale, clenched on their lips, and even the blood had not felt. Bai Lixiong felt that he was not right. He wanted to rush up and start. He found a thin hand holding his shoulder. As a general, you can't even get in with the Wood Otai. 100 Li male eyes flash a little anger, clenched fist hand or released. Understand. And there is mysterious force killing Chinese at the northern border. You don't have to look at Wood Otai anymore. It turns out that you will take the Iron Blood camp to suppress it. This is the meaning of the head. Once the eyes of Bai Lixiong shrink, he feels that he is not right. How can he send him to suppress the northern forces at this time? But the papers on the hands of the skinny old man are the seal of that one. The key is that this thin old man is one of the guardians of China. How could he be cheated? Not fast to go, you may die of 100 Chinese citizens in a second later. Bai Lixiong looked at the Leaf Chen on the platform of Wudao, bit his teeth, and went out. Bai Lixiong did not know that after he left, the withered Chinese guardian had a cruel smile. Cold and bloodthirsty. On the Wood Otai. Lin Ju Dragon with rain falls 9 days, this powerful sword intention to chop, crazy to the extreme. And what is Yi Chen doing? He did nothing, let the sword chop. Let death devour. Give up. Ha, little beast, I feel fear at last. When you die, I will send your father and mother together to the road, so you are not alone under the spring of the Yellow River. Boom! A violent energy wave erupted. The position where Yi Chen stands, the real gas is boiling, the air trembles, and the Wood Otai is split into 2 parts directly. The power of this sword can be seen. Not only that, Wood Otai has produced strong sword marks on both sides, just like an earthquake. The whole stadium swayed violently. Some weak-breath people spit out a blood on the spot. For a while, the energy fluctuations were gone. The original standing position of Yi Chen was full of smoke. White as a blank. No one can see what happened in it. Yi Chen is dead? You are not a waste of words. Lin Ju Dragon is so sword-conscious that he will not die. Unfortunately, he has not even a complete body. No, it's over. He's so weak. It's not that he is weak, it's Lin Juelong too strong. After today, Lin Juelong is the first Chinese to be worthy of. Just as the people talked. A little light, suddenly bloom. Then, golden mans were prosperous. A dragon chant rang through the stadium. The blazing light shines in everyone's eyes. Let everyone be blind for the time being. Suddenly, the sight recovered, and all the people's expressions seemed to solidify. Because, there is a blood dragon on the gymnasium. The blood dragon roars, and looks down at the mole ants. Endless pressure release, let them palpitation to the extreme. It's not the most terrible yet. What is terrible is that there is a young man standing under the blood dragon. The young man is black as ink, and his face is cold and silent. Eyes slightly narrowed, inside kill the meaning boiling. And he was covered with a light blood on. The ultimate horror. The blood color is like as two peas on the sky. Looking away, it is like a sunny day. A huge and mighty breath, from him. Everyone, there was an impulse to bow to his knees. Subconsciously, he felt that he was the god who came to the world. It has the highest prestige. Yi Chen is not dead. Not only did not die, at the moment, he seems to be floating in the world, holding a cold sword in his hand. What is he going to do? Just at the extreme of the crowd's surprise and fear, the blood dragon on the sky suddenly changed, dived down and fell directly on the dragon-chopping sword. Yi Chen's momentum is climbing, and the blood dragon and his body, even with his sword, are integrated into one. Yi Chen looks at Lin Julong from a commanding position, his eyes suddenly widen, and his blood bursts out. The voice of cold exclamation is like the falling of thunder. Lin Julong, kneel down and die. This cold sound and Long Shao mingled together, let the whole gymnasium shake. It's the soul of Lin Julong. The sudden blow was like a heavy hammer, which split Lin Julong's heart. There was a trace of fear in his heart. At this critical moment, the sword in Yi Chen's hand is like the sword of true God, shaking all things. His sword shakes violently, uneasy, painful. Not only his sword, but everyone's weapon trembled violently. Those with lower grade will be broken into pieces directly. Kendo. Shocking. When everyone can't react, Yi Chen's sword moves. Breaking the sky sword, the second move. Falling stars. The language falls, the ground thunder rises, the world all loses color. The wind is blowing and the dust is all over the sky. Yi Chen's momentum is relaxed, and his powerful qi is surging all over his body. The dragon sword in his hand is crisscrossed, disordered and complicated. It is like spider webs, scattered everywhere, and slowly spreading outward. The sword of chopping dragon soars into the sky like killing gods. It spreads the killing intention of spinning on the body of the sword and breaks out completely. Before the edge of the sword comes, the cold comes first, and the murderous spirit is fully displayed. At this moment, the sword seems to be infinitely elongated, bringing out countless virtual shadows, covering the sky and the earth, as if to destroy the whole land, with momentum like a rainbow. The sword is like a star. Dense, nowhere to hide. Lin Julong wants to stop, but he finds that he is not qualified. His sword power is all broken. Vulnerable. Not only that, Lin Julong is spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured by the pressure of falling stars. He didn't care about everything. He tore his clothes and forced out a drop of blood essence. The essence blood pats directly on the chest's blood gate tattoo. This is the Blood Alliance's life-preserving martial arts, burning cultivation, only for self-protection. Lin Julong thinks it is impossible to use this move all his life. However, he did not expect that he had to use it in front of the boy who could be destroyed 5 years ago. How could it be? Chapter 444. Lin Julong's heart trembled. At the moment, he just wanted to live. He felt fear under Yi Chen's sword. Endless fear. Boom! The ground suddenly appeared an ancient blood door virtual shadow, the red door in front of Lin Julong. Ancient Sanskrit breaks out. Try to resist Yi Chen. Bang! The sword meaning of falling stars is all over the blood gate. Blood door also can't stop, on the spot broken. Lin Julong's face was pale, and he kept spitting out blood. His body was smashed to the foot of Wudao stage. Bang! Lin Julong, defeated. The answer is obvious. Quiet. The whole world is silent. Everyone under Wudao seems to be petrified. Lin Julong and Yi Chen fight, who could have thought that the outcome ran counter to what was expected? Is Yi Chen the loser? But Lin Julong. He failed. He Guowang originally wanted to say what, but the words to the mouth or hard swallow down. He was shocked to see the cold and proud figure. At the moment, the figure did nothing, but let him feel afraid. Lin Julong was defeated by one sword. The key blow made him feel insignificant. He Shanghai next to Yi Guowang held a cup in his hand, but the cup still fell to the ground in his shock and was broken into pieces. Jiang's seat. Jiang Jianfeng stares at Yi Chen, even rubs his eyes and looks at Lin Juelong, who is extremely weak under Wudao stage. Who could have thought that Yi Chen, who was tiny in his eyes, grew up to such a point? He vaguely remembered the heroic words of a boy in that park. I remember that boy took Jiang Perong's strength at the gate of Jiang's house. The past is surging, and his whole body seems to be boiling. No one knows what Jiang Jianfeng is thinking when he holds his fist tightly. Dad, Yi Chen was only in his 20s. My elder brother was not so rebellious at that time. In the future, the Jiang family may really want to look up to Yi Chen. Dad, you are wrong in this move. Mr. Jiang didn't say a word. His face was livid. Turbid eyes fell on the Wudao. That bastard is beyond his understanding. Even he may not be able to stop the sword he has just played. This is more than a sword at the gate of Jiang's house. Did I really go wrong in this move? The old man's heart. He even felt that one side of his cheek was severely whipped, extremely painful. This invisible slap is Yi Chen. The one he thought he was fighting. Jiang Perong was the most exciting. At the moment, her face is full of tears, her body is trembling, other people's eyes are afraid and frightened, and her eyes are heartache. She knew that Chinner was a common root, and she knew that Chinner had not practiced for more than 10 years. Chinner's change comes from these years. What kind of pain will it take these years to become so? That thin shoulder to bear almost 100 times more than normal pressure. It may even crush Chinner countless times. Xia Ruoxue, Sun Yi, and even Zhu Ye are not pleased with Yi Chen's strength. Their eyes are just like Jiang Perong's, and they have only heartache. Everyone saw Yi Chen's bright and powerful scene on Wudao stage, but no one ever saw the dedication and patience behind Yi Chen. At the moment, as the existence of the attention of the public, Yi Chen felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that the real qi of Dantian almost disappeared. This is the sequelae of the powerful idea of breaking the sky sword. Yi Chen swallows the pill, but the true qi recovers too slowly. He looked at the dying Lin Juelong with a trace of killing in his eyes. Even though he was in pain, he still jumped down. His body was a little unstable, but he still held on to his teeth. He walked towards Lin Juelong step by step. Lin Juelong's eyes are full of blood, which gives rise to a trace of fear. Lin Juelong moved his body and tried to retreat towards the back, but he found it was possible. The more he moved, the more he kept spitting blood out of his mouth. You can't kill me. Lin Juelong's hoarse voice said. He wanted to use any technique, but found it impossible. Now he is the bow of the crossbow. 5 years ago, I want you to pay 10 times for the damage you have done to my family. Yi Chen stepped on Lin Juelong's abdomen and stepped on a wound. Then Yi Chen's sight fell on Lin Juelong's feet. You broke one of my father's legs in Yunhu Villa. Today I'll break your 2 legs. No. Lin Juelong trembled with fear. But it doesn't work. Yi Chen stepped down. Crazy and bloodthirsty foot. Click, click, click. Right foot directly broken. But this is just the beginning. Yi Chen stepped on Lin Juelong again. Click, click, click. Another foot of Lin Juelong is broken. The whole gymnasium only Lin Juelong's painful scream. After all this, Yi Chen held the sword of chopping the dragon in his hand, without any hesitation, and went down with a sword. Must be killed. Can't drag. The sword edge is about to pierce Lin Juelong's neck. The stadium is dark. 2 figures are coming quickly. The 2 strong members of the Blood League can't sit still. Boy, you are not qualified to kill the people of my Blood League. Language down, Yi Chen in the hands of the dragon's sword was a powerful force to fly. The sword of chopping dragon was inserted on the wall, and Yi Chen also retreated a few minutes. Just hold on. Lin Juelong, who is on the verge of death, has been held in his arms by a Blood League strongman. One of them even puts a pill into Lin Juelong's mouth. This is the Blood Alliance's alternative plan, originally thought does not need, but Yi Chen's formidable surpasses the imagination. They had to start. As soon as Lin Juelong dies, the Blood Alliance will be furious. They have to. Yi Chen saw this scene, moved the neck, the body of the killing machine release, longing bursts. He stares at the two Blood Alliance elders, but with a great voice to all humanity, Wudoutai should be guarded by strong people. Do you allow this kind of scum to break the rules of Wudoutai? Yi Chen is to those who hide in the dark to listen to the strong. From the moment he stepped into the gymnasium, he felt the breath of the strong. Such people must hide in the dark to guard Wudoutai. He needs to recover now, and if these people do, it would be the best. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one stood up at all. Chapter 445. The whole stadium was as quiet as it could be. Yi Chen eyes towards several directions to shoot, found that the few people did not plan to start at all. Even in the eyes there is a trace of indifference. At this moment, Yi Chen laughed. It seems that those strong guardians of Wudoutai did not intend to stand up from the beginning. Ha ha! Ridiculous! One of the Blood League elders saw Yi Chen actually wanted to use the power of existence and laughed. Yi Chen, don't you know there is a benefit to say? Do you think you can bring benefits to those people, or is it my Blood Alliance? My Blood Alliance can give them countless cultivation resources. Can you do that? You are so naive. The old man laughed darkly, as if in control of everything. The Blood League never fights a war of uncertainty. Yi Chen is curious about the Blood Alliance. Ghost, plus the control of Wudoutai, this Blood Alliance is not ordinary. He glanced around and found that Bai Li Xiong was gone. The people around the old people were gone. Things are much more difficult than he thought. The old man of Blood League seems to see what Yi Chen thinks in his heart and sneers. You don't have to look for it. If I were you, I'd better consider how to survive. Besides, you should not rely on these onlookers and forces, and they will not help you. Or they can't help you at all. At the moment, under this sudden change, those people are still sitting in their positions. Be indifferent. Although some people's eyes are a little surprised, but this surprise soon became a matter of course. The best result is that Yi Chen disappears in this world. Boy, my Blood Alliance only gives you a choice. Kneel down and hand over your secrets and martial arts skills, including the things you get when you step into the Qinling Dragon Vein. You've been in it for 2 days, and you can't come back without success. Blood Alliance old man Light Wei, his tone is high above, as if he'd fixed Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not answer. Yu Guang took a look at the direction of her mother and Xia Ruoxue, and there was no danger for the time being. Then his eyes fell on the old man of the Blood League. Let me kneel down, are you sure you have this qualification? The old man of the Blood League just wanted to talk, but Yi Guang stood up and said in a cold voice, Yi Chen, it's your honor for these 2 adults to let you kneel down. Don't kneel down for me. Your women, your mother, and even you, don't want to go out here. Yi Guang clapped his hands, countless footfalls came down, the gymnasium instantly poured into 100 strong people with good breath. Boy, it seems that you are very unpopular. Everyone wants you to die. The old man of Blood League is gloomy. After all this, Yi Guang came to the old man of the Blood League. He bowed down and flattered, my lord, although our strength is not comparable to yours, it is also a strength. I hope adults don't mind. Yi Guang is like a dog at the moment. The old man of Blood League nodded and did not say a word of nonsense with Yi Guang. In his eyes, the dog is not worthy. Yi Guang saw that the old man of the Blood League didn't say anything. He couldn't hang on his face. He said, everyone listen to the order, and press those women up too. You talk too much. Yi Chen's words fall. The dragon will die if he touches it, but Yi Guang has already touched his scale. There was a black light in his hand. Xuemei dart shot out, too fast. Almost to the Blood League, the old man did not respond. Puff! The blood plum dart penetrates Yi Guang's eyebrows, and Yi Guang falls directly into the pool of blood. No one thought that Yi Chen would kill people under such unfavorable circumstances. But the 100 masters did not stop because of Yi Guang's death, and they still plundered them to Jiang Peirong. Jiang Peirong, Xia Ruoxue, Sun Yi, and Zhu Ye are full of true qi. They have accomplishments. They can only fight now, at least not to delay Yi Chen. Except for them, all the people present looked at me coldly. Even the Jiang family is the same. Only one. Jiang Jianfeng, with a flash of body shape, came to Jiang Peirong's body. He offered his sword and looked at the crowd coldly. Who dares to step forward and kill? Yichen saw Jiang Jianfeng stand out and smile at the corner of his mouth. No one noticed that his smile was confident. Listen to the orders of the Dark Hall. These people don't have to give them a chance. To everyone's surprise, Yichen, who is obviously in a weak position, said such a sentence out loud. Dark Hall. Just when the crowd was in a trance, the body of the strong guard at the door exploded. Several entrances and exits directly break open, and pour into countless dark shadows. Black Shadow is very fast. Yichen does not fight the battle of uncertainty. The power of the Dark Hall has been left in the dark without using it. The sudden change shocked everyone, and shadows drifted in the crowd. Can only hear a scream. This group of people are well trained. This group of people can also array. This group of people is unstoppable. Dozens of elite members of the Dark Hall or the Blood Plum Hall kept Jiang Peirong and others in a circle, just like armor. If you want to move them, you have to step on the bodies of the powerful men in the Dark Hall. At the same time, Yi Lingtian and Lu Lingfeng step out, come to Yi Chen's front, directly kneel down. Yi Lingtian, see the Hall Master. Lu Lingfeng, see the Hall Master. Then, 100 people knelt down. Chapter 446. See the Lord. In the roar of the powerful men in the Dark Hall, the endless killing intention is released. They hide in the dark for a long time, just to release value here today. If the Lord of the Temple is in trouble, can they not save it? Powerful momentum, cohesion, had directly emerged into two virtual shadows. A virtual shadow is a huge plum blossom like blood condensation. Another virtual shadow is 100 Zhang black dragon circling for 9 days. Such visions almost blinded the whole gymnasium into darkness and fear. At this moment, the crowd was silent. I thought Yi Chen and those women were doomed to die, but they didn't expect that a team of murderous ideas was born. The team of 100 people, full of the stadium around, people feel cruel and bloody. The key is that this group of people should submit to that cold and arrogant youth. Temple Master. This group of people call him the Lord of the Temple. The scene out of control was suppressed by Yi Chen's Dark Hall. This scene set off a storm in the hearts of all the people present. Those who had intended to ridicule Yi Chen did not dare to say a word, staring at Yi Chen, trying to see how the other side did it. He Xinghai died his grandson and son. He thought he could see Yi Chen die today to repay his hatred. But did not expect mantis catch cicada, yellow finch after. At the moment, He Xinghai's face and his anger. At this time, an old man beside He Xinghai found something and exclaimed, Master, that Xuemei the strong man under the shadow of Xuemei is the first killer organization of China, Xuemei Hall. He Xinghai heard the Blood Plum Hall. Mao's son shrinks, looked at the old man beside him and asked, Are you sure? Master, I'm sure. One of the killers was hired by his family. I dealt with him. It can't be wrong. Hearing this, He Xinghai's expression became dignified. What we have to face is not only the Blood Plum Hall, but also the power of a black dragon on the top. What's the origin of this Yi Chen, even unconsciously in charge of this power? Most of the forces on the scene recognized the Blood Plum, and also knew that the existence of suppressing that group of strong people was the Blood Plum Hall. Mr. Jiang Jianfeng, and all the people present held their breath. What suddenly occurred to them? Everything seems clear. Xuemei Hall has been standing in China for so many years, and it is the first killer organization in China. Just some time ago, the Blood Plum Hall suddenly stopped the killer task. This is totally unreasonable. Not only that, but also close the official website. Release the announcement. Set up the Dark Hall. This series of measures, the Chinese family cannot guess. It was supposed to be the internal reform of Xuemei Hall. But in front of me, it's not at all. All changes in Xuemei Hall are due to a young man, Yi Chen. Did Yi Chen suppress the Blood Plum Hall? Even turning it into a force of its own? how did this guy subdue these people? There are doubts in all people's hearts, but the fact in front of them tells them that this 100-men war will come out. Enough. Mr. Jiang looked at all the figures kneeling down and sighed, this move is really wrong. I have been looking down on the evil species. I'm afraid it will turn into a dragon when it comes to the storm today. Endless sigh came, telling the remorse and helplessness in the heart of Master Jiang. Yi Chen took a look at Yi Lingtian and Lu Lingfeng behind him, as well as those strong men in the dark hall. He waved his arm, get up. Yes, Lord. Brush, brush, brush. The voices fell in unison. The strong man in the dark hall stood upright, holding weapons in his hands. There was even blood dripping on the weapons, and his eyes were determined. Lu Lingfeng, escort my mother and friends to leave. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be killed. For Yi Chen, the safety around him is more important. Although the strength of the Dark Hall 100 people is very strong, but these two Blood League elders are not so easy to deal with. What's more, the strong men in the dark don't know what attitude they have towards this matter. If they turn a blind eye to it, the best is that those people who make trouble for themselves will undoubtedly make it worse. Yes, Lord. Lu Lingfeng walks to Jiang Peirong with a wave of his hand and escorts Jiang Peirong away with 50 strong men of Xuemei Hall. No one dares to stop. When Lu Lingfeng was about to escort those people away, an old man with a folding fan said, "Did I let you go?" In their eyes, although the value of these women is not comparable to Yi Chen, but these people are the best means to threaten Yi Chen. With this boy's character, it's very difficult to pull out some things. If you threaten this kid with these women, the result will be different. Yi Chen Mao's sun pan cold, Dan Tian's true chi condenses a few minutes, he step out. Yi Ling Tian and Dark Hall many strong people also came to Yi Chen's side, kill the chance to release. As long as Yi Chen a word, they will surely follow. Even if the strength of the two old men in front of them is stronger, they would rather die than shrink back. Yi Chen held 5 fingers and pointed at each other with his dragon sword. He said, "My man, you are not qualified to move." The old man of Xuemeng, holding a folding fan, snorted coldly, "These people, those Chinese families may be afraid of, but to me, it's just a waste of energy. Boy, you should have overdrawn a lot of the sword of wood Otai just now. Do you think you can resist now?" The old man of Xuemeng had a gloomy smile on his mouth. He had seen everything clearly just now. The boy has exhausted his true chi in his body. Now he is obviously pretending to be a tiger. It is undoubtedly the best opportunity to kill him at this time. Yi Chen Mao's son shrinks, direct way, Lu Lingfeng, send them to leave. If there is any obstruction, kill them. Standing at the door of Lu Lingfeng no longer hesitated, directly to the outside. Where to go? The old man of Blood Alliance snorted coldly and turned into a shadow in situ. He just wanted to stop that group of people. Yi Chen had already appeared in front of him. Cut the dragon sword to tear the air and take the key points of the other party directly. You want to stop me? I come from Kunlun. I'm strong enough to crush you. I want to die. The old Xuemeng, who held the folding fan in his hand, closed the folding fan, and a sharp blade came out. In the blink of an eye it becomes a blade. Ding! With a sound, the dragon sword and folding fan collide together, and the sparks sputter violently. The air waves swept in all directions, and they separated instantly. Yi Chen stepped back a few steps. Xuemeng old eyes pan cold, sharp folding fan again toward Yi Chen's neck and go. Boy, you dare to stop me in the separation and seclusion area. I want to die. If I give you another 10 years of practice, I may not be your opponent, but now, you must give me surrender. The blade of the blade cuts through the air, and even a hair will break into 2 pieces. It is extremely sharp. Yi Chen doesn't care about the blade at all. He swings his arm and cuts the dragon sword again. The ground is exploding and sparks are flying all over the sky. Chapter 447. The only true chi left in Yi Chen's elixir field is dissipating. He can clearly feel the strength of the other side. The old man of the Blood League is at least above the 8 levels of the clutch. Even the real Yuanjing is possible. Yi Chen did not dare to take it lightly. Bang! With another blow, Yi Chen can clearly feel the numbness of his arm, and even nearly let go of his sword. If I can resist so many moves on my hand, it seems that I underestimate you. I'll give you one last chance to hand over those things. With a roar, the old man of Blood League didn't care about everything and killed Yi Chen. The old man of Blood League seems to be a roaring lion. This time, the folding fan in his hand did not increase, and it collided with the dragon's sword. Cut the dragon's sword to fly directly. Yi Chen's body is also backward several steps. If Yi Chen was at his peak, there might be a World War I, but just now Wu Daotai's idea of breaking the sky sword almost made him weak to the extreme. Yi Chen no longer has the power of reincarnation cemetery to borrow. Seeing this scene, the old man of Xueming sneered, "Boy, you are crazy now. In my eyes, you are no different from mole ants." No longer pay attention to Yi Chen, the old man of Blood League chases Lu Lingfeng. But he had not yet taken a few steps, but found that the state and aura around him had completely changed. There was something wrong with the youth behind him. He fiercely turned to look at Yi Chen, but found each other's fingers in a quick pinch. In the next second, a bright aura is formed directly. The old man of Blood League is stunned. A rune. The boy has mastered a rune. The key to deal with the talisman is something he has never seen before. Not good. The Blood Alliance elders subconsciously rushed toward Yi Chen in the past, must stop. But it's too late. Yi Chen's eyes are red, and the killing opportunity suddenly breaks out, and the blood dragon rushes towards the life talisman. The whole gymnasium seemed to be shocked. I said, you are not qualified to move me. Since I want to move, even if I get hurt, I will let you pay the price. Language down, Yi Chen palm shot a drop of blood essence. The essence of blood, this life talisman, blood dragon virtual shadow, three forces suddenly combined. Yi Chen's accomplishments and momentum are rising. With the help of the talisman, he will let the old man fall even if he pays a great price. How about the Blood Alliance? I'll kill you. Yi Chen a roar, a few steps across and out, as if Overlord came. Songlong's phantom body is determined to swim under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he comes to the old man of Blood League. There is no dragon sword, just by fist and body, enough. Stinky boy, it seems that you have a secret. Few people in China know the magic charm. In that case, get down. The old man clasped his 5 fingers towards Yi Chen. He did not dare to kill Yi Chen, but he tried to restrain Yi Chen. But Yi Chen is like a ghost at the moment, how to tie it? Under Songlong's illusory body decision, Yi Chen avoids the attack of the old man of the Blood League. In a twinkling of an eye, he gets close to the old man of the Blood League, pinches his 5 fingers and blows out a fist directly. Lying like the wind, move like a tiger, potential like the sky to come. Touch! In a twinkling of an eye, a dull crash came, like a mountain collision. The old man of Xueming was stunned. He didn't think that the boy was still weak 1 second before, but he was so strong in the second. Is this the power of the rune technique? He tried to dodge, but he didn't have time. Yi Chen's fist smashed his chi barrier. Bursts of crisp bone fracture sound burst out. The face of the old man of Blood League was distorted instantly. His left shoulder bare Yi Chen's fist. The bones were almost broken. His eyes widened and he let out a shrill cry. The body is a full 10 steps back. Blood spills from the corners of your mouth. How could it be? Yi Chen did not hesitate, immediately step out, his feet touched the ground unexpectedly sunken. We can see its power. The wind is blowing all over. He knows very well that the power of this talisman can only last for 5 minutes. If he doesn't solve these people in these 5 minutes, it will be really troublesome. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen comes to the Blood Alliance old man again, a fist blows out. This fist, as if a blood dragon rushed out of his body, extremely shocked. At this moment, the old man of Blood Alliance, who was suddenly shrouded by the breath of death, had nothing left in his heart but unwillingness and fear. Seeing Yi Chen blow out again, he retreats again. What does his eyes notice? He grabs the neck of He Xinghai and throws it out directly. He Xinghai didn't expect that he would become the shield of the other side. Originally wanted to stabilize the figure, Yi Chen's fist had already smashed down. Puff, puff, puff. The blood gushed in his mouth, but for a moment, He Xinghai's whole person was like a shell, flying upside down. Visible to the naked eye, his chest collapsed and his eyes seemed to stare out. Strong impact force directly hit him on a wall. Body explodes on the spot. It's full of blood. All 3 generations of He family have fallen, and a top family has declined. The old man of the Blood League felt something wrong and said to another companion, "Put Zhu Long aside and take this son first. If you don't, you'll have endless troubles. Also, Lin Ao, do you want to avenge your son and fight together?" Good. In a flash, the 2 Blood Alliance elders and Lin clan leader Qi Qi go to Yi Chen. The wind howled like lightning. Palm print all over the sky, directly toward the key parts of Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen's pressure suddenly rises. 3 top strong men who have practiced for decades have joined hands to deal with a 20-year-old boy. This is a joke. But they have no way, now Yi Chen is really too strong. The wind in the palm is howling, like a storm, sweeping towards Yi Chen. Today, even if I die, you don't want to have a better life. Kill! Yi Chen a roar, in the face of the momentum of the 3 people, he is bold and fearless. Don't retreat but advance, step out. The blood dragon rushed out of the body, and each blow was directed towards 3 people. In the heavy footstep sound, Yi Chen's whole person is like the streamer, cuts through the sky. His whole body was impacted by the blood evil spirit, his eyes were red, and every blow was with all his strength. Luo Sha Quan. Kill Thunder Fist. One punch after another, and the whole world will be swept away. Boom! Endless chi, as if converging into a river and sea, rushing out. In an instant, Yi Chen's whole person, if turned into a black dragon, went towards the 3 people. Boom! Yi Chen's double fists directly collide with the strength of the 3. The earth and the earth are pale with thunder. The wind is blowing and the dust is all over the sky. There are cracks in the walls of the gymnasium. The dust is gone. 3 people are repulsed by Yi Chen. In great confusion. But Yi Chen also spits out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, there are several strong Chinese family look at each other. Qi Qi rushed out, toward Yi Chen. Chapter 448. Jiang Jianfeng has come to the side of Mr. Jiang. His eyes are serious. He doesn't care if he offends him. He says directly, "Dad, it's time for Yi Chen to help. If we don't do it, it's really too late." Jiang Laozimao's son Tiny Mai, he really has the intention to move, but if really helped Yi Chen, undoubtedly offended the Blood Alliance. Considering the interests comprehensively, it is only unfavorable for the Jiang family. Jiang Jianfeng see the old man has not decided, no longer hesitant, toward the direction of Yi Chen plunder. He is ready to help Yi Chen. At this time, 2 skinny old men step on the wood otai. Everybody, stop it. Sound like rolling thunder, sweeping in all directions. An invisible pressure binds everything. At this moment, everyone stopped and their eyes fell on the 2 skinny old men in wood otai. When they saw the jade pendant on the old man's waist, their faces changed greatly, because these 2 old people were actually guardians. The rule of guarding wood otai is to protect Wudyaji. No one can question. If you don't listen to the guardian's command, you're looking for death. Just as soon as everyone stopped, a dark shadow flashed by. Sword. With a roar, the sword of chopping dragon is tightly held by Yi Chen, and then he cleaves towards the old man of Blood Alliance. This sword, the blood dragon surging, killing the opportunity to bloom, destroy the withered and decadent force to form a storm. His secret method is about to end, 5 minutes is over, it is difficult to kill the other party again. Yi Chen will not give up, as for the guardian. Ha ha! The old man's face changed a lot. He didn't even think that Yi Chen didn't even give the guardian face. In a panic, he sacrificed a folding fan in his hand. Two forces suddenly collide. The whole stadium seemed to shake a little bit. The folding fan in the old man's hand of Blood League is directly reduced to pieces. Then, Yi Chen's body quickly retrogressed, body shaking. But the old man of Blood League is a huge sense of paralysis on his arm, and he can't help but take a breath of cool air. Touch! When the air wave broke out, the old man of Xueming flew over 10 meters and fell to the ground. His screams were barely audible. I was hurt by this guy. The point is this guy not afraid to die? Use secret arts to strengthen yourself. Even if you pay a great price, you should kill him. The old man in the Blood League has endless frustration in his heart. He wanted to roar, but he couldn't roar. He spat out blood in his mouth and was seriously injured. It's impossible to fight again. And Yi Chen is no better, the power of the talisman disappears completely, and his breath is weak to the extreme. Step back, a buttock on the ground, leaning against the corner, heavy breathing. He was almost wet through. His eyes were wet with sweat, and the blow was his limit. The whole audience was silent, and countless pairs of eyes showed sympathy for Yi Chen, because the two guardians on the Wudao stage were livid at the moment. One of the old man in black Tang costume stepped out, staring at Yi Chen. Too big for her skin. My command, also dare to wantonly, from the road to death. Palm. That Chinese guardian arm a wave, a virtual palm then toward Yi Chen and go. Yi Lingtian saw Yi Chen's weakness, no longer hesitated, directly blocked in front of the body. At the same time, a sword to the virtual palm. Paw! The virtual palm has not been torn. The guardian's attack cannot be resisted by ordinary warriors. Poof! Yi Lingtian spits out a mouthful of blood and smashes his body on the wall. The ground was suddenly bombarded and subsided by the violent force, revealing a deep huge pit. Countless air waves exploded in the surrounding air, and the space felt slightly wavy. It's just a dog. Do you really think it can protect the owner? In my eyes, there is no difference in killing you or killing ants. The guardian looks at Yi Lingtian from above. Can you accept it? Yi Ling snorted coldly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Even if I am a dog, I am better than a man of high moral integrity like you. In my eyes, even if Yi Lingtian died, I would only serve one person, that is the temple master. The guardian did not expect that he would be so humiliated. His eyes were cold. I am not a small generation like you who can talk about it, die. Guardian Thin Hand just want to shoot a force, kill Yi Lingtian, a laugh hit. Laughter attracted countless eyes. I saw a young man stand up and block in front of Yi Lingtian. Suddenly, the smile stopped. Yi Chen raised his head. Eyes out, what kind of eyes are those? Indifferent, cold, unyielding. There's not a trace of human emotion. It's just like the ancient god. In my opinion, you are not even as good as dogs. At least some dogs know right and wrong, but you are always interested in interests. Quiet. The whole world is silent in neglect. Everyone was petrified. Their expressions were frightful, as if to see the devil. Who could have thought that someone would dare to insult the guardian? But at the moment Yi Chen is directly connected. Hiss. This kid is too damn bold to say it. Don't want to live. Chapter 449. Everyone looked at the two guardians of Wudao. Their expressions were serious and cold to the extreme. An invisible anger and pressure towards Yi Chen. The Wudao at the foot of the mountain is broken and even sinking. Who dares to bear the anger of the guardian? Lei Shuwei has arrived, but at this moment, in front of the guardian, he can't intervene. He knows Yi Chen's character, stubborn and arrogant, but this is a disaster in front of him. Lei Shuwei did not care about everything. He quickly bowed his hand and said in a loud voice, Master, Mr. Yi is the one who is extremely fond of him. Please be merciful, just look at the face of that one. Mr. Yi is still young and immature. I'll bring him back for good discipline. That's all he can say. Hearing this, the guardian of Tang costume suppressed his anger and said, If you want to live, I will give you a chance to hand over everything you have, and then abandon your cultivation. Yi Chen heard a laugh, his hand appeared a broken step-wrapped sword. This is what Chen Tianli gave him before he left. At the beginning, Chen Tianli said, "Take this sword, which is called Yuyang's sword. It seems to be a sword, but it is actually a sword formula. When necessary, use your blood essence to activate this sword formula. No one can defeat it." Since Chen Tianli said that there is no one to be defeated under China, then there is no one to be defeated. Yi Chen keeps the Yuyang sword, which has not been used, just to guard against several strong men in the dark. I don't want to use it, but there is no way. This group of respectable guys completely infuriated Yi Chen. Want his martial arts? Abolish his strength? Don't think about it. That Tang suit guardian light way, give you 10 seconds to consider time. 10. He just wanted to count down. Yi Chen said, "No, I refuse." The guardian of Tang costume, his expression was smothered, and his face was full of anger. If you refuse, I will respect you. You are exhausted and extremely weak now. I think you are qualified to resist it. The next second, there were strong winds. An invisible pressure swept in all directions. At the moment, Tang Yizhuang is just like the guardian of heaven. No one can stop it. Thousands of people worship. Seeing this, Mr. Jiang shook his head helplessly. He didn't do it all the time because there was a guardian in the dark. If Yi Chen's character is astringent, he may have done it just now. But at present, Yi Chen offended the guardian, which is undoubtedly adding to the frost and is bound to die. For a dead man, what need he save? Everyone at the scene shook their heads helplessly. Witness the birth of a genius, but also witness the fall of genius. This may be life. On the Wudao stage, another guardian looked at his Tang suit companion's rising momentum, and then took a look at Yi Chen, whose breath was weak under the Wudao stage, and sneered a few times. It's ridiculous for those ignorant of life and death to think that they will be invincible after practicing some tripod kung fu. He doesn't have to do it. His companion wants to kill the boy and crush an ant. Kill! All of a sudden, the guard of Tang costume shook his wrist and the sky was covered with blue light. Endless opportunities to kill gathered in his hands. Hum! Sword sound concussion, sword light diffuse. Everything seems to be controlled by an invisible force. The innumerable sword ideas seem to condense into a big sword shadow, and burst out in an instant. The earth begins to shake. A dazzling light burst out, tearing the air. Then the invisible air wave was raging around, and all the stands and chairs under the Wudao stage were swept away. There are a few not high cultivation of the strong under this pressure even spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone screams and fears. The guardian is so terrible. All people watched helplessly that big sword toward Leaf Chen Thorn. But Yi Chen's face is no fear. He took off the rag which wrapped the Yuyang sword. Everything appears. A sword came out. The body of the sword is dark iron, and the cold light is twinkling. The golden dragon is carved on the whole body. It is mysterious and dignified. Then, a drop of blood essence of Yi Chen falls. In a flash, an arrogant and violent breath rushed out of the Yuyang sword. The sword's meaning is like thunder, and it makes a low roar, as if the sky thunder comes and roars the whole earth. At this moment, an invisible force seems to cover Yi Chen, and the chanting of dragons is like thunder. At the same time, the Yuyang sword shakes violently. The next second, it rushes out directly. The sword formula of Wandao Jianzun is not weak, the key is that Yi Chen saw Chen Tianli take out the sword case with his own eyes. Under China, no one is invincible. This is Chen Tianli's confidence and contempt. Yuyang's sword with the extremely terrible storm, toward the Tang suit guardian condensed sword meaning and go. Not yet. The sword will be broken directly. Wando Jianzhen's strike, how can the guardian block it? In an instant, it seemed that the whole Wudao was shaking, and a huge dull sound came. Tang's suit guardian's face changed greatly. He was staring at the extremely powerful Yuyang sword, and felt that he was watched by the god of death. Cold all over. He was afraid and wanted to run, but he found that he was not qualified at all. His whole body is covered with a kind of heavenly majesty. What kind of sword is this? Who the hell are you? Tang Costume Guardian. He ignored everything and threw out a jade card with ancient characters on it. Jade brand is full of light. The Guardian of Tang Costume thought that he could resist it, but he found that the magic weapon he had been relying on was directly broken. Vulnerable. Puff. Yu Yang's sword has come to him and stabbed into the body of Tang's suit Guardian without hesitation. The blood is dying. Torrential rain falls, endless blood burst out. His body was driven by the Yu Yang sword in the air for dozens of meters. Ding! This sword actually nailed the Guardian of Tang Costume on the wall directly. Bang! The air is rolling. The walls around the Yu Yang sword collapse directly. It's splashing dust. Chapter 450. Because of the dust, no one knows what happened on the stage. Those people only know that Yi Chen, who is beyond his capacity, sacrificed a strange sword. The strange vision of this strange sword is really terrible. Is it a magic weapon? Everyone stares at the dust. Gradually the dust dissipated. Who will win? At this moment, all the people in the field have doubts in their hearts. Before Yi Chen brought too much shock to all people, at this time, they have not dared to make a conclusion, they can only stare at the two people on the stage. Do you think something happened to the Guardian? At the moment when the smoke and dust appeared, I seemed to hear the other party's painful voice. What the hell are you kidding? How could something happen to the Guardian? It is estimated that Yi Chen has already turned into a blood mist. For a moment, the dust disappears and everything becomes calm, even clear. The arrogant young man, whom everyone is not optimistic about, is arrogant in the world at the moment. Although very weak, but the cold eyes still make people feel afraid. Not dead? How can it be? Is this boy too big? At the time of the crowd's discussion, suddenly, someone found something, the eyes suddenly shrunk, pointing to a direction dead. Want to shout is silent. Dead, the Guardian is dead. The crowd was terrified, and countless eyes shot in one direction. The body of a Tang suit was shot through by a sword and nailed to the wall dozens of meters high. It's collapsing all around. Blood on the wall. It's like the judgment of the gods on the mortals. This method is too damn shocking. This scene, let everyone can't help holding their breath, face full of incredible expression. The scene is quiet, incomparably quiet. With a sword, the boy killed a Guardian. What the hell is this madman? When was the key Guardian so weak? Hiss. Turning to look at the young people standing tall and upright in the arena, people can't help but take a breath of air conditioning. Goo-doo. Hard to swallow and saliva, the body is a little shaking. The old man sat down and muttered something. Worry about gain and loss. Yi Chen is panting violently, the panic of people has nothing to do with him, he now feels pain all over his body. Even a faint sense of breakthrough. Others break through from cultivation, but he breaks through in battle again and again. He wanted to take out the pills and swallow them, but found his hands shaking. What did he think of? His eyes fell on the direction where the old man of Xuemeng and the Lin family were standing just now. There is no one in that place. Ran away. No, the other Guardian disappeared. This group of people actually took advantage of him and that Tang suit Guardian's time of war, whole body retreat. Damn it. Yi Chen's body wobbles and clenches his fist. However, Lin Juelong and the Elder of the Blood League are seriously injured. Even if they are rescued, they are still a waste man. But even so, Yi Chen does not intend to live. It's just that he needs time to fix it now. There is a strong person naturally aware of the weakness of Yi Chen, just want to take advantage of the mobile hand, an old figure appeared in the strong side. With one hand, the man's body seemed to be suppressed by a huge mountain, his legs bent and his knees kneeling on the ground. There are countless wounds all over the body, overflowing cold blood. Yi Chen's body is flowing with the blood of our Jiang family. If anyone dares to move him, ask me if I agree with you first. The cold voice resounds. Those who are ready to move have no intention to do it. Yi Chen takes a look at Jiang Laozi and shakes his head helplessly. If the other side stands out early, Yi Chen may thank a few points. But now, he doesn't need it. Yi Ling Tian, take me away. The Lord. Yi Ling supports Yi Chen in front of the sky and goes to the gate. Dozens of strong guards behind him. Although these Dark Hall strongmen were all injured and looked a little embarrassed, their eyes were extremely cold. Like a wolf hungry for 3 days. Ferocious and bloody. Where Yi Chen and the Dark Hall went, those strong onlookers made way one after another. How dare they block it? Yi Chen was just about to leave when a car stopped. Bai Lixiong rushed out of the car. When he saw that Yi Chen was supported by one person, his eyes shrank and stepped out. He came to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, what happened? You are injured. Yi Chen's indifferent eyes swept to Bai Lixiong and said in a cold voice, I have only 2 requirements. First, I want to see my father within an hour. Second, Lin Juelong and the 2 Blood Alliance elders must not leave. Hearing this, Bai Lixiong was stunned. Did Mr. Yi win? Can you do it? Yi Chen Dao. Bai Lixiong still nodded, good. I promise you. Yi Chen no longer talks much. With the help of Yi Ling Tian, he gets on a Mercedes-Benz business car. The car started and disappeared in the gym. Bai Lixiong looked at the car away, frowned, and then ordered his men, guard all the entrances, no one can leave rashly. Then, Bai Lixiong walked to the gymnasium. He glanced around and found that Wu Otai and even the whole gymnasium were all broken. It can be seen that what a powerful force broke out when he was away. This power comes from Yi Chen and Lin Juelong. No way. Just as he was thinking, a drop of blood fell on his cheek. His face changed slightly and he looked up suddenly. Naturally, he saw the guardian nailed to the wall. At this moment, his heart set off a storm.